Guess I need a picture up on my Discord
Hello.
thing.
Yeah, you should use your profile picture from Facebook or something, or just anything, anything. There we go. We're live. Cool. All right, muting, and here we go. Yeah,
Cool.
you should.
We did
use your
it,
profile
I
picture
think.
from Facebook or
It looks
something.
better.
Or
It does look better. It's not as clear as Discord, but it's a lot better. So
There we go. We're
I'm
live.
happy with it.
Cool. Sweet.
You talking about
All right, muting.
StreamYard?
Yeah, the picture was
Cool.
looking
We did
pretty
it, I think.
nasty. It looks better. It does look better.
I'm on
It's
mobile,
not
so I'm on
clear
my
as Discord, but
phone,
it's a
so
lot better.
driving.
Okay. You're always
You talking about?
driving. You drive a lot.
I know.
Yeah,
I do StreamYard at like
yeah, the picture
40-something thousand miles. Just one of my vehicles last year.
it looks better. It does look better.
I'm on mobile, so I'm on my
Discord, but
phone,
it's a
so
lot better.
driving.
Did you say your wife is watching something?
You talking about?
Or
She's watching. She's with me. She's watching some kind of
yeah,
40-something thousand miles. Just one of my vehicles last year. Do what? Watching TikToks. She turned it down with the phone, so driving. She probably can't hear
did you
it.
say your wife is watching something?
Yeah, she's watching. She's with me. She's watching some kind of. You can watch it. They're just trying to figure out what the sound. Do what?
Something's
Watching
happening.
TikToks.
Like I hear
She turned it down
the
with the phone,
YouTube
so
channel.
driving. She probably can't hear
Did
it.
you say your wife is watching?
Yeah, I don't know. There's probably not mine. Yeah, she's watching. She's with me. She's watching some kind
I
of.
think I
You
hear
can watch it. They're just trying to figure out what the sound. Do what?
something's
Watching
happening.
TikToks.
Somebody's like I hear
She turned it down with
the
the phone,
YouTube
so
channel.
driving. She
There's an
probably can't hear
echo
it.
of if somebody's
Yeah, I don't
got
know. There's
YouTube
probably not
open,
mine. Yeah,
mute
she's
it.
watching.
It's me. It was me. I'm the dummy. I'm so sorry, y'all. Gosh. Okay. I'm gonna sort this out. I swear. I am gonna sort this out. All right.
Were you having a BCK moment?
A what?
A BCK moment?
I don't know. I don't know what that is, but I forgot to mute my YouTube thingy.
That's between the chair and the keyboard error.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. It is. It totally is. This is a me problem. No, Billy's laughing at me. I know, Scooby. Scooby, so here's what happened. So apparently, you only get 25 hours for free on StreamYard. So I went over my 25 hours when I did the 12-hour live stream. I went over by 3, so I'm at 28 hours. So they told me I can't live stream again until December 28th. So I had to find a different way to do this. We are in Discord if you want to join us.
I've used OBS before.
Yeah, I used it a long time ago, but
But I didn't have it to where anybody else was with me. It was just where I was recording stuff.
right, me too. And I was like, how do we get more people? Because this is bullshit. This is useless. Because I was never by myself. I always had someone with me. Yeah, December 28th, Scooby. Can you believe that? Like, it's only the 6th. So I used up for the whole month, and they wanted me to pay for it to get unlimited, and I'm like, no, I'm not fixing to do that. So I had to find another way.
Did Kathleen make some kind of statement lately with that she's 100% sure? I saw a couple of clickbaits on YouTube, and I didn't look at it. That she 100% sure Bobby did it.
I don't know that she said that, but I did see maybe what you saw. I saw a video from oh god, what's
There's
dude's
what? There's a weird guy that he's like he's got Batman logo or something like that behind him.
Yes, the guy with the muscles. That guy. Shit.
Skinny. It's like real dry, just like almost robotic.
Oh, it's bug. Now that's gonna bug me. That's really gonna bug me if I can't remember his name because.
He used to like every time Cam came on, he had a rebuttal the next day.
Yes.
Yes,
And
that
it was
guy.
kind of
It's the same guy. I saw that,
yeah.
that video where he says that on the title, and I don't know that that's true. He's got the new Wrecking Crew book already. I'm still waiting for mine. So there could be something in there that I have not seen, but as far as I know, outside of that, I don't think she's ever said she's 100% sure that it's Bobby, but I think she did say that that's who she thinks it is. But I don't know
Where
about
did
this 100% sure. I'm not sure about that. Maybe. Yeah,
oh,
clickbait. Oh, 11:11. Oh, I missed it. I missed it, Millbilly.
did
Just change the time
Millbilly?
on the computer.
Who put up the email from Cobra? Is that Millbilly?
Probably. Probably.
Where did that come from?
I bel if I'm just guessing now because I don't really remember it, but I think it would have probably maybe come from the
For you?
well, yeah, but might have been related uh, to his civil suit against Netflix. The PDF, yes. Oh, he's got the new Wrecking Crew book is what he's talking about. He's got the PDF.
Who we talking about?
Millbilly. Oh yeah, he said it came from a FOIA. But what was the email about?
Oh, did you not see it?
Probably not, because I don't remember this.
It's in the
Yes, it's
Discord.
Amber. It's Amber from freaking Hangouts. The one that made the whole thing, started the whole damn thing. That's her. It's
Who we
her.
talking about?
Amber.
Shall I
So-
take a bow?
What?
I said, shall I take a bow?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, because she's the one that started all of this way back in the day. Because we all wanted to still keep talking after Eric Ozzy's lives. Because
Yep.
some of the stuff that he was talking about was really interesting, and we're like, ooh, and wanting to talk about it. And she did that for him, so he'd have a place. And we would all have a place to gather after his videos. So it was wonderful that we got to do that, and well, fortunately, I don't know, but it got so many members that we had to upgrade to something else, and then I made Discord with Denise's son. Him and I put it together, and then Denise and Linda and I finished setting it up and stuff for Eric Jose's new place to go, and his people, new place to go to hang out, and it was the Cozy Wrecking Crew.
What happened to that Discord channel?
I believe it was Eric Jose's aunt or his girlfriend. One of them deleted it, and unfortunately, unfortunately, like the whole time I kept ownership of it because he refused to take it from me because I made it, and he would not take ownership. I kept trying to pass it over, but there right at the end, I was like, I'm not dealing with this shit, and I just want to be a normal fucking member. I don't want to be a mod. I don't want no responsibilities in here because this is ridiculous. All these adults, this is not my job. It's supposed to be fun. It's not my job. I'm not gonna sit here and babysit grown ass people that can't learn how to get along. I think it was his girlfriend, and I don't know if she was being, just hurt or like why she did that, but I fought and fought and fought with Discord. Please get it back, please. And they're like, it's gone. When you delete a server, it's gone. There's no backup of it. You can't get it back. It's just gone. Everything in that fucking Discord is gone. That was rough, man. I think we all cried like little bitches for a while because there was a lot in there. Of course, everybody else started making Discords after, and now they've got all the stuff. So That's not what I'm doing with this one. This one is just for hanging out. But you can discuss whatever the hell you want to discuss in here.
So is Millbilly in the chat or no?
He's not here. You're with Amber and D. Peterson, who
Okay.
is Spam-A-Lot.
Pamela?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What I was saying is where did that? How long is that? How long has that email been out from Colburn?
Oh, Millbilly, what was that email about? Or can you tell me what the email was about and how long has it been out? Millbilly, what was the email about? Do you remember what it said?
Is Millbilly in the chat?
Oh, he's not in Discord with us. He's in the YouTube chat. He can hear you.
Okay. Oh, so it was. He admitted in the email. It's just a weird email. Like I don't understand. Like you have to read the email. It's very weird. Like why would you just send a random email to your supervisor? He was a lieutenant at the time. I guess he sent it to one of his captains. And it's like something about. Well, he admitted in there that the key was never on the ground. The key was lodged in the bookcase, which totally went against what he said in court.
Yeah. Okay. If I have to guess, he's trying to explain where the key came from, not necessarily where they found it. They found it on the floor, but where it came from.
He was saying it wasn't on the floor. It was wedged in the. I'll have to look it up.
Okay.
It totally contradicted what he said in court.
Okay, he said it's in Discord, so let's go check that out.
Yeah, you don't have to go way back in Discord, like 2 days ago.
Oh, it was like.
I mean, it was
Shit, I'm not fixing to go scroll. But the Scooby, the email is from Colburn. I guess to his supervisor or something, to Lebre, to explain.
Yeah, but it was like just, hey boss, just thought I would, and then goes on this like explaining himself for everything, and I'm like, what? Like what? It doesn't make any like I don't know.
I don't know. Hey Romad, oh my gosh, it's been forever since I've seen you. How are you doing? And also, here is a link to Discord if you want to come and just join the Discord. You can join the chat with us right now if you want to. Let me see if I can find it. I'm just gonna go looking for it because I
yeah, it's a look at it. It's a just a white. It stands out because it's just a white paper with like it looks like a piece of paper.
Okay.
I think it's like 2 pages. I'll say it's like yesterday, the day before. I think it was past where you guys showed where you guys rented that house.
Okay.
Back further than when you guys. It's around that time frame when you guys are showing the maps and stuff where you rented the house.
Okay. Is this it? After the computer and release items have been turned over, this one?
We can't see your screen.
Oh no, you can't see my screen.
It's.
Oh,
I can see you. So.
Okay, yeah, it's not there yet. Oh. Shit. Okay.
No, it's an email. Like it's an email. It's just like it's just a white piece of paper, like an email.
Okay, this is from Link, so that's not going to be it. Oh,
No.
there it is. I found it.
But look down about a quarter of the way or 3/4 of the way down the paper. He talks about the key.
Okay. All right, I gotta open this just a second. Let's see. Go back to here, and then I can share my screen.
You don't have to share it with me because I can't see.
Oh no, I like to show people when I read stuff.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I needed to open it so I could share my screen. Okay, share screen. Wait, what's this go live shit? Oh. Screen share. go live, I guess. Oh, what the hell? Can you guys see that in Discord?
It says what streams, what it says. Maybe if click that what stream. I don't know. The third day, I guess.
Oh my God. Hold on, let me kick that person out. That was me. Okay, share my screen. This screen? Good grief. Okay, well, I can't figure that out. Well, this is some crap. Audio mixer. Oh, the sound is low? Alright, hold on, you guys.
Sounds good.
Does it?
On Discord. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Ellie.
Hey, they're saying it sounds
Hi.
okay. Hey.
Your sound is
On Discord.
low on your stream.
On what? On the stream?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
So you have to go to the audio mixer, yeah, and
Okay.
now Discord is fine, but go to your audio mixer.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No. Hold on.
On my end, it sounds both of you sound the same level.
The mic.
Yeah. Put the mic in.
Oh, it said it was disabled. What
Yeah, that's why.
What the hell, man? Okay.
Did you fix it now?
Or is it just
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's pretty bad.
Grief. Why would it?
It does that sometimes. They put it in automatic.
Oh my
default.
god. So who the hell knows what I was using as a microphone up until just now? So, yeah.
you still sound the same? I don't know.
Yeah,
It's not the
it's
same?
to us I sound fine, but like on the YouTube video, he said I didn't sound fine. So,
Oh,
all right. Why does it keep pausing? Okay, I'm just gonna read this shit. Hey, boss. Please check out this website, newstalk1130.com. The name of the show is Debunking Making a Murderer by Dan O'Donnell. Yeah, I remember this email. It exposes every lie in every episode of the Netflix story. Some other facts I've come up with is 1. The documentary continues to re-victimize the Halbach family and destroys the closure the Halbach family sought and gained through the conviction. 2. The Manitowoc County District Attorney's Office had little to no direct involvement in the 2005 prosecution of Stephen Avery. Who the fuck said they did? And the DA from the 85 prosecution was gone long before the 2005 case. The primary investigative agencies for 2005 case was Calumet County Sheriff's Office and DCI. You're a liar. However, due to the enormity of the scene, assistance was sought from MTSO, the Wisconsin State Patrol, MTPD, and the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. Number 3, at no time were MTSO investigators searching or collecting evidence without CASO deputy present, and at times also a crime lab tech was present. Number 4, Stephen
and
Avery's...
just conveniently, every time something was found, it was the
Yes, I know. So, Colburn, y'all weren't doing shit. Nobody said you were involved in the prosecution. Like, or direct involvement in the prosecution of Stephen Avery. Nobody said you were involved in that. But you finding all that evidence kind of does make you involved in that. I don't want to hear that shit. I mean, that's sort of a lie. What's that?
Go ahead. I always said he's a patsy. He doesn't.
I'm curious what prompted him to write this.
Yeah, but it's just like, hey boss, watch this. This is my thoughts, and I'm like, who writes an email like that?
Who writes an email like that to their boss?
Yeah, and then the first thing is like Teresa Halbach's family and closure. Well, why are we so concerned about Teresa Halbach's family? I don't understand enclosure. Like, that's not your job as law enforcement. Your job as law enforcement is to seek out the truth. It's justice.
Right.
So, if there's any questions of that, it's not closure.
Right.
So
Their closure could be the wrong people are in prison, and
Yeah.
that's not really closure, is it?
but,
It's
it's very weird. Like I've never been part of a crime scene that we're concerned about unless we know the family. You know, like like as a police officer that got shot or something like that, and his family. But I've never been part of that. You cared that much about the victim,
Right.
family. Like I don't like how are we that much
like
I hate to humanize it, but I mean it's kind of like you don't care. You're prosecuting the case of what you're just processing the crime that's there. You're not.
it's your job. Yeah.
We're not eating supper, Thanksgiving dinner with the hot box. I don't understand why that's the first thing out of your mouth is that. It's very weird.
They do that a lot in this case. Oh, they
they
do it a
all the
lot.
time. Everybody, that's
It's
the first thing out of everybody's mouth is
especially
this is
Fassbender.
for the hall box, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, okay, well, I mean, the hall box don't have to watch this. Like,
Right.
we still discuss it. It's like
And they don't.
just because,
So
yeah. But go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
oh, you're fine. You're fine. Let's see. Number 4. Stephen Avery's residence was searched several times due to that being. Hold on. It's hard to read from sideways. From that being the direction of DCI and CASO. Each search was a targeted search for specific items. For example, one search consisted of locating and collecting Avery's computer and related computer hardware. Here's a number 4 again.
Let me stop you right there.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime I've ever been part of searching for something, you look through everything. Like we wouldn't trash the house
Right.
on a search about a year and a half ago. So we were looking, or we had a search warrant for. It was a lady that embezzled some money from a nursing home, and like she was the CPA or something. I know she was the bookkeeper, and she supposedly embezzled like $200,000.
Jesus.
We were supposed to go through the whole house, and we went through the whole house trying to look at anything that looked like it was receipts or any kind of.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, when you're looking for computer and computer related stuff, you have to look through everything. So I don't understand that they keep saying, "Well, it's direct search." Well, yeah, I've been in direct searches before, but you look at everything. I don't
Yeah.
understand.
I mean,
You have to, if you're looking for something specific, you have to look for that specific thing in everywhere. So it's not like we put blinders on for everything else. We never noticed anything else but computer stuff.
yeah,
Okay.
right. That's a fucking lie. But I understand why you're saying it.
It's
I know.
different. It's different. It's different if you hey, we just had to search to get the computers. Okay, we go with computers, but you're still gonna under that search warrant, you still go around looking in everything, looking for computers.
Yeah.
It was what was the first one? Computers, related items, electronics, something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's
you're
all
gonna be
I
looking
was
everywhere
talking
for
about.
electronics.
Sure. Yeah. I get that part, but and that's probably how they found some of the other stuff. But they for example with Steven, he only had like a desktop and a desk. So they probably aren't thinking there's going to be computer shit everywhere, and they really didn't care, honestly. I don't think. Maybe, but they went through his house and they're like, "Oh,
Yeah, they had to.
we're going to get his porn collection now." And
Well, it says the computer related items, electronics.
yeah,
What all did it say?
that's it. His computer and related computer
So-
hardware for this part. It said
Any other electronics or anything, or just those?
that's just that.
But still, if you're looking for that search warrant gives you a reasonable search to be looking through. Now, mind you, if you're opening up you'd have a hard time articulating that you opened a jewelry box and then opened a pendant box in that jewelry box and found a baggie of dope. I mean, if your search warrant was for, but you can reasonably search like a closet. You can start anywhere you think somebody might be hiding computer related items.
Sure.
In fact, they have things out now that it's called sniffers that I learned it in a class I took when I went to New Mexico. They actually have like dogs that go in and sniff out electronics.
Oh, that's cool.
Like electronics,
Yeah.
electric, like that stuff for if they have somebody for child porn and they go in trying to find their secret stash of stuff, this dog goes in and finds electronics, like the smell of the motherboard and stuff. I'm like, that's pretty cool. I mean, not the motherboard, the circuitry, and they're like finding like anything that's electronic. So they have to take everything out of electronics out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I digress. What I'm saying is they just didn't. They keep saying it was specific, but it wasn't specific. As far as like that's all you have to. Common sense tells you have to look through everything else to. Granted, they're not opening every magazine and every, but you're opening a drawer to see if there's something in there.
Right.
They'd have not floppy. They'd have discs, computer discs back then.
Yeah.
So you're looking for computer discs.
Well, by the time
those were like what 3x5s.
What was that? It was what?
I think I cut out.
Floppy disks, they're 3.5 inch.
Oh yeah. By the time they were done,
so, I mean, it's 3.5 inches.
They did get all that stuff, and they found everything.
But my point is you can articulate. It's all on how you word things. Everything is articulation.
Sure.
So in court, it's very easy to go, hey, I found a bloody knife in the drawer. Were you looking in the drawer? Because I was looking for places that hid, floppy disks, and that would be in a sock drawer. Could be thinking that it's a place to hide. If I'm trying to hide, floppy disks, I have a search warrant for that.
Right.
So it doesn't give you permission to take anything out of there, and anything that you find. So what you have to do is, if you find something on a search, and it's called exploratory something, then you have to go back and get a warrant for that, articulate that for basically, you found it. You'll have to go back and say you got this, and then it's very weird. You have to go back through and get another.
Oh no, I know.
Search warrant or get the judge sign off on it. But my point they keep making is the whole thing. It was direct searches.
Yeah.
It was they said targeted searches. Well, if you're targeting searches, you're targeting 3.5 inch floppy disks, or not floppy disks, whatever they call them, this computer disk, I guess. That computer and computer accessories narrows down that search, and you can't tell me that they're not going through flipping that house. If Colburn and Link are involved, they're not going through flipping that house.
Oh sure,
I know I would have, and I don't. Or people that. Like that lady's house. I mean, it was a nice house. It was a pretty nice house, but we took, I think, about 7 officers in there, and I was going through the garage, just going through, looking through stuff, and then somebody came in behind me. I was just looking for anything paperwork, but I looked at everything. I opened drawers. I opened, it gave me full permission to look at anything, but we were only looking for receipts.
Right.
And bookkeeping stuff. So, yeah. So I go ahead with the reading. I'm sorry, I keep interrupting.
It's okay. It's okay. That's the whole point of all this, is just to have a discussion about stuff. So it could be about anything, really. This email ain't going nowhere. We could stop and talk. All right. So another number 4, Jim Link and I had no involvement in the 85 investigation of Stephen Avery. Nobody ever said you did. In 85, I was in the United States Air Force, stationed in Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada. Jim Link was a resident of and living in the state of Michigan.
Number 5. Neither Jim Lank or I was ever sued by Stephen Avery. MTSO and Tom Kasurek was the target of Avery's lawsuit. Yeah, you were gonna be, though. Probably. Maybe not in that lawsuit, but maybe in another...
He would have been... What they were going to do with the exploratory for that is they were just strictly going to show that, and I think Colburn did what was supposed to be right. I mean, he was a jailer at the time, and he had no authority to even look at it. He wasn't a detective. He wasn't even a road deputy at that point.
Yeah, I don't think that's
he just got
the point.
But he's going to show that he forwarded the call. Through the deposition, they're going to say they forwarded it to whoever the investigator was that was supposed to do it, and I'm sorry. They're going to blame the investigator. They're going to sue the investigators. That was what they were. That's why the reason they were deposing him. But who he's suing was the current sheriff, because the current sheriff was one of the ones that arrested him and was in on the conspiracy of arresting him. That's where your conspiracy comes in. Your conspiracy comes in. You had a corrupt sheriff, and
the sheriff knew that it was probably Gregory Allen. The DA definitely knew. So the sheriff knew. The DA knew. I mean, the sheriff's got to know if the DA knows. Who else would give it to the DA?
Yeah.
So they all knew that they had the wrong guy. But the point was, if Colburn would have forwarded that call, and
he did, for what they said he did forward.
Well,
he did.
If he did, then why the hell wasn't there an investigation? And that's what he was being deposed for. He's being deposed to set the precedence of he made the phone call, or he took the phone call, he gave it to whoever he's supposed to give. And granted, I don't think much of the going back 8 years later and writing I do, but I don't of the statement.
You don't write you write a statement about, because you don't write an IO for everything that you do. I mean,
right.
But like I just said in the Discord thing before, like, I don't understand how you write supposedly money.
Okay, well, here's my problem. If Colburn,
one of my options.
What? Sorry.
One of my options. I'm trying to call. So.
Oh, do you need to take the call?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So here's my problem. If Colburn would have forwarded that call to a detective, then why didn't the detective follow up and find out who that person was?
And that's why they were deposing him, to find out, to set precedence of who he forwarded the call. And he said it in his. I think he said it in his either. It was either the sit down interview with Cam, or it was the actual statement that he wrote. But I can't remember. But anyway, he said who he forwarded it to, and so that's what they're trying. They're trying to set precedents, so then they could go after whoever was the investigator that didn't. Now, would it gone anywhere? Probably not. But,
well,
but anyway, it's just everybody that's involved.
I think it would go somewhere if they prove that somebody didn't follow up on it. Like, for example,
if it was malicious, or if it just got, you'd have to show malicious intent in order for it to be civil. Like, it's very hard to prove. It's very hard to prove, culpable intent. It's very hard to prove. So, should he have looked at it? Yes, but you'd have to prove that, hey, he was involved in something else, and it'd be a stretch. Now, would it help his civil case? Yes, it would help his civil case against Manitowoc County, but it wouldn't help his civil case against them so much. I mean, he would try, but suing the detective that didn't follow up. But Yeah, that's
Yeah, whether it was Colburn or the detective that didn't follow up,
yeah.
somebody was likely about to get their ass sued. And if Colburn did
And
not forward that call, because we don't know that he did, if Colburn didn't forward that call, then he would have been on the hook. And there's a reason why. Why
I
wouldn't he?
I
If he
I
says,
I doubt
"Okay, I'll take a message," and then does nothing with it, you know,
because it's not really not in his. So why are
doesn't.
you calling it Jalen?
I don't
That
know.
would be my as an attorney, as an attorney, as a defense attorney, you would say, okay, so why didn't you call an investigator? Why are you calling it jailer? It's not the jailer's responsibility. I mean, maybe manning the phones,
I don't.
but
Yeah, I don't
um,
think he intended to call the
it,
jail.
it, it, it wouldn't, it isn't Colbert's responsibility. I mean, not in a lawsuit kind of way, you know, but, it's not, it wasn't part of his duties to actually have to, unless it was dispatcher or something like that, and just fell through the cracks. And even then, it's not enough to sue the person individually. But
I can imagine they
uh,
would have at least tried.
oh yeah, yeah. I'm not saying you can try
Yeah,
anything,
sure,
but
but I don't
um,
think that they would have been unsuccessful if you could prove that somebody did not follow up and Stephen Avery ended up spending another 9 years in prison because somebody
yep,
did not follow up.
somebody, yep, I agree. And
Somebody's at
so,
fault there. And Link
so
might not have been
I
his
don't,
job, but if he took the call, it
and I don't,
landed on his
I
shoulders.
I looked at who the detective was that it got supposedly sent to, and it was because I was like, I wonder if that was Link, and it wasn't. It was,
Oh yeah, no.
but I don't know. But yeah, I could see there wouldn't be anything suspicious about going back and having somebody writing a statement on.
Yeah.
Um, we've done that before, and I mentioned that before
Hmm?
in the Discord when I was replying to, was it
Sapper
Sapper
Cop?
Cop or whatever?
Hmm.
Yeah. Um,
I
or
don't
no,
mind that
maybe
so
it's
much.
Billy. It was like, why wait months?
It was
I've
years.
been
It was
involved
9 years.
Yeah, yeah,
9 years
yeah.
to write that statement. And
But
I don't
if
have a problem
if
with
it was
that.
if it's going to court, I could see like, hey, listen, we don't have record of this. Let's go ahead and just go ahead and write a statement.
Right. And
Um,
let me
I could see that.
I need to clarify really quick cuz I just said something that probably could get misunderstood very easily. I do have a problem with the fact that nothing was done for 9 years. I don't have a problem with the fact that 9 years after the fact, once they realized that something went wrong with that call being transferred, then a report was written by someone who wouldn't have otherwise have written a report, or not a report but a statement. So I don't
Yeah,
have a problem with the fact that they went back and said, well, just write a statement out just in case,
yeah,
because obviously it's not something that he should have or would have normally been doing. But just to cover your ass, write a statement that you took the call, you forwarded it. There you go. Now you've got a
so
record of it, and that's exactly the right thing to do.
yeah, yeah, and that's because I mean, it didn't. He wasn't supposed to write a statement back then. He's a jailer. I
Right.
mean, it wasn't part of something he'd do, but it was like, okay, this has got a bigger deal.
Hmm.
So I've been involved before where one of the detectives came back to me and said, hey, remember that you were logged on the call to go do a welfare check at this house, and you just it was like you said that it was nobody was home. I just need you to write a statement of what kind of maybe what you saw and what you like. Okay, you
Right.
know, because what happens is later on they got burglarized or something. I can't remember what the deal was, but anyway, there was a crime that happened, not really relating to mine, but it was in sequential order
Yeah.
of some stuff. It's like, hey, go back and go ahead and write at least what you saw, because I didn't write a report for it. And
Right.
it's like, hey, just say you saw nothing and nobody was there, and because it turned out to be something in a it's a domestic violence case or something. I don't know what
Right.
but I mean, it was like a month or two later, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, because he questioned me about it. He goes, well, just write me a statement out for it. And I'm like, okay. And
Right.
I don't have a problem with that, but I didn't even know you could. I didn't know it was a thing that you could write your statements out months after a major. I didn't know that was a thing. Come on,
Months after.
are you kidding me?
Oh yeah,
Chill.
like what he did throughout the investigation, where he just, he's helping investigate, finding all the shit, and then he doesn't write a damn report for months. You talking about that?
Yeah, well, there's several
Yeah.
of them, I guess, that did. I don't know, like, how do you even do that? Like, how does that even?
I don't.
I know you can
Why
even do that.
would you do
I
that?
would- I'm gonna ask some of my other officers.
Why would you wait
you
so
know-
long to write a report? I
don't-
think
I
it's
don't
like
know.
they had to have been thinking, oh shit, maybe we
I
should
could
have not
see
found this
maybe-
crap, because now
Maybe if you were relying off your body camera, or you had a video camera the whole time, or I don't know. But like to go back later on, but they didn't. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, like, how do
didn't-
you?
they didn't have body cams back then, so
Yeah,
for
Yeah,
sure.
they didn't have body cams back then. Yeah,
Mhm. I know
so-
they didn't specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
they were pretty much hand in hand. Everything that I've seen, the department I was with was about that size at the time,
Yes.
and
Very small.
it like hand in hand of the same things, like what we had and they had,
Yeah.
kind of correlated, even though we're in the south and they're in the north.
Right.
But I mean, it we didn't have computers in the cars. We didn't have.
I don't think
Um,
that they did either.
No,
a lot
they did not.
A lot of people say that, but if I remember correctly, they did not
No,
have computers in
My-
their car.
my agency I'm with now just got them 5 years ago. So that's
Yeah.
2000.
Yeah.
2000, the 2000 tests. That's
Yeah.
very bigger agencies and stuff had computers in the cars.
Oh,
But
sure.
back then, very few places had computers in the cars. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't.
My
That's
when I dated a cop, he was just a reserve officer, but he worked full time as a reserve officer until he got hired full time. But he had his own police car that he brought home every day. But they had very, very nice cars. He actually had like a brand new car, and his brand new car was newer than some of the older officers who'd been there for a long time. Because he was a new guy, he got the new car, and since everybody else already had one, so his had a computer in it. So he had, some nice equipment in his, but not all of their cars had that yet. And that was here in Arkansas, actually. It was in Bentonville, where
Yeah.
Walmart and all that shit is. So, but he was a county officer, like these guys,
But
county.
yeah, it's that's one thing that everybody thinks, because
Yeah.
bigger agencies had them back then. I remember, I think, like New York City and a lot of the big departments did.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But I mean, it was very, very rare to have. I think the agency I was with before, I had already left them, but I think they got them like mid. Well, it probably maybe like 2010.
Oh,
And that
wow.
was an agency about the size of Manitowoc.
Yeah.
So,
Hmm.
yeah, they didn't have computers back then. I think even Colburn even said, I think he must have been in like a supervisor's car that didn't have. I think he said in something, and maybe even not an email, that he said he didn't have a radio, and that he was calling in on his phone, which would make sense too. But I mean, I think that's a big nothing burger as far as the calling of the plates. I'm maybe way off, but
Well, I think he does go into it. See, now
Colburn is doing some very legalese type shit here. The gymnastics in this email, like saying, what is it? The Manitowoc County District Attorney's Office had little to no direct involvement in the prosecution. Okay, yeah, we know that. Okay. The primary investigation.
Yeah, they didn't have an thing in the prosecution, but they had it in it was
Calumet.
It was tried in Manitowoc. So okay.
Yeah. So some of the stuff he's saying, like that, like nobody said that they did. Nobody said that they were involved.
I just found
the DA from
the whole email weird.
It is weird, which is why I have a problem with what you were just talking about why he used his phone. I think his answer's like very legalese. Okay, hold on. Let's get to it though. Where is it? Number 6. Prior to the 2000, what?
Does it seem like his answer? He's trying to over-explain why he was using his phone. I mean, when people are doing something they shouldn't be doing,
yes,
I mean, they start throwing so much detail in it. Whereas if he was just using his phone because it was convenient, like
that's his
radio.
That's his to me that's his personality, because he does it with everything. He's quick to he's not the brightest cookie in the bunch. Like he's not I don't think he's a street smart cop. I think the reason he's like a lot of people that I know in law enforcement that are where they're at because they're yes men, and they don't ask questions and they just do what they're told, and they're good at they're good at just doing what they're told and keeping everybody else in line, and they don't ask questions, and that's why they're where they're at, because they're yes men. And I think that was Colburn. So
okay. This is. He's not actually saying that he didn't have a radio in his car. We know damn well he had a radio on his fucking shoulder. So.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
So of course he did. But he said he had no way of calling in the plates from his patrol car.
Yeah,
so he used his cell phone.
Computer. What he's saying, he didn't have a way to call.
He said, "Fuck, I lost it now. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. See." You can't do anything with me.
It's all good.
No, you don't. You said not to. Okay.
We're in Discord. It's not a big deal.
Oh, okay. Well, we're live also.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's okay. I'm good.
Okay. I had no way of running the information to me given by Casso from my patrol car. Yeah, no way of running the information.
He didn't have a computer in his car to run it.
Right. So I had to call in to dispatch to have them run Teresa's plate through blah, blah, blah. I copied down the number correct. He doesn't say anything about why he didn't use his radio and why he used his cell phone. That's, to me, suggesting that he was, I don't know what the hell he was doing.
So I've done that before. And usually when you screw up something like that and you wrote down something wrong. It's like you don't want to type the radio traffic. I mean, and it's sure. I think it's a nothing burger on it, because I've done it myself. Where back then we didn't have radios or didn't have computers in the car, and so you had to you get a Bolo for 44 Bravo. Sure. And I'm horrible. I am horrible. Like somebody gives me your phone number, to enter in something or a password, you'll have to tell me again another 15 seconds, because other guys could hey, what was that plate number?
Yeah.
It's 44 Bravo Delta. I'm like, it's 44. I lost me at 44.
Right.
So I before try to write something down and a pen slipped or whatever, and then call back in and hey, what was that Bolo for? Right. Or get it back in dispatch when I get back. Hey, what was that? Hey, print me out that Bolo.
Sure.
So I don't find that odd that he would call that in to check up. That does make sense. I don't see that being a thing. I also don't see what advantage, if he was part of conspiracy, I mean, maybe somebody else can say something else that would.
Well, I have one thing to say about the first thing you said. You don't think it's weird that he called in the plates to verify he had written down the correct information? I don't either, but I do have a problem with when he did it, because he was given that information, and then after being given that information, he was asked to go out to the Avery property to talk to B. Yonda and see what they could tell him. Before he went out to the Avery property, he didn't call it in to make sure he written it down right. You know what I'm saying? Like, why not before he went to the Avery property, but before he was, when he was there sitting there across from Zipperers waiting, then he calls it in. Like, why not do it? What if he found it? What if it was at the Avery property?
Yeah, and that could be argued. I don't have a problem with that, arguing with that. I'm just saying that I've gotten to a point where I'm driving or I'm at a call, and I was like, okay, I'm going to finish writing this stuff down, stuff that I remember that I need to take notes for. And then he may have saw us, like, he didn't see before, and I'd be able to read all my handwriting. Is it a 4 or is that a 9? I don't remember what that was. And, call in. Again, like I said, you didn't have the luxury of just pulling it back up to your computer. Like, they don't even give bolos out anymore. Like, it all just pops up on my screen.
Sure.
My computer screen. It's like, okay, bolo for this. Cool. We don't even have, unless it's like immediate, like it's like, someone's in a chase with somebody, like, look out for this, this vehicle or whatever.
Yeah.
But, back then there's just all units bolo for, I mean, that was the call, like all units bolo for, 1997.
99 RAV4, Toyota RAV4.
Yeah, green. Not RAV4 plates here. They don't go, stand by for bolo. I mean, you're driving 60 mile an hour down the highway. And it's like bolo.
I have no doubt that he had to, like, scribble that down and go back and verify.
And he was on the phone with what's his face, Remaker, or whoever the guy was.
Yeah, but that's
gave to him.
Right, that's who called to give it to him. So, you would think that he'd be like, "Yo, just hold on a second, dude. I gotta pull over so I can write this down." Okay, he didn't. Fine, whatever. But why didn't he, when he was sent out to the Avery property, make sure that he had that plate number written down correctly and he could read it before going to the Avery property? Or even when he got there and he realized, oh shit, I wrote that down like a mess and I can't read it. Because what if you go out there and you start talking to somebody and you see, the car possibly, and you need to verify it?
I will tell you that because I'm pretty good at just listening to calls, and you get to the point where you can kind of, so I don't think several of them, I don't think that they, Colburn included, I don't think that they thought that Stephen Avery had anything to do with it. In fact, what's his name on the, is it Remaker? Who's the one with the, there was a phone call between one of the detectives that said, hey, I'm going to talk to Avery, or I went and talked to Avery, and they thought the Zipper guy was weird, and he goes, I don't think Stevens, Avery doesn't. He's, I don't think he's got nothing to do with it. He didn't act weird.
Wiegert, I believe that was Wiegert. I think.
No, that wasn't Wiegert. No, it wasn't Wiegert. It was not Wiegert. It was Manitowoc. It was somebody from Manitowoc.
Oh, then it would have been Remaker.
Yeah, and because he took the stand, I think he probably is a pretty good officer. I mean, I didn't see anything that was
probably
that he ever did. I don't think he was corrupt.
I didn't either. I didn't see anything screwy about him.
I think Colburn. I think Colburn didn't think that. There's a bunch of them that didn't think that. In fact, I think he even said before, not that I believed what he says. I'm just saying he even said that they didn't think that he was had anything to do with it at first. So even Remaker on the phone when he was talking to one of the other detectives, I don't know where he was talking. He was talking to another detective. I don't know if it's with it had been with Manitowoc, because at that point, What maybe came in. I don't know. Anyway, he was talking to somebody
probably
on the phone
to Wiegert,
and he said that.
Yes.
I'm
going up.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Wiegert calls Colborn. Then
No,
we have. No,
we
I'm
were
just
talking-
saying. I'm just saying. Wiegert calls Colborn at the sheriff's department. He then calls Link. So then Link pages Jacob and Remmerker to come in. We also hear Wiegert on the dispatch saying after Colborn looks up Carmen Bootwell and the whole situation with her, we have Link calling
Carmen Boutwell.
We have Link calling Wiegert, and we hear on dispatch in Calumet that he just talked to Link and the dead girl's not Teresa.
Right, yeah.
So my question is, why are they playing games? Because when the dispatcher is talking about Dieter going over to Manitowoc because Zipper hung up on the phone and told him to talk to his lawyer, they reference Stephen Avery as her friend.
I haven't heard that. That's interesting.
I hadn't heard that either. I wonder.
Carmen was a missing girl, also 25, looked very, similar in a picture. She looked similar to Teresa, but that's not what she looked like at that time. But she was also 25, and she was dead from a drug overdose. And he was wondering, I guess, if that was the same girl, the missing girl that they're looking for. That because they found the girl dead from a drug overdose, same age. Probably same basic description,
That one makes. I didn't know about that, but
yeah,
that makes sense.
Well, a lot of people think that, oh God, they died at the same time, right around the same time. Did they switch the bones because she was cremated? So did they switch the bones or something? Yeah.
Surprised me at all.
Yeah.
I've already told you.
And there's rumors that the cops paid for the cremation. It's not true. That is not true. I talked with her brother. Her dad raised the money himself, and he was very proud that he did that. He raised the money himself and was able to pay for her funeral or her cremation and her services himself. But they might have helped hook him up with a place to go. That I don't know. Don't care.
Yeah.
Who cares? And they might have even offered to pay for it because, you got to do something with a body,
But who I was talking about is, I don't know, can't remember. I know it's Remaker. I don't know who he's on the phone with, but there was a phone call between the two of them, recorded calls because they were on their recorded. I don't. Maybe one was at the office. I don't know. But anyway,
Wiegert was at the office. It was Wiegert and Remaker. That was the morning of November 5th. They were talking about going back over to Zippers and talking to him again, and going back over by Stevens. And then they get the phone call about change of plans.
So, where was it that Remaker tells somebody? This one probably Remaker's telling somebody that I don't think Steven had anything. He didn't seem like he was involved at all. He was
talking to Mark Wiegert. Wiegert was at the office and Remaker was on his cell phone.
But so Remaker didn't think that. I don't think that. I think at first Colborn probably didn't.
Well, I know Wiegert didn't too. He said he thought that Zipperer was the last stop for Teresa.
Was that? I didn't think that was Wiegert. I thought that was.
Wiegert says that. Yeah.
Wiegert says it. Not the other detective.
No, Wiegert says what I just said.
Remaker. Okay.
He just said that he thinks that Zipperer was her last call.
Did any of you guys pay attention to when they're interviewing Brendan on November 6th? They tell him that he had another stop that he never made it to.
I don't remember that.
Who said? Oh, it was probably just playing head games with.
They were. They were fucking with him.
This is before they even mentioned the bus driver, and he starts to change his story.
I don't know anything about that, but
I don't remember that.
Honestly, I haven't listened to a lot of, and I need to. I want to listen to all of Brendan's interviews.
Well, I think if I don't have them on my channel, I can put them there, but they're definitely easy to find if you want to search. But make sure you hear them all.
I got all the audio you can find on my channel.
Oh, good, yeah.
Which I don't even know who's
that's Millbilly. Millbilly's his channel. Cool. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Millbilly, when did you get a hold of that that email from Colburn to 5+ years ago? Wonder why that has.
You should look at the emails between the prosecution and everybody while KG gets involved. That shit's hilarious. They're panicking.
I would love to see that.
That's why they reopened another fucking investigation, trying to cover their ass even more.
Yeah, exactly. I knew it was something stupid, like they were just gonna bullshit it, and it's not a real investigation. It's just something like that to cover their asses or whatever. I fucking had a feeling about that. Oh, so, Lord.
Read what he says about the key.
The key? Okay, let me read the rest of it. I'll get down there. Prior to the 2005 homicide investigation, I had never investigated a case involving Stephen Avery, nor had I ever had a negative contact with him. I barely knew who he was, as I did not step foot in Manitowoc County until 1991. I'm not from here, and when I was hired by MTSO, Stephen Avery was in prison. 6. I have never done a traffic stop with any vehicle operated by Teresa Halbach. There's some more legalese. With a vehicle, he's never done a traffic stop with any vehicle operated by Teresa Halbach. Now, if he came up on the car, that's not a traffic stop. And
I don't think he's bright enough to put legalese like that.
He's already doing legalese. He's said it all throughout here.
I don't think he's. I think he's just trying to cover his ass.
He is.
He didn't do that, but I don't think he's smart enough to go. Well, I said that I didn't. I didn't stop the car. I didn't say I came up with the car. I don't think he's bright enough to figure that part out to do that to cover. And here's my thing.
He might not be, but somebody is, because there it is.
So, here's my question. What advantage would it be for him to find the car?
None.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand why it's an issue.
It's an issue because it's not Stephen Avery.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. But I'm saying what is the issue of him coming up on the car? Are you just saying just because he came up with the car and found out that it had nothing to do with Stephen Avery and they planted on him anyway?
No, because at that
he filed a report about talking to Stephen Avery on November 3rd until 8 months later when he was instructed to when they did their summary report of the investigation.
You tell me. I have no clue. Did you read my thing in Discord? I don't even know that. I didn't know that was a thing you could do. I would think that an attorney would tear that up. How are you?
In pre-trial, Barry Beauty is cross-examining Remaker. That's when they find out they have audio that they didn't know they had, and he's getting to a timeline of what took place on November 3rd, and then Pratt objects because it has nothing to do with the search warrant. Every time Beauty and Dean got close to something, Pratt was right there to object, and the judge was right there to agree with them.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, and I don't know how you. Again, I don't ever deal with once I don't ever deal with prosecution, and once it gets to, I very rarely get involved. We get involved in that part of it, unless it's a big case, and usually I'm not involved. I'm not that involved in the cases. So I don't know how the legal. I haven't set enough legal possession the trials to understand how that how all that goes. But I would think that how can you get a fair trial if you are hampered on what you can what you can say and what you can't say, if that makes sense. Like they couldn't bring up anything of his past. They couldn't. There was a lot of hand tying that went on. How does that work? Like how does the judge get away with?
How do you have two people charged with a crime happening 2 different ways?
Yeah, in 2 different places. Yeah.
Well, and I want to know how you. The whole premise is that it was the body, and they mutilated the body, and they weren't found guilty on the mutilation or anything with the body.
One of them wasn't.
Well, Stephen was. Yeah, but so how do you have one that was and one that wasn't? I don't understand.
Exactly.
How does that work?
Because
like I don't.
Apparently, it's like, Brendan burned the body, but Stephen didn't, or whatever. Vice versa.
Yeah.
In the last chapter that John Ferak put in his book, he's doing an interview. Well, Kathleen Zellner is asking Stephen Avery questions for his book, and basically they think Brendan was involved.
Well, that's what we were just discussing earlier. Was
like as in he overheard something or seen something he shouldn't have.
Yeah, or like Stephen says.
Stephen or Brendan?
Brendan.
Like in that 30-page document I sent you about the Judge Sikowitz response. He says that even if Bobby Daskey was seen driving the victim's car, it doesn't prove he had the key.
What?
I told you to read that document. It's fucking so stupid.
How's that work? How do you drive a car without the key unless you're,
You can.
of course.
He's on a salvage yard that you can learn how to hotwire a car.
I'm sure they could.
Sure, they all know how to hotwire a car.
But she states,
what a stupid
even
ass
if
thing
Bobby
to say,
Daskey was seen driving her car, that doesn't prove he had the key.
That is such a stupid thing to say. It's so stupid. It's true. It's true, but it's stupid.
But what does the key have to? If you were in the victim's car, what does the key have to anything to do with it? What is that like? That's kind of like
exactly. Why is she even like
misdirection? It's misdirection.
Like in one of the statements in her reply, she refers to Brian Daskey as an individual, not Bobby.
Who does?
Brian.
Judge Sikowitz. He starts off like, once again, back in front of the court. Like, it's so stupid.
Judge Sikowitz.
It's all political.
So stupid.
100%. It goes all the way from the state attorney general, Meg Laudenslager, all the way down. And now her son is in the same position he was back in 2005.
Josh Call.
So here's my take on just what I've kind of gotten in the last couple months. I've gotten to pretty much. Well, I was involved in digging around till probably real heavy the last couple months. But here's my take on it. You always, I think like a criminal, because you have to when you're in law enforcement. You have to think like a criminal, and usually you can trace back. Most crimes have the same pattern. Like I'm not saying it doesn't, but most like. A crime of passion is going to be like, or a crime of passion is going to be multiple stabbings. So like somebody stabs somebody, 30 times. Well, that's not just a typically. I'm just saying we're going on percentages
overkill.
Here. Typically that's overkill. That means somebody knew the victim, knew him well, and got enraged with him. That's what that is. That's not just a Well, he, tried to steal his wallet and he stabbed us 30 times.
Yeah.
I'll be right. Does it happen? I'm sure it probably has, but, so I'm big on trying to find out the correlation between it. Like, I get and motive and everything else. Like, what motive would Stephen have? Like, could he, even if he did do that, as far as like, kidnap her or whatever, but you have to go to the extreme of burning a body, and like you'd have to have some knowledge of how to burn a body. That you just don't burn a body. Like it takes some talent to do how they burnt the body. That was, and I still say to this day that it was in a crematory somewhere.
Oh, you're almost right. I almost guarantee that, because I believe, my theory is that they found her on Cust Road on November 7th, removed her via the ambulance, took her to Bushman's family's funeral home, and brought her on a box next day.
Okay, so what does the funeral home have to do with, like, where's the correlation with the funeral home? What's the connection there?
Well, they asked the dog handlers if they could track her scent if she was placed in a vehicle and driven around, and the scent dogs go from Cust Road onto Q in the same direction where the Bushman family funeral home is. And Bushman was a reserve officer, Manitowoc Sheriff's Department. Third Right Command was brought in for 1 day.
Okay,
he arrives at 7:58 in the morning, never signs out of the checkpoint, but comes back just after 12:30.
Yeah, you signed everybody in and out.
Yeah, but he signs in, but never signs out, but then comes back in. He does it multiple times that day.
So who?
And we hear over the dispatch chatter, they're trying to find where he is, and he's nowhere to be found. And right before that, he's requesting them to bring the ambulance over to Cust Road. And what's the best way to move a body? In an ambulance.
Yeah. I'm not arguing with you. But you have to. So here's my take on that. My take on any kind of corruption. Corruption can only go so far. You can't have a bunch of people in on a corruption, because it's a house of cards. Like you have to have.
Why are they bringing in cadaver dogs for a missing persons case first, and then bring a scent dog?
But what my point is, you can't find that many people can't find the body, and you have an ambulance driver find the body who has no correlation, and later on, not like you'd have to threaten him with his life.
Another thing, when the ambulance leaves the command post, they don't write who's driving it.
Okay. So you can have, and this is what I'm saying. You can't have too many people in on a conspiracy. Like you can't have a bunch of people show up there.
Why Mark Uyghur was rescheduling people's shifts so he could keep the same people on the property the whole time. One of the officers was there for 36 hours straight before he went home.
So that would make. So I've always said that the correlation there is Ryan. I don't think it has anything to do with Bobby. That makes the Bobby things makes no sense.
Every time Teresa Halbach came to the Avery property prior, Bobby always made a distinct statement to Stephen, like, "Oh, I seen your girlfriend came again." Who's to say that when he's testifying in trial, he's recalling a different day?
What are you talking about?
He says that he's seen her walk towards his trailer.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Well, here's my thing on that. You can't see from his trailer.
Exactly.
I don't understand how that's just weird. I don't understand that, but okay.
And then they talk to Bobby first, and Bobby tells them, if you talk to Scott, he'll be able to say he's seen me. And they don't talk to Scott until 20 days after. Well, they talk to Bobby on the 5th, and then the 9th, and they don't talk to Scott till like the 20th. And every time they talk to Scott, his story changes. They even tell Chuck when they're talking to him on the 9th, "You want to give us a statement?" He tells them, "I already gave you my statement at Marinette, but this is your opportunity to change it."
Yeah. So here's
they tell Earl that they've been watching them for weeks. He's only been missing 10 days. Why are they watching them?
Who's watching? Say that again.
DCI agents are interviewing Earl Avery. They say that this interview happened on a day it didn't, for one. They have it happening on the 10th when it actually happened on the 9th. And they tried threatening him the whole damn interview. And they tell him he's been watching him for weeks.
The dad, right?
No, this is Earl Avery.
Earl, the brother. Okay, the brother. Okay, gotcha.
Steven's brother. The one that like David Beach, Teresa Halbach's cousin, searched the property on the 4th. He let them drive in there. No car. They did a flyover, which is edited. No car.
Yes. Yeah.
We got several people stated they've seen a vehicle, including Robert Fabian, who was Earl's friend, stated they've seen a vehicle at the turnaround. And then it's gone. And then Fabian faces his statement to be in a car that looks like Teresa's to be in a green Jeep.
Yeah.
So here's my take on it. I think, like I was saying, you have to have some connection somewhere. And I'm not saying, heck, I'm not even saying Steven didn't do it. I'm just saying 2 and 2 is not equaling 4 for anything. So, but the most plausible person would be. Here's kind of what I think maybe happened. I think she made it home, and it could have happened on Cuss Road. I think that because he'd been following her, at a party, so either he was following her or she made it home and he saw her at home. A argument ensued over something, and whether he meant to or not, he killed her. For whatever, on accident, the guy just pushed her, hit her head against something, whatever. My thing is if there's a connection between Ryan's dad, the Attorney General. So that would make, because here's and I bet you could probably find a connection between Ryan's dad and probably the sheriff or Wiegert or something. Wiegert's involved somehow, and I don't know if it's just the fact of covering up for, because there's agencies who are tight with each other. We've got agencies down here that that run hand, like for us, for example, we have a town next to us, New Hope, and they're a small agency like us. And we'll run together on calls. Like, they'll get a call, we'll go back them up. We get a call, they'll come and back us up, just because we're small. And then there's agencies that are next to each other that won't answer another call if somebody's dying, because they just don't get along. So I think that it was, hey, Ryan panics. Either he kills her on purpose or he kills her on accident for whatever reason. Or I don't know about that one. Makes a phone call to his dad and says, "Hey, I'm trying to revive Teresa. She hit her head. She's not breathing. I don't, she fell, whatever reason, whatever." He freaks out, calls dad. Dad makes a phone call to Wiegert or to the sheriff or whoever, or even to the Attorney General at that point.
The sheriff is General Pagels.
Yeah, there's a correlation there between something. I'm sure if you look hard enough, you'll find a correlation between the dad, or he killed her on accident, or killed her supposedly on accident, and then
they had Ryan Hilligus and Scott Blodorn were allowed on the Avery property.
I know. It doesn't make any.
But 2 days after that, he's on the news giving an interview with Mike Halbach right there, and they asked, "Oh, were you on the property?" "Oh, no, we were never on the property." And Mike's face tells a lot.
Yeah.
But I just find odd that, as far as Ryan Hilligus being a suspect, they don't start finding stuff other than the car until after they're allowed on the property.
Yeah, and so let me finish my take. I think either he killed her at Cuss Road, she made it home, he killed her there, and or after he killed her, he freaked out, didn't know what to do, kept her in the back of the RAV for a day or two, because nobody knows she's there, so nobody knows she's missing. So, and then he's like freaking out and talks to his dad and says, "Hey, I'm in trouble. Like Teresa got killed, and I don't know what to do." And so somehow, either through Wiegert, the sheriff, or the attorney general. And so what they do, this is my stretch that I don't have any proof for. My stretch is, I think that they have this body. They find out that it was Stephen Avery. They already know that Manitowoc is freaking out on, this lawsuit thing. Hey, we got to get rid of this body. My son didn't mean to do it. It happened accidentally. I hate that it happened, but my son's not going to prison for this. It's not going to look good. And I'm not going to have a part of this. I don't want him to have a part of this. So they come up with a plan of like, hey, we can kill two birds with one stone. We can get Ryan out of this. We can also pin this on Stephen Avery.
Exactly.
Pago's
a cousin of the Hallbox.
Yeah.
He's related.
So
the sheriff is so.
Yeah, and so you would think that him being close wouldn't, but in law enforcement, it's just weird. Like you don't have victims don't have a personality, if that makes sense. So that's what I've always said about
it's a problem.
The closure for Teresa, whatever crap.
Problem, not a person. Yeah.
Yeah. So here I think that either. And I may be totally wrong, but you always find 99% of the time you have to have a connection somewhere with something, and somebody you just don't end up with a body and then pinning it on. So I think the flyover, they didn't have drones back then. I think the flyover was to see where on Avery's property they could put the car, and so they're like, oh, we got to edit this part out. So I think that was the flyover. The flyover wasn't to look for a car. It was the place to look for where we could put the car.
They spent 20 minutes over the Avery property in the airplane, and we got 3.5 minutes.
Yeah. So you never see where it was at. So I fully believe that they were looking for a place to ditch the car, because hey, listen, because. I will tell you this about, and I teach leadership stuff. So I will tell you about people in power. People in power are usually very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? They need validation. They have low self-esteem as far as they worry about everything. A lot of people who are put into power, like a sheriff or something like that, if they're a lot of people like this. I could see where you got a retired sheriff who's still got some connections, and because they kind of get together and go, hey, listen, they're buddies, Poggle's buddies with the sheriff that was there, Patterson, and so. You got to think the old heads that have retired now are realizing that they're on the hook for they're talking about millions of dollars, and they're retired. So now you're talking about them taking everything they've got. I mean, I know several people who would kill for that. You know what I mean? Just I think it was a crime of convenience that the last person that was seen was with. They figured out that it was Stephen Avery. And I think they figured out a way that they could frame it on him and get Ryan out of the mess he was in. And because hey, listen, we know you didn't mean to kill her; it was an accident. She slipped and fell, hit her head. Listen, can't cry over spilt milk. She's gone now. So listen, let's make the best of this. Let's get you out of this trouble, because I'm close in with the Hallbox, and I have to do this full investigation into you now, and we've got this whole situation, and now they're going to want your head on a plate because, even though it was accidental, which may or may not have been, whatever, I'm close in with the Hallbuck family. I'm relatives of the Hallbuck family, and they're wanting, they're going to want me to do a full investigation to figure out, because his brother was, Teresa's brother was, just a hell on wheels as far as, like, I was talking to the media and pushing the issue for stuff. So I could just see if they found out that Ryan did something. And so I think that was like, hey, listen, we know you didn't have anything to do with this. This was an accident. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to make all this go away, and we're going to, listen, we got this guy. He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of trash. He's suing them for something they didn't do. And he's a scumbag. Everybody knows he's a scumbag, and it's going to cost him Manitowoc and everybody in there, all these people. So we're gonna take care of your problem and everybody else's problem at one time. I think it was a crime of convenience. So that's my take. I just don't know how to connect the dots, and it probably could have been up as high as the. I don't think it went up as high as the Attorney General, but I maybe. I've seen it go. Sure. For some, for it to go up. So I will.
Well, think about the 85 case. She says she does the DOJ investigation, and she says they didn't do anything wrong, even though it comes back that they did.
For identifying the wrong individual. That's what they blamed it on. No wrongdoing on behalf of the Sheriff's Department.
Right.
So after they arrested Stephen Avery and they got him in custody, he starts receiving harassing phone calls. And to better help ease Kenny Bernstein's mind, then they do the mugshot lineup.
Yeah.
And you got the Manitowoc Police Department telling the sheriff, I think you got the wrong guy. No, we don't. We got the right guy.
So I will tell you that I do know that people don't like to be wrong who are in power. And so there's people that will. So when you have dirt on, like the best people in corruption are people who have dirt on everybody else, or everybody owes them a favor of some kind. So it's going to make the Attorney General look bad because she's the one who did this with the investigation part of it, screwed that up. So now she's possibly on the hook. And so, hey, listen, we have to make the judges. I do know that the judges and the attorneys all fight in court and then turn around and go to lunch together at lunch and go hang out together at lunch. I mean,
sure.
They all know each other and they all have each other's backs. I know that Kratz was part of, it's like a fraternity with that. They all watch each other and nobody wants to see any, because the House of Cards crumbles. Because if you're somebody who you had a link to, with this, or they go, hey, remember this when I covered for you for this?
Mm-hmm.
My House of Cards is about to crumble. You need to help me out, because if not, I'm going to have to sing like a songbird, on this thing that I helped you out over here. So the corruption that I've been a part of and I've known usually in turn makes people corrupt guilty by association, and they're good people. They just get stuck in a bad situation. I think that's what Colbert did. I think Colbert is too dumb to realize that he got hoodwinked into, because you need a culpable person that's going to say, hey, nothing was involved. You don't see Link talking to anybody. Link ain't said a word to nobody. Like, I don't see him all over the news. You got Colburn going, well, listen, I didn't have no part, and I think he fully believes that he didn't have any part to do with it. I fully believe that he thinks he does. That's just me.
Well,
but
it makes sense.
I could be wrong.
That makes sense.
And it makes, so he's going around stinging to the media like, well, and he's talking on Making a Murder. He's talking on Cam. He's talking on this, and they just got this out of whack because I was there. And so, I was there. Jim just happened to see the key. Well, you didn't see Jim throw the key, toss the key down before he left, and then come back and go, hey, look at the key. I think Link is corrupt in the fact that he just goes along with the sheriff, whatever the sheriff told him to do, that's what he's going to do because Steve's a piece of shit. So, we got to put this guy away because if not, everybody's ass is on the line. And, Link has connections. Link is corrupted somehow, whether culpable or just by association.
Like Sapper Cop just said, Colburn helped cover up the Hostetler murder too. Now I don't know if you know about that as well. I don't
know about that.
That is kind of related. Ricky Hostetler was a 16-year-old boy at 15. He
was run over, wasn't he?
Run over, yes. And they think it was probably a cop, and they're covering for that cop. And yeah, the Hermans and all the same guys, all the same fucking guys were involved in that.
It's the same. But
they're all fucking bad.
I have a hard time believing, and he may be. I'm not saying he's not. I just have a hard time. I think there's people that I know that are corrupt who don't know they're corrupt. Like they are corrupt just because of the people that they're with, and the people using they're patsies, and they just go along with it. And because
Sapper, yeah, I know what you mean, and I don't doubt that that's a possibility in this case. Sapper, do you know what he did exactly in the Hostetler case? Like, do you think it's possible that he could have not been aware that he was helping cover up? Yeah, it was. Oh, I'm sure you're right. It was one of the Herman brothers. That's what I think too. But
who's the Herman brothers?
Well, one of them ended up being sheriff, and the other he opened a salvage yard. Who was in competition, I guess, who took over the contract with the sheriff's office. Right, because they were trying to put, the Averys out of business for years. Everybody's been trying to put them out of business so they'd sell their property. So one of the Herman brothers opened a salvage yard and took the contract from the sheriff's office that they had. So they were no longer getting all those cars, which killed it hurt their business really bad. And just a side note, Carla, I just talked to Carla a couple of days ago. She said that since Making a Murder's come out, their business has been just down. It's so bad. It's been so much worse. Like the business was cut in half after Making a Murder even.
Whose business?
Avery Salvage Yard, yeah. You'd think it would have gone back up after...
Making a Murder or Cam?
After Making a Murder, the business has been cut in half, which surprises me. You'd think it would have gone up, Yeah, Todd Herman.
It's always the same people. That's the thing. It's always.
It is.
And I know people that are, like I said, like when I told you about that corrupt, that went all the corrupt captain. It went all the way up to the AG's office here.
This does too.
And so that's not people like. Well, I don't believe. Well, whether you believe it or not, it's politics. It's
right.
It's everything.
It is politics,
law enforcement, whatever. And you use your political clout for good or bad, and you can use it for both. I mean, it's you kind of sometimes have to. What's the word they use is turn a blind eye for things because it's for the greater good. Yeah. And I think that's if Colburn is anything, I think Colburn got talked into. He's a piece of trash. And listen, he's trying to set everybody up and whatever. And so I think that's fully what's going on with it. But I may be wrong. He may be the ringleader.
No, he's not. He's definitely not. Okay, so
I tell you who is the ringleader, but
Colburn would be an ideal patsy if shit ever went.
Oh yeah.
Yes, he would. He would.
Yeah, and because you don't question anything. Why you question anything? You don't question anything because.
But the only problem with that plan is Colburn wasn't there when they found the bullet. He was there when they found all the other stuff, but he wasn't there when they found the bullet. Link was though.
No, they don't need him. They don't need him there for everything.
Why not? Because if they're planting evidence and they get caught planting, and he goes down for it, well, he didn't plant the fucking bullet, and that may be by design. Oh, he couldn't have planted the evidence because you're trying to say he planted the bullet. He wasn't there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
it's his defense.
You can tell Colbert and be like, look, we found a bullet that had her DNA on it. You're just helping us plant evidence on somebody we know is guilty.
Right.
You see, there's other evidence. So
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
While they're interviewing Brendan Dassey, Wendy Baldwin goes to the Avery property while all the other law enforcement are with the evidence. The day before, they just learned that he was killed with a bullet in his skull. Why is Wendy Baldwin going to the Avery property prior to them getting the search warrant?
I didn't know she did.
It's in dispatch logs. I've been over everything I could possibly find, and Bobby Dassey and Mike Robinson killed Teresa Halbach. That's my conclusion.
My internet cut out for some reason. Say that again.
I said, after everything I've been over through, all the documents, all the audio, everything we have, Bobby Dassey and Michael killed Teresa Halbach. I'm a bet 100% on that.
And is that his buddy?
Yeah.
That's his best friend.
Mike
Okay.
Osmondson.
They spend every day together.
So,
But not the week that Teresa disappeared. He even denies being on the property when law enforcement knew he was and completely ignored it.
because of the flyover, they saw it, right?
Crack even uses him in trial, but doesn't bring him in to make the statement about hiding a body.
Yeah.
And then
Because it was a lie.
Bobby
that
fucked
day.
up in 2017 and says they heard about it the day that after he was reported missing. It's so stupid.
He said what? 2017?
He said they found out they knew she was missing on Tuesday,
The day after.
the first.
The day after she went missing. Yeah.
Which nobody did.
Not
Because nobody knew
reported. She wasn't reported missing
that-
yet. It was the day after she went missing. Yeah.
Yeah, because
It's like when they asked
was
Bobby,
second, right?
have you ever helped anybody hide a body? Oh, I got a story for you. And then he goes on to recite what happened when they were talking by the burn barrel, which they found part of Teresa in and the Dasseys. Everybody overlooked that.
She wasn't in the burn. I mean, she was never found. She was never burned in the burn barrel. I'd tell you that. That's impossible.
She
It's
wasn't
impossible.
burned in there, but
Here's
she
the
was
question
transported in there. Okay.
Here's my question on the burn barrels, right? You gotta have a fire so hot in there. How could there be any burn barrel left?
But so I did.
It would be.
I studied it. So incinerators. This is what I've learned in burning a body. Incinerators are burn at 1700 degrees, and the fire has to be hot enough, like over the 1,000 range, to even penetrate into the bones. Like you can have it like lower temperature, but you're talking about days versus hours. So a burn barrel melts. A burn barrel disintegrates at 1,200 degrees. In order to burn a body, you would have to. In order to burn a body, you'd have to have 50 tires to get the heat level enough in a burn barrel to keep the burning up enough to keep it several days. You have to burn 50 tires to do that. And I will tell you from having a 55-gallon drum and looking at a tire, there is no. I don't care how small she was. You can't hardly fit a little kid in a burn barrel with a tire.
Well,
There's a case here in 2000.
if you had 50 tires burning, everybody in the county would be able to see that.
But yeah, and here's the other thing nobody talks about. I've smelled burning flesh. I've smelled
Same.
dead body, burning flesh. You don't forget that, and you smell it everywhere.
And you smell it for at least 2 weeks.
You smell it like that's
Think about it every
not
time
a
the
smell.
McRib comes back.
Yeah,
There's another case here in Wisconsin, happened in 2021. This guy killed two of his employees, and over a 4-day period tried burning both their bodies,
Yep.
and there's still more of their bodies left than Teresa.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And so in order to,
Except for the one bone fragment they needed to get DNA from. That was not burned. That was just perfectly enough.
Yeah. How convenient
so
is that?
so you have to like, it takes talent to burn a body that, like, you're talking. Can it be done? Yes, and it has been done. People have
So
burned
absolutely,
bodies.
completely, except for one part of the hip.
What do you mean?
Well, they were able to get DNA off of part of a hip fragment.
Yeah, you can
Shin
you
bone.
can, well,
I'm just saying, everything else was completely burned up except for one part was like.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
you
in
look at
order
the
to
pictures,
in order
it
to
doesn't look
in
hard
order to
burn.
do that, when you destroy DNA to that level, you have to have an incinerator to do that. And even then, now technology they can get. That's the reason why they're it's because
Have you watched Convicted of Murder?
I've watched parts of Convicting Murder.
Okay.
I've watched like first couple.
In episode 8, this
I didn't watch that episode.
pet dog handler tries to claim when they burned her body in the burn pit, her skin cells were carried away in the smoke and ash and deposited in the berm behind Steven's house. And that's what her dog was. And that's what her dog was detecting. 9
And they got that
days.
idea from what forensic study?
9 days.
Yeah.
9 days
It
after
is
and was supposedly burned in the burn pit.
So you can
No
burn a body
chance.
in a burn barrel, but I keep telling I'm telling you that I'm going to take a picture and do it. But if you try to put a tire in a burn barrel, they'd have to cut up the tires, number one. But even with cutting up tires, if you had a full tire, like, you could barely put, like, you'd have to dismember the body to put it in there because it's not going to fit. I know
Well,
it's too small. But
And where's the 50 tires worth of belts and wires and shit? That's
there's
inside
two
of the
belts.
tire.
Yeah, there's two belts. There's two
two
tires.
tires. What
Two-
Steven said
yeah.
too. Two.
And there's that's not a thing that you either have one or the other. Either you have enough heat to do it quick, or you have enough time to do it with less heat. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. So you got to have several days. And you know what burning flesh smells like for several days? Everybody in that whole neighborhood
Doesn't
around there
matter.
would know. You probably smell it out by the highway.
Doesn't matter if
and-
you
and
if
Better
you do
off
it
using a box of remote flares, really.
if you do
And
it one day.
Yeah.
You do it one day, it's still gonna smell. It's
Yeah,
still gonna
you-
smell
your
for a
burn
long
barrels can
time.
smell.
There's gonna be a big pile of grease underneath that barrel that soaked
Yeah.
into the
There you
ground.
go. That
That didn't get burned up. There's gonna be all kinds of crap in there.
So
Dogs will be able
I'm,
to smell it. People walking by will be able to smell it. Unless
Yeah.
they had it in some kind of containment. I
But-
mean, it's gonna
Yeah,
soak down into the ashes as it's sizzling
So-
and burning.
so Stephen Avery has to be super smart to know how to. We didn't have YouTube and everything back then. I mean, we may have, but not just know how to burn a body. You know,
no,
Um,
no, I don't think.
you have to
Well,
know
maybe.
how to
Yeah, there
burn a
was.
body.
Yeah, there was.
And so, in order for so let's hypothetically say that he actually did kill her. Okay, he didn't burn her in an open pit because you can't trap enough heat. You have to have something you trap heat in. And that's the reason why incinerators are in a concrete, they're in a sealed, area so the heat can't escape. Heat rises, so it can't be in an open flame. You know how hot you have to have that open flame? Like, that was 50 tires in a contained area.
Well,
So
they would have
if you
set the
get-
garage on fire with something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, exactly. So my thing is if he did it, and like I said, you show me enough evidence, I believe Stephen did it. But I mean, the 2 and 2 is not equal 4 here for anything. So but if he did do it, he'd have to do it in the only thing he would have access to. I don't know how big the incinerators were. Does anyone know how big the incinerators were on the property?
Well,
There's
one
two
was
incinerators on property.
really big.
They had the wood
Incinerator-
burning one.
So
But it
what,
wasn't,
so
it wasn't
what was he?
Just like the smelter wasn't functional either.
Okay, so they weren't. Okay, so there was no chance of them. And they even
No.
said that that was a non-issue.
Right.
So you're gonna have to go somewhere that. So what he'd have access to as maybe like a septic tank, like that they haven't buried, or something like concrete like that. So you can get, but you still have to know you still have to know pyrotechnics. You still have to know fires. You still have to like
Impossible.
That's there's no way that
It's
there's no way
impossible.
he burned. Well, I think Millville, I think your assessment, whatever was on Custer Road, and possibly taking the ambulance. Hey,
and the only reason they removed Bear from the property because they had the assumption that he ate whatever was left after he in the fire pit. They didn't remove him because they thought that he was there. They removed him for the only reason was to test his feces.
Yep.
Because on the 10th of November,
poop.
They call back and say, yeah, we got what you requested, the dog poop.
Yep. Poop. And they collected poop.
Retarded.
Yeah.
Retarded.
It's gross. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I don't. That just. If he was reserve officer, if you said that the funeral guy was a reserve officer for me as well.
Yeah, Michael Bushman. His family is associated with the funeral home.
Like how close?
His wife's family owns it.
So like I said, so there you'd have to have. So my guess would be that they incinerated. You can't bring too many people. That's the whole thing, that you can't bring too many people in on a scandal, because somebody's going to sing. Somebody's gonna have a guilty conscience. Somebody's gonna, unless they have some skin in the game, they're gonna sing. That's just either fear or being part of it. So I don't see.
Well, there's Coburns.
I think
he said.
I think more.
He said he was afraid that they might add him to the lawsuit. That he considered it.
Well,
he considered it.
I don't.
No, he did. He said he considered it, and that's something. That's some kind of a reason to, hey, do this thing, and by the way, keep your mouth shut.
So
that he might be the patsy.
I
but
think
keep your mouth shut is the thing.
I even told Allie that I think that either he was incinerated somewhere. I'm guessing that it would have been a farmer of some kind that would have an incinerator for like a cows or a vet or something. That we got
the sticky note. Somebody wrote a note and dropped it off in Green Bay, stating that he was burnt in smoke at aluminum foundry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about that.
The Sikiki letter?
So much,
yeah.
So much you don't. I watched this shit unfold back in 2005 in real time. Watching Golden first. I've been researching this shit for the last 7 years.
So where was the smelter at then?
It didn't say.
Didn't say.
Just said,
misspelled and stuff.
Body was burnt in smelter on November 4th, was it?
Yep.
See, November 4th, and it says something about
no audio at all for November 4th for Manitowoc whatsoever.
Yeah, Sikikey. Nobody knows what the hell that means. Sikiki or something.
Oh yeah, this is the key. Nope.
Yeah.
So that would. So I've always said that you can't have too many people in on it. So the funeral home, it's plausible, but again, you're bringing more people in that don't have the skin in the game.
Oh.
So
I would.
Bushman is the third right-hand man. He was involved in the investigation of Ricky Hochfelder.
Okay, so did he work at the funeral home at all? Did he know how to operate an incinerator?
I really don't know much about that, but all I know is that he was brought in for one day and one day only, and he disappeared, and nobody could find him. And then right around the time, like, they bring in the
didn't write a report
to come in. Yeah, he didn't write none of them wrote reports about anything they did. They wrote on the sign in, sign out sheets when they allegedly found the bone fragment in the burn pit.
Yeah, I have no clue on like that. It just boggles my mind. So that would make sense if he knew how to operate the incinerator. Because I just don't see him getting somebody family member pulled into it.
On November 7th, they bring in Loof and Sarah Foskey to use Teresa to track her scent. She had 2 things to do that she wanted to do. She wanted to go through where the RAV4 was found and where she was last seen taking photos of the van. They take her over to the RAV. He does her little scenting. That's around 10:30. He gets done around maybe 12:30. And instead of her going to her second point of being there, the van, they direct her to go over to Jambo Creek and 147 because they seen crows flying in the sky. This is the same time that Bushman is MIA, don't know where he is. They then bring her over to the van, and Luke goes straight to Cuff Road, and then they stop him from searching and bring him back the next day. Well, at 12:30 p.m., we have a phone call of dispatch about somebody calling in because they just overheard on a police scanner that they found a body. Why, when they're talking to Stephen Avery on November 9th, they reference Teresa Hallbach as they found her body. Even the goddamn dog handler says they found her body.
Body. Not remains.
Not bones.
Not
Body.
bones. Yeah, body. That's.
So I
I got questions you can't answer. I know. Trust me. I've been running through my head.
Yeah, and that's so.
And
You can't have so you're talking you have time. We have time. You can get away with something for a short period of time, but people have guilty consciences, especially when they're not corrupt. So to stay for a bunch of people to stay quiet on something, the more people you have involved, if the dog handler knows, if the ambulance person knows, or like you said, that he could have taken an ambulance, and, whatever. But there's only a handful of people that can know what the corruption is. That and you can explain it away.
Bushman.
look at the sign-in sign sheets for November, and then go look at the sign-in sign sheets for March. Match the names. That's who's involved because they brought back in the same people.
Yeah, but who's to say Bushman didn't drive the ambulance? He was there.
Oh yeah.
Why not?
I don't know.
Or
No, but Officer Cedar left. He's the one that comes back with Bushman.
what
But
about?
Bushman never signed out.
Yeah,
did
he didn't sign out because he left in a fucking ambulance, right?
Yeah, the ambulance leaves. They don't document who's driving it.
That's what I'm saying.
So,
I mean, Bushman
They
driving.
documented who was driving it when he came in.
Yeah.
So are you thinking that? Are you thinking on your assessment? Are you thinking that they found the body by chance on Cuss Road, or do you think that they knew about the body? Like, what is your? Tell me what your thoughts are on that. You think that they found the body, and then we're gonna, we know Stephen Avery's involved. We're just gonna go ahead and,
Why is Andrew Colborn stating that in dispatch? You can hear him walking by whoever had the radio on, and hear him say, Teresa Hallbach is west of Avery. Where's Cuff Road? West of Avery.
Hey, excuse me.
Why didn't they let Loof into the taped off area? And there's nothing to find here.
No parking.
They said they found a bag of peat moss buried in the ground.
yeah.
Why is
Do you think that?
why Bushman requests a shovel? And what does Brutus find? A shovel.
He hits on the shovel, yeah.
Man,
He hits on the shovel. So do you think, Millbilly, that Bushman was sent there because somebody knew that she was there at Cuss Road.
He arrived there with Robert Herman.
So you think Herman knew that she was there and they brought him in because he needed to clean up?
Saying, do we have a body on the 5th? Like he knows he's dead.
Yeah. So, yeah, they know she's dead, but...
Jacobs was there on the 3rd whenever they found. And why did they delay so long to go talk to Zipper?
Till, what, 7?
And when did Colborne actually talk to Stephen Avery? Because he's walking into Menards at 7:21. And prior to that, they had to drive to Menards. Not to mention, he had to leave and then come back.
It was before. It was before. He talked to Colburn before.
After they left Menards, Stephen went to go put money on Jody's books, and he's back in time to get a phone call and talk to her on the jail phone.
Yeah.
At his house.
Yeah. And Colburn was there before.
Actually, yeah, but if you watch Convicted of Murder, their time frame, what they say, doesn't make sense.
Okay, here's something. Because, are you sure? Yeah, you are. About the Menards time exactly on the 3rd, because...
Yeah, they're walking in at 7:21, and they're walking out at 8. They were there for 1 hour. Not to mention after they walked up our doors, they had to go over to the lumber yard and get the lumber that they purchased, and then go to the sheriff's department, and then go back home.
Yeah.
So,
okay, so Colburn is supposed to be there around...
Is this documented like, through
yes.
video cameras or anything?
Yes.
Yeah, video cameras. Stephen gets off the phone with Jody at his mom's house roughly around 5:45 p.m.
Hush.
And then he even states that he told Bobby and them that the cops was just there looking for that girl. Bobby has something to do. And Stephen even states when he seen the lights by his trailer, he assumed they might have been Bobby leaving.
So where do you think the RAV4's been all this time?
At the turnaround?
Turnaround at Cuss Road?
No.
No, the turnaround is on 147 between Scott's trailer and Stephen's property.
It's by the bridge.
Is it hid?
No.
No, because several people see it there.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why
Kevin Bramlow. He sees it there on the 3rd of November and talks to Colborn on the 4th. Why do we have no audio at all for the 4th of November, but we have a printout of dispatch call for that day? Why Paul Roberts 2 times right after noon, and Paul Roberts is the guy that removed the RAV4 from the property on the 5th.
Yeah, he's a tow truck driver.
They also bring you back in November. He's also the Maryville fire chief.
So, okay, so here's I'm trying to think this through. So how does Ryan and Ham's Walk of God play into this? Like, what is your take on that? Like, that's.
Well, he thinks it's Bobby, so I would like to know more specifically.
I mean, there ain't no way that she just went to the RAV4. That's too much coincidence. That's the reason why I think Ryan's involved. But I'm open to suggestions. But
Ryan's involved.
She was tipped off somehow. I don't know if, but why would Ryan? Ryan's too. So he is the he is the poster child of what a person who is guilty of in a crime with a lover, like that kills somebody or is involved in something. He's the poster child of the actions that happen.
Yes.
Like that's my
perfectly.
He's there to help. He's so I'm not saying you're wrong, because I mean because Kathleen thinks evidently that it's 100%. So I'm trying to figure out where does Ryan play part?
Her investigator doesn't.
Do what?
Her investigator doesn't. Her investigator thinks I'm right.
Well, I think that, and two, you got to explain away the day planner too.
That's the problem.
Well, somebody hung up flyers at Manitowoc on the 3rd of November because we got Officer Ryan Gilbert calling the Manus Park Dispatch, inquiring about them flyers and if the dead girl could possibly be Carmen Bootwall. And then the dispatcher says no, because Carmen Bootwall was my neighbor.
Okay, so who's doing flyers on the 3rd?
Right. Exactly. Who did it?
They're not. Yeah, because the flyers weren't picked up by Ryan until the next day, the morning.
So who put a flyer up at the Cenex?
Exactly.
Is that the gas station?
How the hell is
it?
it? Fuck,
Jack
because
Colborn.
it's before the cops
That's the
even
one
get
that's
there.
there.
Jesus Christ! What time? What time did the guy see Colburn at Cenex?
In the afternoon on the 4th?
On the 4th.
Yep. He's seen the car on the 3rd. Seen the officer on the 4th. That's when he's seen the flyer and mentioned to the cop, hey, I seen that car parked down there.
Oh, no. He saw the flyer on the 4th. And he's like, hey.
He's seen the car on the 3rd.
Yeah. He's like, hey.
And he's
hey,
officer on the 4th, too.
Right. So, there's no flyer up on the 3rd. It's up on the 4th.
According to Officer Ryan Gilbert, there was. It's in dispatch.
Well, I don't know how that is even possible. Why would anybody do that? That seems so stupid.
So
this doesn't seem possible.
So what's your take on how Ryan's involved? You think he's involved at all?
He's asking you, Millbilly, because he knows my answer.
No, I don't believe so.
So how do you explain away the Pam Walker God?
He was led by God. I don't know.
Well, if you're gonna go with the Bobby thing, maybe Earl told her to go that way for some reason. That's all I could think of.
Earl let somebody drive right in there.
Yeah, I mean, I know he didn't give a shit. He was gonna let people search, but
same day, same fucking day.
I can totally see Earl doing that too. He
Earl's
has no problem.
Part of their whole family's dysfunctional, but if he.
Well, how do you explain the day planner? That's the biggest question. How do you explain the day planner? How does it get back to her place if it's Bobby? Bobby surely doesn't take it there. No more than Stephen or Brendan did. That's the problem. That's the problem that I have. It's the only problem. I can see the Bobby theory, cool, everything. Yeah, wonderful. But the only problem is day planner. Explain that.
She wrote in the day planner when the auto trader calls, giving her information, and she writes it in the day planner while she's on the road, going in between Stevens, at Stevens' deal.
No.
Before that, right? There was something wrote in there that it could only be done during that day.
It's not Auto Trader. It's Debbie.
Yeah, that's right. It was a hustle shot.
It was customers calling her.
Yeah, but I'm saying something was wrote. She wrote something in that day.
Yeah.
And then, the day planners, Ryan happened to. So I also have a really bad problem with him knowing all of her passwords. Like, that's not a thing.
He's stalking her.
He in 2005, right around that time, I just got U.S. Cellular phone, and I had gone online on the computer to look at my account, and that's where I set everything up. I made my own username, I made my own password. But why I was doing that for the first time, it would have been the same scenario.
Right, exactly. You're right. So it wasn't hard to do it online, but somebody accessed her voicemail from a different phone that wasn't hers on the morning of the 3rd.
Mike said he did that.
Not on the morning of the 3rd.
But he said he accessed their voicemail and deleted a few. We have the ones that were left.
On the 3rd.
What?
I know he did that on the 4th, but on the morning of the 3rd, before she's even reported missing, Mike's not looking for her. someone got into her voicemail on the morning of the 3rd before she's reported missing.
Tom Pierce is the one that tips off Karen there might be something wrong because he hasn't talked to her in a few days.
Exactly. Or an ex is stalking her.
He also went to Green Bay Police Department and filed a report himself too.
Good. Somebody needs to be paying attention that somebody's, not been seen, that or answering her phone, and that's not usual.
Who went to Green Bay? Who went to Green Bay and filed a report?
Her business partner. He's her
Whose partner?
Yeah, her business partner at the photo studio.
Oh, the photo. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I
have a problem with the day planner. I have a problem with the walk of God. I have a problem with him being allowed on him being I don't care. I can tell you how I know for a fact law enforcement usually treats. Like, if you have an alibi, I don't care if you have 14 alibis, you're still looked at as a suspect.
Yeah, like Steven.
Or
he had, 13?
Yeah.
13 or
yeah,
something?
I mean, you're still looked at and still, like, okay, so you got an alibi, so...
Doesn't matter.
How other way could this have happened? You're the number one suspect. I can tell you right now, out of any crime of passion where somebody comes say crime of passion, what is it? Didn't mean that. Any crime where a person is missing, the first person you always look to is the closest people to them. So, like that's a given. Like when's the husband seen them last? When's the boyfriend seen them last? When's whatever the person who is closest to him, which would be a spouse.
Yeah.
When's the last time they have seen them? They are the number one suspect.
Always.
Unless, and it's not a fact of, okay, well, they got an alibi. You still look at that and you still keep them as a,
you have
on
to
the
check.
Suspect list.
Yes.
He
That's
he
the
wasn't even on
problem.
the suspect list, but still, and I granted, I think the suspect list, how they're listing the suspect list, I think that all means people that might have some kind of knowledge, as far as like not so much as the illicit suspect. I think because how in hell's bells are you going to have Jody on the suspect list when she's been in jail for what, a couple months at this point, a month or two? I don't know. She ain't even, she ain't got nothing to do with this. But yet she's on the suspect list, which tells me that suspect list just means people who might know something.
Yes.
Yeah, Ryan or Scott's not on that. They're not, hey, listen, nope, they're not on that. He has here's my biggest thing. You've got a girl that's missing, and then all of a sudden he, quote unquote, guesses passwords. Nah, I don't. That's a huge red flag for me. I'm not even a detective, and I can tell you right now that's a huge red flag for me.
Same.
Like, you just come up with this password all by yourself. Just kind of guess it. There, Sparky. Like,
no.
That's not a.
Come on, that immediately should have been suspicious. Like.
Yeah, that like it isn't like listen. I've been up 3 days trying to figure out stuff, and I just came across trying her last name with her middle name with the pets and her favorite number and unicorns or whatever.
I don't even think they asked.
Possibly that. No, because he was there. Wiegert was there when he was doing it.
He said they just put it in and it popped right up. So,
I have a question. How often do dispatchers ask a blood type when they're giving a missing persons report?
It depends on who asks.
If they're asking the parents.
The dispatcher was asking her mom.
I haven't ever heard it, but only if they're asking a parent, maybe.
Yeah, I don't see that being. I think it's kind of weird, but I don't see it being weird as far as like definitely being.
I don't either.
Hair color, because blood type.
Because if they find blood,
that it is. Yeah,
but
if they find blood,
but not enough to test or something like for DNA.
But like hair color,
maybe I don't know.
Back then
tattoos.
We don't ask for blood type.
Scars.
We can do.
Sorry.
Yeah, they're probably asking 1,400 different questions. I see that's kind of weird. Like, why would you ask blood type? But again, that may have been part of their. That may have been. So you got to think in these departments. Like, I've seen log stuff that was created like in the 70s. That we still not to. I'm saying from back then. Like, who came up with we have computers now that can make this stuff. Why we have somebody we kept copying something, kept copying something. So who knows what they may have had some kind of weird checklist that they had back, from the 50s or 60s, and for dispatchers,
before DNA.
I don't find that weird. Yeah, before DNA, I don't find that weird. DNA used to be a big. Blood type used to be a big thing.
Yeah, it did.
Now the only reason you need blood type is for a immediate, transfusion. They got kits now that you can turn around and find a blood type. I carry my blood type on my drag bag, just so in case, because I'm gonna be in a firefight at that point, and then because they see I'm A positive, at that point. But that's not a thing. But it used to be. That was a thing.
Sure.
So I don't see that being a thing. I don't see that. I see it being a non-issue. But there's too many coincidences with Ryan and.
No, I still want to hear an answer about this. What do you think about the day planner, Mobley? Because I have gone through the whole, what Zellner says about Bobby and stuff, and I can even add some more shit. But I still have a problem because that Bobby theory does not explain the day planner, how to get back to her house, So how does it get back to her house if anyone other than Ryan or Scott did it?
Good question. I don't have an answer for it.
See, now don't you think that if you... I'm not going to say that your theory is wrong just because you can't answer it, but it should be a big question mark. Why is this a gap in my story? Like, if I'm going to have a theory...
Who hung the flyer up in Manitowoc?
Where does it say that there was definitely a flyer up? But because all I can think of is what you're saying is the guy who saw the RAV was telling someone that I saw the RAV yesterday because I'm seeing a flyer now. Hey, I'm seeing this flyer right now. I'm telling the officer that I'm seeing right now. Hey, I saw that RAV4 yesterday. But obviously didn't think anything of it because there's no flyer at that point. He didn't think anything of it. But it's something you notice. Yeah. Right, that's what I'm asking. Yeah. Because I don't doubt you. I'm just saying, where are you getting that there was definitely something on the 3rd? Holy, what the hell was that?
Sorry.
What was that?
I was sitting on
That was
the soundboard. I'm so sorry. My name's Erin.
It's okay. Hi, Erin.
So I joined. I didn't want to, hear what you were hearing, but I noticed somewhere you said welcome to everybody. So I thought
Yes,
I'd join and listen.
absolutely. Hold on. I got to turn you up because I can't hear you very well. I'm going to see if I can figure out how the hell to do that.
I click on the
Welcome to Discord with us and everything. Let me, where is it at? How do you do it? Oh, I see. You be quiet. Be quiet. There we go. That's so cool. So you got your thing just doing all kinds of stuff. Did you hear
Oh,
it?
no, it's just
Yeah, I
you
heard
can
it.
do that with the soundboard.
That's cool. I love it.
So
Oh,
I
wait. Hold on. What were you going to say? You heard, we said something and that's what made you jump on. What was that about?
Oh, no, I've been following this since it came out and Making a Murderer because I'm a law graduate and I absolutely am interested in listening to the armchair lawyers and attorneys and people because whoever, the guys that were representing him originally, they missed the plot. They're great guys.
Did,
But what
yes.
they should have done was proven him innocent instead of trying to prove Manitowoc guilty. Because ever since Ricky Hostetler, they've been guilty. I mean, they were guilty. They knew that.
Yeah.
That's a thing. And what they needed to do was go ahead and say, okay, let's look at this and figure out why he's not responsible. Instead of going, let's look at this and figure out why, Manitoba County is guilty for making him look responsible. Because they've got all the money. He didn't have the money.
Right.
And now he has all the reasons not to even run a stop sign. If they want to know, what is it where they said, if you bring somebody else into the case, I can't remember what it's called. But if you bring somebody else into the case and say they were responsible, you have to prove motive. Well, they never proved motive for Stephen Avery. Do you think somebody that's getting that much money from the county is just going to randomly kill some girl that comes by to take pictures?
Right.
That's ridiculous. Move on. I'm going to shut up. I was listening to you guys. You guys are great.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I was just making sure that I upgraded you and all the other people that have joined. So welcome all of you. That's wonderful. Makes me super happy. So what were you gonna say, Jeremy? Clear? Oh, okay. Nan's Life. Oh, Mike Hallbuck was at. Okay, cool. So Nan's Life said in chat.
I don't know.
Yeah, Mike Hallbuck was at a bar in the area of Avery Salvage Yard on November 3rd. There's a news interview.
November 4th.
November 4th?
Yeah, I did. I put the video on my channel.
Okay.
It's just south of Avery, of Manitowoc, the bar they're at. But they went to all the bars in all the areas.
Yeah, okay. So what have I done here? There we go. So we were reading this email, and we never did make it to the part that he had the question or the issue with. I guess I'll wait for him, but either way, I keep forgetting about this. Woo! Now that he's not here, he'll probably be right back. I was gonna say, now that he's not here, we don't have this back discussion going like it was crazy. Oh, Dee, I need to turn you up too, because you're awfully quiet.
Phone call completed.
Oh, there he goes. Hi. Welcome.
Hey, I got kicked for some reason. I think it's because I was leaving
It was
my
me.
office.
I kicked you. No, I'm kidding.
What I missed? Which you what? Could you? What was she saying about the? She was just giving that theory of they should have been going after him because something.
Oh, you cut out. What'd you say? The theory that somebody what?
Oh, I was listening to her, the lady who was just talking.
Yes.
And it cut out right when she wondered why he's hurting. Yes.
I'm Erin.
Hi, Erin.
Hi. What is it? I was just trying to figure out why it was that they would say that you can't bring. There's an actual legal term for it, but I can't remember what it is, which is horrible.
Oh, you're gonna say the Denny motion?
Yeah, when you bring someone in who wasn't originally part of the case, and someone else just left. Am I causing this?
No, that was Millbilly. There he is.
Oh, okay. But when someone is introduced as a possible suspect, there is stipulations involved. Like there's requirements for that to be a possibility, and one is motive.
Right.
But my question is, where was the motive for Stephen Avery to do anything but wait for his money to arrive? What was he like?
Thank you. That's my. I've been saying the whole time that you have to follow things back to like who had motive, who had skin in the game, who as far as the corruption goes, who had and that's what we've been discussing for the last 2 or 3 hours. But you follow. Think there has to be connections somewhere, and you may not know all the connections, but like what does like you Stephen was a piece of crap. There's no denying that, but he was so what we call white trash. He was just he's the kind of person, if I went to arrest him,
He's
just
bad dude.
get in the car, just
Just
like,
get in the car.
get in the car. Like, what are you doing? Like, she swore out a warrant against you because you probably hit her when you were drunk last week. Retard, get in the car. It's just he's just a good old boy as far as just like to me. Either he's a mastermind at lying, or there's no way he could do any of the stuff. And you don't have people. There's people that I know that are just pieces of garbage, but they're at heart. They would never lie to you. Like they may steal from you, but they'll tell you they did it. Hey, did you steal? Did you steal it, Chainsaw? Man, I needed $20. I did. I stole it. And I'm sorry. I'll do everything I can to pay it back. And you can't trust them or anything, but they won't lie to you. Hey, did you? And I fully believe that's the way.
Okay.
I feel that's the way Steve is.
Well, okay.
Well, Steve's not a liar. He's admitted to everything else that he's been accused of.
Right.
Even running Standard Morris off the road.
Yeah, I was
Fessed up to it.
Back to Aaron's point.
So I don't. Somebody was arguing with me in the chat.
Sapper Cop.
Arguing with me.
Every
What?
cop,
Sapper
every
Cop.
cop used to be a cop too.
Yeah, no, this was in the.
In that other chat. Yeah. Okay. Did he do it? The Defense Diaries. Yeah.
Saying that correct me if I'm wrong on this, because you took some legal stuff, and illegal I don't know a whole lot of. But if you take because an attorney cannot lie for you. Like, if an attorney knows something, an attorney cannot lie for you if they are asked on the stand from a judge. Now, that's the reason why they tell you, they'll do everything they can to weasel their way around things and make one, don't lie to your lawyer. But if they know for a fact you did it, and so they said it was grandstanding, like, for her just to look good, that even if she found out that Stephen did stuff that she can't, because, she said that she'd do everything she could to make sure he stays behind bars if he finds us lying. So is there a way, if he's, in order to take on the case, if one of the conditions are, hey, listen, if you're lying to me, you're not my client anymore, and I'm going to turn, I'll tell everything that I know. Is that a thing that you can? Because the condition is, can they cannot at all?
No, the attorney-client privilege disallows the counsel to divulge any of the information of their client.
Right.
But
But
if-
she could, Zona
but if-
herself could personally say, I will not represent a guilty person if she wants to, because she's her own boss.
That's her reputation on
Right.
the line.
Yes. So my question is, can she, if she finds out something, even though, like, it's kind of like a what's the word?
A mandatory reporter, right? Like a mandatory reporter, like a priest, maybe. Being told
What I'm
somebody's
saying,
killed
a
someone.
conditional, like your conditions have to be met in order for me to keep on. Like, hey, I'm taking this case as long as you're in it. Honestly, she's not representing him for anything except for his appeals. Like, he's not on trial.
No,
He's already guilty.
Kathleen Zoner is doing this
Trying to get a new
now,
trial.
but her
Yeah.
her whole goal is the civil suit. So she doesn't want to deal with nobody that's guilty because there is no civil suit. That's how she gets paid back.
And I get that, but here's my question: Can she make an arrangement with Stephen? Like, if you're lying, because they were saying that that's just all smoke and mirrors. Just does that to make it sound like she'd get disbarred. And I'm like, well, if an attorney can't lie to a judge, if your conditions are beforehand, if you say, hey, listen, you give me permission to.
Ken Cratch lied to the judge.
Sure.
Well,
He did.
I'm just saying, you perjure yourself, and yeah, I that's totally different.
But
I'm
yeah,
just saying.
okay, I get what you're saying. So
My thing is can she get in trouble if she finds out on her own for her own investigation, and she's already told him, listen, I'm only not going to represent you, but I'm going to.
She said that from day one. She said, if he's guilty, I'm going to find out first.
yeah,
Yes,
I don't
yes.
think she threatened to turn him in. She threatened to.
Drop him.
Sure that he would stay behind jail. She tells every client that.
Right. So
And so
maybe
somebody-
Aaron can tell us. Can someone subpoena those records, her records, if she was to drop him as a client? Like whatever it was she found out, can someone subpoena that information?
Well, the thing is that as long as she represents him, she's not allowed to provide any information that he divulges that isn't part of discovery for the opposing side, of course.
But if she drops him,
If
No, she still can't. No, she can't. If you're no longer their lawyer, you still can't divulge anything when you were a lawyer.
It's like the one client she had that actually was guilty.
well,
After he died, she then released all the information she had.
yes. So, and that's what caused her to do this. She said she'd never take a person as guilty again.
Right.
So, because she didn't know that he was guilty, he admitted to her after he'd taken her as client, and that's what made her so.
Yes.
Is she grandstanding as far as just?
No, I don't think she said anything about I'm going to divulge this information. I know she said
She said
she will
said
not
she'll
represent.
Yeah, she won't represent, but she'll do everything to keep him behind bars.
I don't know if she said that part.
Well, she doesn't
Do you-
really have to do that much. Everyone else is trying to keep him behind bars.
Yeah, but I'm saying can she, if she does find out something and she drops him, is she now?
She can't flip sides. The only time in which it would be possible to divulge the information related to her case is where it is found that she was part of the corruption in terms of trying to provide false information. But protecting her client's privilege to privacy is not part of that.
So here's my question: what would happen to her?
I'm not a lawyer.
No. That's my question.
Well,
is,
she'd lose her license, but not only that, but she could be charged criminally and civilly.
Yeah, she would be disbarred. First of all, she'd be disbarred for divulging the information that is privileged.
even if that was part of her condition to take the case.
She can't make that condition.
I don't think you can make that condition.
She can't make a condition that says, "Look, everything you tell me is private, but if I find out you're lying to me, then that's no longer that's not a condition they can make."
That's interesting. If that's true, that's interesting.
He can tell her right now. He could say, "I killed her, and the weapon I used to kill her is buried under the house underneath this corner, and there."
Yeah.
And she can't tell anybody that unless he tells her. Unless he says, "I want you to tell the police this." If he tells her that, then yeah, she could tell him. But
My whole point is, where does it say that you can't have that as condition as taking on your lawyer? If a lawyer doesn't want to represent anybody criminally, and they say, "Listen, I'm taking you on because you're not guilty. If I find out you're guilty, I'm dropping you." And part of my condition is I'm telling everything that I know.
it's part of her oath.
No, you
But
can't. She wouldn't have very many clients in that case.
Right.
well,
Because,
she,
quite honest, one of the reasons people are against the death penalty is because you never really know who's guilty and who's innocent. You think you know.
Right.
it's all about your legal representation. Look at OJ.
It's
It's
absolutely
it's all about your legal representation.
so
That's why.
subjective.
That's why when an interrogator gets somebody that either confesses or just they get them to admit something, right? Like
Like
they
Brenda.
still have to verify that. They still have to say, well,
Supposed to.
where you threw the weapon in the river, where at? They're still going to look for that weapon. And they're still going to find it, they're still going to test it and make sure that it matches their description of it. Because they could be lying about it.
Circumstantial evidence is just the absolute worst. You know, they don't
I don't understand. I never understood circumstantial evidence. I get it, but I mean, you're stretching so far on that there's,
It's a holdover before DNA had to leave.
Yeah, and I mean, today if you can't prove, like somebody's, I mean, there's good people out there. Don't get me wrong. There's some people that are fantastic at being criminals and knowing. I mean, you got mobsters that pay people off to do it. There's people who are master manipulators who are who could make things happen. But Steve is not one of them. I say he's not a. We were talking before about burning the body. The knowledge you have to have in fire and pyrotechnics in order to pull that off is impossible. Like I was telling them, like there was never a burn barrel. There was never that was planted later on. Tell you for a fact. I mean, I'm not a betting man, but that I bet.
One thing's planted, the whole damn thing is.
Oh yeah, and so here's the other thing that I have a problem with in court, and from a law enforcement perspective, and I was telling Allie this. I said, here's my problem. My problem is everybody takes it just because it is documented by a law enforcement officer. It's now law. Like it's infallible. Like that's not it's not like that. Cops can lie. We're all human. So just because it's documented.
I base my opinion based on all the audio I have heard.
Yeah, and that's you can put anything you want on it. I mean, I have law enforcement guys that I know that are horrible at writing Iowa reports or any kind of report, and their sergeants, just like, what are we doing here? Like, like
I have to write an hour report at my work. I do security at the Port of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
I have to document every time I move to a different location, everything.
But my point is what I was telling Allie was, just because it says that, because she's like, well, there's documentation. Well, there's documentation from a police officer who are already thinking that it's corrupt. So you think that he wouldn't, like, just because it's on a piece of paper doesn't mean that it's anything. It just means that it was written by somebody who's supposed to be credible. That doesn't mean it's fact.
Yeah.
It's not 100%. So
I gotta take her outside. I'll be right back.
Yeah, people are the whole premise on things. Just I believe I'm a firm believer in 2 plus 2 equals 4, and I believe about half of what I see and about 0 of what I hear. So I'm a fact guy. I'm a very fact. When I say hearsay, is what I mean by things I hear. So not facts. If you have something that's coming out of somebody's mouth, like you said, listen to the audio, stuff like that. That's different. But facts, like 2 and 2 is not equal 4 anywhere on anything. Like Bobby being the suspect, Ryan being the suspect, nothing's equal to. It's not equal. I personally think Ryan's the biggest suspect. Bill, you're way more into it than I am. You think Bobby is? And evidently, I think Kathleen's angle is I think that she's trying to. Bobby's the easiest because, and I'll wait. Remind me. I'll wait till I come back because I think this is something that hasn't been said that needs to be said in order to be here.
I know what you're going to say. Because I know exactly. Because I remember the picture of what's his name standing outside the courtroom, and if you look at that picture, where Bobby Dassey's wearing that striped shirt, and she's so funny.
That's during Brendan's trial.
Right. Well, he's standing outside the courtroom, and if you look, he's looking right at the camera, and you can literally see his face is like falling, and this guy's telling him something. He's telling him something.
That guy is Thomas Fassbender.
Yes, him. And he's telling him, in my opinion, remember, we got you. I can just almost imagine that being a thing. Like he's saying, you have to do this, or this, that, and the other thing's going to be pinned on you. Instead
No,
of.
that wasn't what I was going to say. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
no. But that is, yeah.
How about when they're bringing Brendan through the courthouse outside walkway, walks right past Karen Hallbach, and she smiles.
Well, she's insane, anyways. Their whole family's crazy. I'm sorry, I don't like them.
Wait,
I
If
don't
you
talk
talk
about
to the
his
potential
sister.
person that killed my daughter, they would have to restrain me.
Well, yeah, of course, but see, that woman's crazy. And her son, Michael, I think it's
Yeah.
really interesting that when they were, for some reason, these people who should have been questioned and not on the Stephen Avery property at all, not on the Avery salvage yard property at all, when they had all those people supposedly looking before Pam of God showed up, and 20 minutes later she's found the RAV4. He talks about Teresa like she's already dead.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Phone
Yeah.
call completed. It's just so weird. It's like, oh, we have to move on. What does that even mean? If you're looking for someone that's
Well, she's
missing,
been
why would
missing
you
for a
talk
few
on it?
days. I mean,
So we
you
have to
know,
move on?
yeah, you gotta assume she's dead.
That's so weird. I also
Second,
heard
when
that
you really care about him,
that
Just give her. She's gone.
what's her name, Boutwell was actually related to Hallbacks.
Who was?
What's her name?
Well,
Boutwell. The kid that died. She died the same day that they located. What was it the day that Teresa came up missing? That's what it was.
oh, the died of the drug overdose.
Right. Yeah, her.
He was related to Teresa.
No,
Yeah, she was related to Teresa, is what I understood.
She's
I don't
not.
know if that's correct.
she's not related. Hold on.
They're not related. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I talked to her brother. They're not blood related.
Oh, okay.
Or as far as her brother knows, they're not related through marriage either.
Oh, and the same people that, what was it? They said that they would help them with the burial. They offered, but I don't think that they accepted. I don't think the family accepted.
Yeah.
She's
The cops.
Yeah. But I have a question, and I just have to ask it before you talk about Bobby. And it's this. Can anybody tell me exactly what happens if you're exonerated from a crime, which would have otherwise potentially put you in a position of being on probation, where you would not be allowed to have a firearm of any kind, because you're on probation? But if you're exonerated of that crime, can you then be picked up for illegally possessing a firearm? Or
So
Well,
what-
that's the thing. When he got tried in 1985,
Mhm.
he got tried concurrent with the Senator Morris case. So when they released him in 2003, they released all his charges. Therefore, he was able to buy a hunting license in 2003 and went deer hunting. He bought a deer hunting license in 2004 and went deer hunting, and was planning to go deer hunting again in 2005.
So they released
Well,
his charges
yeah, but
on
Certain
Sandra
weapons aren't
Morris.
considered a firearm, like black powder weapons or anything manufactured before.
He was using a 30-aught stick.
Are you
If he's
saying?
Yeah, but-
exonerated, how's he on probation with a felony
But
possession of a firearm?
did he not have a felony previously to that?
It's a felony.
Yeah,
first time?
because of this Sandra Morris.
Yes,
When they
Sandra
released him in
Morris.
2003,
Before.
both those
No.
cases were tried together. The 1985 Penny Bernstein case and the Sandra Morris case were tried at the same time.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, did he?
He got 6 years for the Sandra Morris case, and altogether he was going to spend 36 years in prison.
36.
Yeah. Okay.
When
So.
he got exonerated in 2003, they cleared the record. He had no felony charges at all. That's why Cratch reinstated it on the 9th and the 8th, because they waited a day to search the search warrant.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, and God's
As
made
it
Brad
should have
make a
been.
state anything.
And the only reason they arrested him is because they wanted to prevent the rest of his depositions.
Exactly.
There's
He had
only
3
two
more to
left.
go.
Tom Concert
Two, yeah.
and Dick Vogel.
And then he would have
Tom
had his
Concert, 2
30
weeks prior to him
million.
having to do this deposition, he tried getting out of it.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Well,
he's
obviously.
he's a piece of crap. I mean, like you can tell, like he is egotistical maniac. So
That's why while they were looking for, when they were looking for Teresa, there's some audio, and I don't remember who it is, but somebody's talking about Teresa and that they found something, and all they say on the radio is, do we have Avery in custody?
Oh, that's Dennis
Jacobs.
Jacobs. We have Avery in custody. Do we have a body yet?
Yeah, that's
That's
right.
right.
That's so sus. That's so sus. I'm sorry. That's just so wrong.
So,
why
here-
does Dennis Jacobs cross his name off a sign out sheet for Cuss Road? And when Bushman arrives, he states, I see an officer at the end of Cuss Road, but I don't know who's sitting in it.
so what I was gonna say is,
Oh, wait, she left again.
Allie, you there?
She left again.
I'm here.
What a cute
Okay.
chair. I like the chair.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
So here's my thinking on the whole Bobby Dassey theory that she's putting 100% stake in and saying that and you are too. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not, because I don't know.
I'm
But
trying to prove myself wrong. When I first got involved in this, I tried to see if Stephen Avery could have been guilty, and nothing points towards him.
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
It's
so
not
here's
Stephen.
my thinking on the reason why she's got to find another.
I know why she's
Okay.
doing it.
And so I think that I think that she can't go after Ryan because Ryan's too politically connected. If I think what I'm thinking,
No.
that's the reason why he got off on it the first time is because he was connected.
Well,
His
I
dad
don't
was
know.
connected.
I don't know,
So-
maybe. But the reason
But,
why she's doing it is because she can't prove a motive for anybody else. There is no proof of motive for Ryan, which is why her
There's no proof of-
investigator. What?
There's no proof of for Bobby.
Well, she's using the computer stuff as proof. But for Ryan, there was no proof of motive. But that's why she was, well, her investigator Kirby said she was asking me to continue trying to get someone, one of her friends or someone, to come forward to corroborate the other person that came forward with me that saw Ryan stalking her and harassing her. So she needs another person so she can prove motive for Ryan. Ryan is the guy. He's the one. She said it right in her very first big brief, but she can't prove motive for him. So he can't be
think
like
that-
her identity suspect right now. Right now it's Bobby because she can prove motive for Bobby.
Yes. Yeah. But what I'm saying is too, I think that if there'll be more pushback if she says Ryan's my guy, and if that's the reason
course.
why that he's there anyway. He's got connections with the AG, and he's got they're definitely going to go, yeah, we're not doing that. And I think that's
Yeah.
probably what she tried the Ryan route.
She did
Before,
try
did she
it.
not?
She tried all of them, but there's no motive for anybody.
She's got
She's
scapegoat.
not going to attack any of the LE because that's exactly what Buting and Strang did. And like I said, they missed the plot. They should have proven Stephen Avery innocent instead of proving Manitowoc County guilty.
Exactly.
That's where they screwed up. So she knows better than that, or she wouldn't be who she is. She's
Mhm.
not
That's
going to go
why
after
she
people that are.
tweets what
That's
she tweets.
why she's going after Bobby. Bobby
Like
is
what
not
she tweeted.
connected to anything but the Dassies, the Jandas, the Taddicks, those people who were never otherwise involved. That's what I think.
Hmm.
So
That's what she did. Like, the blood came from Stephen Avery Six, so that eliminates law enforcement. In my opinion, it still does.
no, I think
It doesn't.
100%.
I don't
She's
think it,
trying to eliminate law enforcement so that they don't come at her, so she can finish what she's doing.
Yeah,
Otherwise, they're going
exactly.
around the wagons, Like they do, like they always have. They did it with Ricky Hostetler. I mean, what they do. So she's not going to go, look at me, I'm attacking you. Get ready.
Yeah,
She's going to go after
yeah,
Bobby, who looks
He's
guilty.
not dumb.
He
Yeah.
looks guilty. That doesn't make
Yeah.
him guilty, but he looks.
I just can't believe what Mike O said. They asked him 2 different ways. Did you ever help Bobby Dassey push a car down Avery Road? I don't recall. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Oh, that's the Ronald Reagan defense.
He can't recall. He can't remember.
I can't recall. I don't remember. Yeah, I got another question. If you guys go to the MAM chat here in the server, scroll up to where I first started posting little things, because I wasn't sure if I should join your chat or not. The very first thing is literally a screenshot that I took of old Twitter, and I want you guys to check it out what you think. It was a discussion on, the guilters, as they would call themselves, that, Stephen Avery and them are guilty on Twitter. And the question was, what is the stupidest theory you've ever heard on this case? And you'll see Ken Kratz, and that is literally Ken Kratz there. And I want you guys...
He comments on my YouTube videos all the time under Charles Darwin.
Ew. Anyway, but read that and tell me what you think of it, if you haven't already seen it.
Is Charles Darwin Kratz?
Yes.
Oh, for
Ew.
fuck's sake! I've been talking to him for years. I didn't know that.
The only videos he's commented on are the ones where I posted the press conference that Laura Nyrider did after they were pleading the governor to
Yes. The
pardon
federal.
Brendan Dassey. He commented on those videos.
That's funny. I didn't know that was Kratz. How'd you find out?
Yeah. Just the way the person talked in their comments.
Okay. That's so funny. I had no idea. Oh, I've been talking to Kratz for years, as Kratz, so I know
Kratz
that.
is an idiot. I'm sorry. This comment is stupid. She could have been killed on 11/9, the day her remains were discovered. Really, her charred remains,
Right.
like they were like still a couple hundred degrees, I guess, and smoking when they found her.
Yeah,
Right.
That's how it works.
Keep
I don't.
reading,
What kind of drugs is he on? Because this is terrible.
but keep reading.
What is there more after that? I can't see more after that.
You have to click on it.
Yeah. It only goes down to Greta Hoga, and that's it.
No, do you see where it says she was killed on 10/31 only if you believe Avery
Yeah.
did it? Otherwise, could have been as late as 11/9, the day human remains were discovered in the burn pit, which means he doesn't even believe his own case.
Right.
I thought they
how
were
does he
found.
explain
Wait. I thought they were found on the 8th.
That's okay. He supposedly never left Avery's property after Halloween. So how does he say only if you believe Avery did? This man's on some serious drugs.
Wait, what?
That's what I wanted to show you.
Kratz?
Yeah, look at what he says. He's literally saying Avery didn't do it. It didn't happen on the 31st.
Mm-hmm. He did say that.
I screenshotted that when I saw that on Twitter. I was just like, what?
Yes, I had that screenshot too. I don't have it anymore because I lost my old computer. Well, I gave
Well,
it
you
to
have
my
it
son.
now.
Yeah, send it to me. I'd love to have
It's
that.
right there. It's right there. Yeah.
Is it in?
I
She said she posted it.
Oh,
it's
did
in
you?
your chat.
Okay.
I mean, when did
I'm
he
going.
tweet that? When was that actual tweet?
Oh, years ago.
Okay.
Right?
Hold
Had to be.
on, I'll tell
Had to
you.
be years ago because I've been gone for 4 years.
Right.
I'm just curious how long after, the incident,
All right.
how fresh was this in his mind?
It was July 5th of 2019.
So,
There it
This
is.
was live.
it was 14 years after.
This was live.
It was live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took this live. It was in 2019. in
Yes.
July.
She was killed on October 31st only if you believe Avery did it.
No, right?
Otherwise,
So in other words, Avery didn't do it.
The
Yeah.
kid never answered the question. Did he have an alibi for Halloween night?
Crack says he did.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
oh
He,
my
he,
god.
he was doing an interview with some comedian,
Oh, that's
and she
right.
asked him.
Hmm.
And then it says the screenshot going to twist that. No, the screenshot folks are going to
Quit.
twist what you said. Well, yeah. No, you don't have to twist it. He twisted it.
Right.
Because he's twisted.
Yes.
But I just wondered what y'all thought about that and if you'd seen it.
Yes, ma'am. I saw that.
Well, I'll agree with Ken in this much that it is a far-fetched theory that he killed her, but
I know he didn't, but
I'd say
he's not
he's
saying
just as capable as
he's not
as
saying he
anyone
did.
else.
He's saying somebody asked him. The stupidest question that they'd heard, and for him it was that he killed her. It was a stupid question.
Yeah.
He didn't have anything to do with her being killed. Like there's no reason for him to.
Well, considering his liking to hit up all of the
Yes.
victims
Mhm.
with the same sort of rapport of being sweaty and all those
Mm.
things that he put into that original press conference that legally he wasn't even supposed to put out
Wow.
at that point. That was like illegal. That was the most illegal thing that
That
happened.
was terrible.
Yeah,
That's
how
one
did-
of the worst things.
He
Because
should
of
have
How
been
did he get away with? How did he
for
get
that.
away with that?
Prosecutorial immunity.
Manitowoc County.
Well, I think that just on that incident alone, they should have kept the jury pool out of not only Manitowoc County, but all the adjacent counties as well.
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
and
but
like they should have moved the trial 2 counties away at least.
So, from what I understand,
That's it. You quit.
that he wanted that
Stop it.
Beating and them wanted it in Manitowoc
Yeah.
because they weren't allowed to. They were sequestered from bringing up anything in his past, from being that he's a victim. The whole so they wanted somebody. They wanted Manitowoc because
Wanted to know
everybody
his
there would
past.
know. They wanted to know his past
Well, they wanted to
because they weren't
go.
allowed
I
to.
think
They
that
weren't
was a
allowed to
mistake.
move it anyway because
Oh,
the Hall
yes.
box.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake personally, but
But
that was
their strategy
That was
was that he was being framed again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yes, yeah, and that's what they were. They wanted it because I was like, why would you have it in Manitowoc? Why would you not fight to get that?
Because they couldn't go anywhere
Mhm.
else other than Calumet.
Well,
Their
said
options
they
were
couldn't go anywhere else.
Calumet.
Which is why I think Aaron's absolutely right. They were taking the wrong tack.
They did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm
I
sure
agree.
they know that.
I agree.
I'm not sure what they thought was going to happen. You know how you do something and right in the middle of doing it, you go,
What the
I
fuck
shouldn't be
am I
doing
doing?
this. That was a wrong thing to do. But you've already done it. You
Mhm.
can't stop it. I really believe that's what happened with them.
Well,
And
I think they
it's just
answered
not-
that question.
yeah,
At some point, they said they didn't have a choice. Stephen made that choice for them on November 3rd when he went on TV on the news and said that the cops are framing him. They had to go with that because he kept repeating it from that day forward. He kept repeating it. So that was his defense. Wasn't me. Cops are framing me. So they didn't. I don't think they wanted to do that, but they felt forced. I don't
They could
agree.
explain that's how it
Well, I
feels
didn't know
when,
that,
when
but
something
that
like
makes-
that's happened to you.
Yeah.
Well, you're the. Well, I think everybody thinks that if you're not guilty, somebody's framing me.
I think
Yeah.
Stephen believes that if he tells the truth will set him free.
They did, yes.
He always says that, and the truth is that as long as he remains in a corrupt area, and isn't that what his aunt told him when he said, "Oh, I'm going to get all this money and everything, and I'm going to fix
Oh.
up the salvage yard and
His
everything," and
cousin.
she said, "You need to get out of here." And
Yeah,
he said, no, I'm right. And she said, "You think they're done with you? They haven't even started."
yeah. Kim
Yeah.
Ducat, his
Thanks.
cousin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah. They
That
know.
was wisdom. That was the voice
Oh, yeah.
of wisdom right there.
Sure was. Still is. She knows.
Well, that's the same thing like that. If you ever want to find something pretty cool, I didn't know there was a documentary. I'm living in Alabama, so it was the Health Source or Health South. Scrushy. He got off, and it was through great lawyers, but they told him that he needs to leave, and he thought he was invincible instead. But and they ended up, the government went and went after him and won on corruption charges. Neither of them.
I think I've heard of this.
But it's on Netflix.
Yep.
What is?
Or the what I was talking about, the health source scandal, where he they put a defense around the CFOs.
What the hell was that? Was that you, Clear?
Nope, wasn't me.
Nope. What the hell? Phone call completed.
Not
But it's
me.
home from jail.
That's weird.
It said that before already.
Did
Uh-huh.
Hmm? Yeah.
What the? Where's all this weird shit coming from?
I don't know. I'm on my computer, so.
Me too. That's so weird. I don't get that.
Somebody need paper plates.
Uh-oh.
It was Billy.
Yeah. He's at work. I know that. That's probably what it was.
He's
Okay,
false.
yeah.
Hey,
He's
Dark Side.
He's falsifying reports at work. We're talking about how when you were gone, Allie, we're talking about how you and I talked about the just because it's documented by law enforcement doesn't mean it's fact.
Yeah.
It's documented. Well, we're talking about corrupt people. So yeah, so that don't go out the window. And I'm the biggest law enforcement opponent there is, and I'll tell you, that there's corrupt law enforcement officers, there's corrupt politicians, there's corrupt judges. I'm not saying everybody is.
Sure.
They killed the president of the United States and got away with it.
There you go.
Anything's
Yeah.
possible.
JFK.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
RFK. Martin Luther King.
I don't disbelieve anything we have. With COVID going on, I can't. That's anything is hard not to be a tinfoil hat person.
You know?
Do you want me to go back to reading this email?
Do what? Yeah. Finish reading that email.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Where was I? Does he? He does. He has 2 number 6s as well. Let's see. Oh, I stopped right here. I have never done a traffic stop with any vehicle operated by Teresa Hallbach. That's where I stopped. Because
Yeah.
That's a bizarre statement.
It is.
That whole email is bizarre. That's
Word of that is so legalese, completely, totally, very carefully selected. Yeah.
Clear.
Yes. Exactly. Never done a traffic stop.
Maybe Colburn thought that more people watch Dan O'Donnell's radio show than Making a Murder.
Yeah, I know. And
who's Dan O'Donnell?
Oh,
He's a
Lord.
newscaster here. He was in Convicting a Murderer.
Yeah, it's one of the reporters.
He works for WTMJ4 here in Milwaukee. He has a radio show, the Dan O'Donnell Show, on AM radio.
So I had Convicting a Murderer. I got Daily Wire just for that, and it just irritated me to no end that I'm sitting there waiting a week for another episode to get mad about.
Yeah.
And I was like, screw this, I'm gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. I keep paying a subscription, and they should have to string you along for 3 months to watch this stupid thing. And I'm like, why am I giving them money to?
Yep. Well, we can watch it for free now.
Yeah,
all of it.
For free now.
All of it.
Yeah, but
So
look how long they've.
The only 2 episodes that interested me was episode 6 and episode 8. All the others, I didn't learn anything new that I already didn't know. It's Ken Pratt's book made into a 10-part docuseries with a little bit of things I had to hear in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like there's not a lot of substance or content in it. It's like it's a lot of repeat and a lot of flair. They ask a lot of dramatic questions that never get addressed or answered. They just end up answering a different question, like they answered all of them or something. But
and I don't understand. Like I'm conservative. So I mean, I've liked some of Candace Owens and stuff before, but I'm like, why are that's just weird. I don't understand why you're jumping all on this bandwagon. And it's like you don't even know. Like,
I want to know why they used 6 seconds of my video in that stupid documentary, without permission, and it had no reason to even be in there.
Because
They're not allowed to do that.
they did that with everybody. They did it with everybody
It's,
that's making
journalism.
videos.
They gave me credits at the end.
They
Oh,
still have-
really?
which video is it? Or which one
Episode
are you
2,
on?
6. I'm at episode 2. It's 6 seconds. It's Kelly talking. We're talking about, and the video they took it. We're talking about Stephen Avery's past and the incident with the cat. How he wasn't the one that actually threw the cat in the fire, but he took the blame for it.
So
They had no reason to use that 6 seconds of mine at all. They did that just to piss me off.
I think just to show that the supporters know that he threw the cat in the fire, but we're making excuses for him, that it wasn't actually him that threw the cat in the fire, because like that makes a big difference in making it okay.
That video, it doesn't make it right that he didn't do anything to try to stop it.
Well, he was involved, completely involved, whether
Exactly.
he physically threw the cat in the fire or not. He was completely involved because he put the gas and oil on the cat, and he threw it back in once it jumped out. So he's involved. He did that shit. I don't care. So yeah, if he takes all the blame or whatever, he's still a piece of crap. I'm sorry, he is. And lots of reasons for saying that. He just is.
something else is that, to me, I love animals. I would never tolerate somebody torturing an animal or anything, but I find it's actually quite common to talk to somebody and find out that they were either involved or knew somebody who was involved in something similar to that, where they were
Really?
I had friends growing up, and this was before I moved there, but my friend was telling me that the other kids, they tied a cat up in a sack and hung it over a bridge, waiting for a train to come. You know what I mean? And I was just like, I was like 13 or 14 when he told me that, and that was terrible, right? But
Are you done?
there are people that do that.
Okay.
They like the torture. I mean, there are adults that will find stray animals and throw them in the river, and they don't care. They think that it's funny, or they think that they're doing some kind of service. There's people that if they see a stray dog, I mean, you can see it on YouTube. They just shoot them because they don't care if it's somebody's dog. They think it's just a stray. It could be diseased. They're doing a service to the community, getting rid of it. And when I was overseas in places like, when you go to other countries like Iraq, Afghanistan, even developed countries, they don't let animals near them at all because, there's so much disease prevalent. It's a vector to them and it's dangerous. So they usually, wild dogs and stuff, they would never do that. But that's
makes
really
sense,
not
at
that
least.
uncommon.
At least
Right,
that
but
makes sense. It's not for fun.
It does, but for that Stephen would be doing something like that or involved in something like that, and he wasn't exactly a kid when he did that either. He's definitely old enough to know better. But
Yes.
to me, that's not that shocking because it's not that uncommon. Just like burglarizing vacant properties is not that uncommon.
I can see, like, that's not something he would do on his own. It's all the peer pressure. Not saying that the other guys were like, hey, let's kill your cat. You know, whatever it is. Like, he's either being a show off or he thinks that it's going to be funny or whatever his stupid bullshit reason was for wanting to do such
Peer pressure and alcohol.
such an
Right?
awful
And
thing.
psychologically, it's sort of an immaturity too.
Why not?
You know,
Why not just be immature and like strip your clothes off and go dancing around the fire?
Well, some
Like, why do
people
you
do
have
that.
to harm an animal, something defenseless that was your pet? There's no fucking reason to be doing that unless you think that somebody is going to think it's funny or that you're cool or whatever stupid
Could
shit
be.
you
It
thought.
could be
Like,
just that. Could be that you're with friends and you're trying to impress them, and
yeah,
you're caught up
exactly.
in the moment. Like I would never be caught up in a moment like that. And most
No.
people wouldn't. But
I would
some people
destroy someone if they thought they were going to do something like that. It would just
yeah.
you can't you can't. I mean, I'll tell you this: when I was younger, so here's the only kind of understanding that I have for why all those other people didn't step in and say, "Hey, don't do that," because you know, I used to date a guy, and we lived together at his parents' house, his mom and stepdad. They had this pet goat that his little brothers treated like a dog. You know, it was their pet. It was their dog, basically. They'd call it and it would come running, you know. It was a freaking pet. And the dad, one day, this guy came over to visit him and decided that, oh my God, I'd love to have me some freaking goat meat. And so they hung it up by its back, you know, they killed it. Okay, they killed it. And before they killed it, of course, I was out there screaming, hollering, doing everything I can. Don't do this. You can't do this. Look at your sons. They're crying. They're screaming, they're hysterical. Don't do this to your kids, blah, blah, blah. They were just like, shut the up and go away, you know? And I was like, I was outnumbered. Everybody was like, yeah, do it, I'll eat it, you know. And it was the peer pressure that this stepdad was put in that position to murder his son's pet. And then in the end, not one damn person ate that freaking goat, and that just did it for me. And from that moment on, I was like, I will never keep my mouth shut again. I should have called the police, because since I couldn't physically stop them, I should have called the police or something to stop it. And I reported his ass for fighting his roosters. So fuck him and all the neighbors who would like to get involved in this, because I saw way too many roosters being murdered for money. You know, it was awful, and I didn't say anything about it, you know, because I was scared. I was very young. I was scared. But, you know, never again. And I learned that lesson very young. Maybe someone like Steven didn't learn that lesson. I don't know. How do you...
They only did it once. So
Right. Right.
They learned his lesson.
Maybe.
You know, they-
Or just
Here's
never
the thing.
got in that situation
It was
again.
20 years before that, and it doesn't make you a serial killer. They did it as walking porn. Their direction that they're going for is he murdered her because he had a porn fascination. I'm like, okay.
Mm,
There would be a lot more missing people in the world if that was.
exactly.
Exactly.
My ex-husband was a sex addict, and I'm pretty sure he's never killed anybody. Though he has tried me. He's tried to kill me, so I don't know. He is kind of dumb as a box of rocks, so he thought it was a better idea at the time to kill me than go to jail for beating me. So he thought he could get away with it if he killed me long enough to escape. That's what he was thinking, which he later told me. So Who know people that are screwed up like that? Who knows what they're thinking? Doesn't make sense to logical people. But
The prosecution, they had to prove motive, right?
Mhm.
And that's all that they were grasping at straws.
I don't
they
think
were-
they do.
They were
It's-
bringing up things that weren't really connected, sort of circumstantial, like saying, well,
Mm,
why would he kill her? Well, maybe because he wanted to have sex with her and then kill her,
right.
right? Okay, well, how do we prove that?
Okay,
Well, you know,
I don't believe that the prosecution has to prove motive. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that, but if I'm wrong,
well,
someone correct
they
me.
don't have to, but they're trying to prove their case.
They want to.
and to do that, you know, what you're trying to show the jury is motive, intent, opportunity.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, they have to show opportunity because if he was
Yeah.
somewhere else, you know, how could he rape somebody if he was across in
Right.
some other county? You know, but typically they have to prove those things.
Right, you got to prove something, so they'll be convicted.
They're not
But-
required to prove motive.
Yeah. Okay, I
But the
didn't think
jury's
so.
got to believe it beyond a reasonable doubt, and I
Right.
think, you know, a lot of the juries they miss that, and that's why there's so many people exonerated,
Yeah.
and not everybody gets exonerated either.
Even the
Yes.
jury was also tampered with.
Yes.
Yeah, that too. It was just if
what
if
was
you
what was the tampering on?
somebody brought pizza.
I remember there was something tampering.
Some
Mr. Dave Remaker was there when they brought pizza. Also, one night, their deliberations, they were brought back to have dinner at some place, and Jerry Pagel walked in.
Yeah.
What they did with the juror, said that he had a family emergency, and when what he's saying, there was more people saying he was not guilty more than he was guilty, and then they
Yeah.
got him off the jury, and now they flipped completely to
well, he wanted off the jury. He wanted off. He needed to leave.
Well, he had a family emergency.
He-
He had to leave.
That's what he said. Yes.
Yeah.
He did in a way, but not what he told
He
them.
didn't have to, but
Yeah.
he wanted to.
His marriage was
You think it what
in trouble.
wanted off then if he would?
But he needed to go home.
Oh, is his wife screwing around?
No, I don't know, but I know that his marriage was in
Was
trouble.
his wife screwing around?
I don't know. I know his marriage was in trouble, and I don't know what the reason was, but there was a call between him and his wife where she said that,
His
that
daughter was in a car accident, and they made it seem like he was worse than it actually was.
possibly, yeah, but but that was the excuse that he used, that he needed to go. His daughter was just in an accident, you know, family emergency's got to go, whatever reason. But yeah, he said it was 9-3,
7-5, I think, something like that. And it kept changing.
something to 3. I remember that 3 for guilty, but the others, however many, what is it? Isn't it 12?
Yep.
Okay, so 9-3, not guilty. So something happened after he left, is what he says, and he thought when he left, it's, you know, surely that's what he was thinking too, that not guilty. So he's like, yeah, it doesn't matter because surely they're gonna come to not guilty in the end. So by leaving, he didn't think it really mattered. So he was shocked to find out that it came out the other way. He's like, how could that happen? There was one guy that was kind of like leading the not, or the guilty. And he said that this guy said that he would not change his vote. So he was going to hang the jury, or everybody needed to change their vote. He's going to hang the damn jury and keep them there however long. Yeah, exactly. So hang the damn jury, bitch.
Threatened the jury in trial.
He did what? Sorry.
He threatened the jury in trial. He says, if you think that these cops planted these keys, you're saying that these cops killed this girl. And you're going to have to go back into this community.
Yes, he did. He so did. I caught that too, and I was like, did he really just say that? Because that sounded like a fucking threat. All right. All right, Prize. Like, calm down. Damn.
I don't think there's so many things you couldn't do that. And then I don't understand how. That's something I don't understand either. How does it? I mean, I know it's corruption all the way up to somehow to the Wisconsin. There's something going on between
the Attorney General
and
no,
spring,
one
the
of
spring.
the
Is it the Attorney General?
The Attorney General, after Stephen Avery is released, has two officers, Deb Strauss and Amy Lehman, do an investigation on what took place. And they deemed it was the victim's fault for identifying the wrong person. Why on November 4th does Deb Strauss call Manitowoc or Calumet saying, hey, I got dirt on Stephen Avery, I can help you.
Right.
And what do you know? November 5th, she's on the property. Works for, and then right after they find the car, we got the Attorney General calling Manitowoc, urgently wanting to speak to Mark Rohr.
Who is Mark Rohr?
The Manitowoc
DA.
attorney.
Oh, okay.
He was the DA in the beginning that said just to avoid any appearance of impropriety, he's going to turn it over to Calumet. Special Prosecutor Ken Kratz.
But not really.
Yeah.
He was special, all right.
Yeah.
Special like a
They
guy
must have been buddies.
Right. Special as in he's been handpicked because they know what he's going to do. He's going to do this for them and he's going to look good for it. So of course, and you know what? Actually, that's what Sean Rex said about Ken Kratz. He said that's one thing that I've noticed. Y'all ain't wrong about that. If you put a microphone in front of his face, he's gonna start talking. Like he's so full of himself.
Look
So,
at that Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
It's
I
like,
mean,
I'm
who are their
not-
other options? Who are their other options? You got the other adjacent counties, and you got all the possible prosecutors to choose from. Why would they pick Ken Kratz?
Well, I can
I mean,
see
let's
why
just
they
say-
would go to Calumet because that's where Teresa was from. But
I always got a funny suspicion that Teresa Hallbach may have been working for law enforcement in some shape or fashion. I mean, the previous photographer, Auto Trader, did too. Kathy
Yeah.
Williford.
Kathy did.
Coincidence? I think not.
I don't
You
know.
know, there was talk about her leaving her job on the 30th of October, and that the owner of the Auto Trader was aware that she was leaving her job. And there was also talk about them taking the money that was involved in the property of the Hallbacks to distribute it back to the family members because she was leaving. And that Mike was to get
Yeah, what now?
her money. Yeah. These are things that I have read in publications not associated with the police. Probably the Wrecking Crew. And
She was leaving Auto Trader.
she was leaving. Yeah. She was quitting her job.
Yeah. She was going to do photography full time.
Yeah, she was leaving her job.
Yeah.
She-
Started
I
doing
mean, our,
porn.
yeah.
which is just kind of
So-
weird. The day before.
And didn't she have some? Wasn't she affiliate doing some work for somebody out of Green Bay too?
Yeah, Tom Pierce.
Yeah.
Part time or something.
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, I think that's where her.
They had a studio together.
Yeah.
She started off working there, and then they became partners.
Hmm.
And then wasn't there some connection with
And
that
then-
with her burlesque photographs that she was doing? And
Oh,
Right,
Yeah,
so
that was-
Boudoir.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got
yeah.
Yes.
we got emails of her with her talking to her friends about that.
yeah.
Yep.
And she was trying to get together
But
with.
that's the thing. They didn't do a proper victimology on Teresa Hallbach, and they made her to come up with some goody two shoes.
I've said that already.
I'm
I said that
okay with
before.
that.
With her
Well,
blue ribbon.
And here's the question: with all of that and the underground, sexcapades that were going on and connected with all of that, how would that implicate or motivate her own family? How does that lend motive to her own family members?
I'd like to know how her father actually died.
Oh, wow. Mm.
I mean,
My
Well, that's
personal
okay.
opinion is Teresa
He
Hallback's
died in
still
Florida.
alive.
Don't know
She's
how.
nowhere
I've
in
heard-
the
I've
United
heard-
States.
I heard car accident. I heard accidental drowning, but I've yet to actually see a death certificate.
wait,
But
who
you can't get anything
drowning? Who
Yeah.
drowned? Her
Out of,
father.
allegedly, her father.
Her dad had a
Well-
heart attack at Disney World.
Oh, wow.
He had a heart
See,
attack.
there's 3 different things I've heard now. I've
That's-
heard drowning, accident, now a heart attack.
That's reasonable.
It was an accident. It was an accident. Like he had a heart attack
Iger. Wow.
and passed away, related to the heart attack. Now he may have fallen and hit his head, and that's why they say accident. But still, he died having a heart attack at like Disney World or something. Disney World, while they were on vacation.
Aw.
So you said something, not Allie, I can't remember your name.
Aaron.
Aaron.
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Sorry. What makes you, and I don't know, that's the reason why I'm asking.
Oh, that
What
she's
makes
alive.
you say that Teresa's family is crazy?
They're crazy.
Like the mom. Yeah.
The mom's nuts. I mean, why in the world would she smile at somebody when they come out of there? She's either crazy or she's in on it. And why did
Oh.
she wait so long to tell anybody her daughter was missing if she's so worried about it? And why would that brother be involved in letting that boy, Ryan Hillgas, talk about her like she's dead? When they're supposed to be looking, like, none of that makes sense to me. So they're either in on it or they're crazy. That's my personal opinion. And I think they're in on it. But I just say they're crazy because I don't have enough information to say that they're in on it otherwise.
Mike.
But I don't think she's here. I think she's
That's the reason why I
alive.
was asking. I
think she's gone. She left. There are people that believe she's in another country.
Yeah.
And they have pictures of her. I've actually seen the pictures.
Oh, I've seen it
And-
too. That's
Yeah.
not.
And it does look like her.
It looks like her. It's not her. Her name is Teresa something or other.
Something.
Her name is also Teresa. She's also a photographer. She's in Canada, but it's not Teresa
Those are
Hallbach.
names a little different.
Yeah.
But it does look like her. I would like to think she's alive.
It looks
I would
similar.
Like to think nothing bad happened to her.
Well, that lady in Canada, she's 3 inches shorter than Teresa Hallbach, too.
Yeah. It's not her.
Oh darn.
It did look like her at some point, like oh, that could be her, but it's not. It's like, and I
So,
know Chad just
They should let
keeps
Steven out
pushing.
and send her to his house and take a picture and set up a surveillance unit.
God.
We can
Poor Steve.
reenact it and we might just find out what happens.
Now, why in the world would they find his DNA on what was that called? Oh, I can't remember what it's called. A valet key. They didn't even find the key that she supposedly used. They found the valet key. That only
Yeah, it was
It was a spare
That's
key.
why that picture of her being taken at Voyager Park is so key, because she's holding a duct tape piece on her key ring, and she's got more than one key.
Mhm. But why would they find the valet key after? How many times did they search that little dinky trailer? I don't know. And
Several.
only his DNA was on it? Where was her DNA?
Well, we still never got back to the email.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. It's okay. That
I hush.
having a discussion was the main goal,
Think
but
about
That was what-
the DNA. I believe that they found out a key came from Steven's toothbrush, because after Jody's release, she's at the trailer,
yes.
and she asked Steven, "Why is your toothbrush underneath the sink?"
Oh, yeah.
And,
Okay.
well, okay. To play devil's advocate for this, I believe, her toothbrush is gone, right?
So how would anybody who goes into the bathroom know which, if there's multiple toothbrushes, know which one belongs to Steven, which one belongs to Jody? Because, you know,
guys usually get dark colors and girls usually get fruity colors.
maybe.
If you look at my toothbrushes, you know which one's mine.
Sure. But if you look at mine, you wouldn't.
But
Like, because mine
I wear
is,
mine down to
it's
the
white
middle. I
and
don't
silver.
like what I'm supposed to.
Not saying that it
but
you couldn't
you also
tell.
got to think like there's that would, if I'm writing on his DNA being on there, you better be dang sure that that's his toothbrush.
Exactly.
What if it happens to be Jody's or there's stuff that's on Jody's?
Exactly.
Jody's used his before.
Exactly.
I don't think that's.
Well, you got a plant in the crime lab already that's going to do what you want.
Yeah,
But she can't.
You have the general. You have the general swab that, you know, like, why did you need to do that? So.
And the
The
high amount
key
of
that-
DNA that was on the key makes sense.
I don't doubt
Yeah, that.
that there was something. It could have even been blood. They did not, like, for example, somebody put there was blood, his blood on there. It doesn't matter. Like, there was something was put on there clearly, and hers was wiped off and his was put on. It could have been done at the lab for all it really matters, because like I said, they if you're going to break into somebody's if you're going to break into somebody's house and you're looking for a source of DNA, that's probably the first thought you have. Go to the bathroom, grab hair, grab a toothbrush, grab maybe a some dirty clothes, dirty towel, something like that. You know, see what you can find in the bathroom area. There's going to be all kinds of sources of evidence to plant.
I'll use a pair of underwear or socks.
Yeah, exactly.
Rub the inside of that on there.
Exactly. Could have been something nasty.
When did they take the swabs of, you know?
Swabs of what? His groin swabs?
When did they take the swab? Yeah, the groin swab.
November 9th. November 9th.
Yeah, the key was already found. So
Was the rab found?
the 5th.
He was already found. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, technically, the rab was found on the 3rd. If you look at their seizing
Yeah.
report for November 3rd.
But so the rab's on the 5th, the
But what?
key on the 9th. So that stuff,
DNA.
or I'm sorry. Yeah.
So I've always.
Well, it depends. If you look
I've
at
always-
report,
I've
the key
always
was found on the 7th.
Yeah, I mean, who the fuck knows? Either way, the groin swabs were later. That's the point. The groin swabs were later. The groin swabs, I think, were
So-
switched for the hood latch,
Hood latch.
or used for the hood latch, because there's no fucking black on those swabs. And I can't tell you if I repeated it 4 times on 4 different cars. There's black on every single hood latch. So go swab your own hood latch and see. Her hood latch is going to have some black on it. And there's no black on those damn swabs. That's supposed to be hood latch swabs. There's no black. So it's not. And I don't care how much you wash it, because I
Even a
under
brand new car, there's
fast
going to be
run.
grease and stuff in there.
Yeah.
It's impossible to have it perfectly
Yeah.
clean.
At the time,
Unless-
So Mill,
Yep.
are you thinking that Bobby planted the blood, or are you thinking that the police planted the blood?
I think Ryan planted the blood.
That's where I'm stuck. That's why I've been trying to find out, like, the most accurate timeline I can for the 3rd of November.
You talking about in the RAV4?
I'm talking
Yeah.
about getting the
Yes.
blood out of
No,
the
Yes.
yeah, get the blood of. Well, it said there's blood out of there. So, I don't think he's that smart. Maybe he is. I don't know, but personally, I would think that what makes the most sense is them breaking in his house, you know, watching him,
and breaking into to find any kind of DNA, and I think they lucked upon that it was blood.
Yeah, well, let me give you something.
There's opportunistic. Oh crap, we got blood here.
Let me give you and Millbilly something. Bobby was used as the star witness for the prosecution. He was probably threatened, just like everybody else in the Averys, to cooperate, or they're gonna come after him, his mom, whatever, right? So he was probably threatened, and he probably agreed to cooperate. So he could have given the police information or done it himself that Stephen cut his finger, and that possibly that he was kind of a slob and he probably would not have cleaned it up, or when he went in to change his wrapping, that he left bloody, that he just went in and changed his wrapping right before he left and went to Menards. That he just went in there and changed it. He could have taken it upon himself to run in there.
He removed the trailer from the Suburban, reopened his cut. He bled on the Suburban. He then went in his truck and grabbed his cell phone charger. Bled in there. Also bled in his Grand Am. Bled on the back door of his house. Bled in his bathroom. Put duct tape on his finger and left.
Right.
Told Bobby that he was going to Menard. Asked him, do you want to come with? No, I got something to do.
Yeah.
But the next day, when Chuck calls Steven about seeing lights, Bobby is adamant about going with him.
So I was going to ask. After mill building, I don't remember what it was. So, I guess what do you think Bobby's motive would have been?
Well, if you look at all the computer searches and the fact that every time Teresa came prior to take pictures of vehicles for Steven, he was always there, and he always made funny comments to Steven based on what Steven has said. And Steven is by far the most truthful person I've ever met anybody in here. The blood either came from his sink or it came from the vial. It's only two options. And Steven didn't deposit.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying. No, what I'm saying is I'm not Brandon.
He had a nasty ass cut on his finger, which he got 2 weeks
I know what it
when he was putting gasoline on top of the flatbed truck. Because they were building a woodshed in New Cribbage.
So here's my question. What was his deal for moving the furniture and moving the bed to where it had like the soft spot in the floor? Like his mom even said, you're gonna fall. That
doesn't make any sense to me.
Redesigning the room.
That makes no sense to me. Like
He
even
was cleaning up. The floor was soft on the right corner of where his bed is placed after he re-rings the room. And that's another thing. When Brendan draw his little diagram of where his Steven's bedroom is, it's the way it used to be, not the way it is when law enforcement go there.
Exactly. So
it's the opposite. It's the opposite because they showed it to Jody, and Jody said that's not the way it is. And then when she got home, she was like, "Wait, that's the way he drew it."
No, because the bed
Was it not?
used to face the door. You used to be able to see his bed looking down the hallway. He moved the bed from where it was to the other side.
And I think he drew it. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah.
Where's all the blood?
Oh yeah. I guess I'm just trying to figure out his. And you can do whatever you want to do, but I mean, why would you move? That's part of my thing is like that doesn't make sense. Why do you move your bed to some place that has? And his mom's. I'm just going on the conversation that his mom had with him. Like you're gonna fall through the floor. Why are you moving your bed over there? You know that's soft spot over there. Like I guess that. And he didn't have a good answer for it.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to move that. I mean, okay, moving it temporarily is different than moving it and leaving it rearranged like that, knowing that it's a like a weak spot in the floor. I mean, that whole fucking trailer was falling apart, so that there's the only thing I can think of that, maybe.
Well, in the whole Bissell thing is a non-issue. Like, we clean the crime scene. Like, what it takes to clean a crime scene, no blood. That's not how you. Bissell's not how you do it.
And like we talked about before, that's not how fucking blood works. You don't just clean up blood with soap or fucking bleach.
Yeah, that's not how bleach works.
Yeah.
But
So
bleach is.
Yeah, I'm sound like a smart ass. I'm sorry.
I would be way more of a. I would be way more of a what do you call it? Expert witness on bleach. Anybody that they had for like that's not how any of this.
They didn't. They didn't have anybody except Sherry Culhane. And,
like,
Sherry Culhane should have fucking cleared that whole thing up. That's not gonna work. You don't just clean up. Why didn't she test the bed? You don't just put store-bought bleach on a bed or whatever jeans and to clean off blood. You could still get DNA.
You don't put store-bought. You don't put. Well, and the other thing, it weakens paper that's there, and you the reason why if you put bleach in carpet, you have to weaken it down. It's not going to be that effect. You're still going to get trace. It's going to be you're not going to get. I think you destroy the DNA, but you don't. You destroy DNA, you don't get rid of the DNA. I mean, there's still DNA there. There's still blood that's there. But in order to get it strong enough to do. You have to. There's so much you have to do to. In order to get strong enough, it would bleach the carpet and anything else cotton.
That's not a bleach that anybody can buy accidentally in the grocery store.
You can't have bleach. You can't have bleach. Strong bleach out Brendan's jeans, but yet it's fine. You kept everything else pristine. And put dust back on top of. They showed the wall. Somebody showed the wall.
That's so
wall
stupid.
and covered in just nastiness.
If somebody uses bleach on any kind of upholstery or fiber or anything like that,
right,
it's going to have residue, especially if you're doing something like a carpet or a mattress, because you'll never be able to rinse that out.
Right.
You know what I mean? They will be able to test it and find bleach residue. They will know it's been bleached. You'll be able to smell it when you walk in the room. 99 out of 10 times. That's just
Well,
how
they'd have to
I
dye
work
the fibers back. They'd have to dye all the rug fibers back to the original color.
And
So
not only that,
you're
but like the fibers on the surface would be extra bleach. The fibers all the way down in the root of the fabric would have much less, and you probably still have blood or whatever that's in there.
You still have a
DNA
bleach
in it.
that. Yeah, you still have bleach. If there was a bloody crime scene, you still have the pads that are soaked in the, underneath the carpet that bleach. You wouldn't get all
of the floorboards underneath the pads.
Exactly, and damn well the cops are gonna fucking get that stuff.
And the staples of the metal that's holding that stuff on there, and the glue and the adhesive. It's like
if you watch Convicted of Murder, they say that sometimes when people are stabbed, they don't bleed.
I know.
or
no,
shot.
From the shot.
Or shot. No,
The shot,
you don't
not
fucking
stab.
bleed. Are
Yeah.
you kidding me? It happens. Really, Brenda? Show me. Show me
The throat
where
slit. They
someone.
don't bleed.
Right. Statistically,
That's ridiculous.
the FBI must have on how many people were shot and they didn't find any bleeding.
Because their body
I
was
mean,
moved
what's
after
their-
they stopped fucking bleeding. You know, like that. In that
What's their data
case,
on that?
Oh, I can believe you get shot and not bleed because the bullet could cauterize the wound that if it's gone through clean through.
Yeah, you.
Possible.
not if
you
your
can
heart's
happen.
beating.
Oh,
It can happen.
Not if your heart's beating. It's still gonna come
Back to the
out,
head.
which your heart's still gonna be beating. You know.
Not if a
and-
bullet goes into the
No,
back
it-
of
you
your
can-
skull
you-
and out through the front.
You can still have blood. I mean, you can still have a
So-
wound, especially with the 22. 22 moves so fast they can go in. But you're still going to have. Yeah, people get shot and there aren't a lot of blood. That is true. But
not a lot of blood,
my
but there's
whole
still
thing is,
blood.
yeah, you have a little bit of blood. Hold on,
Yeah.
leave it out.
Of course you do.
Daisy back.
So,
Oh,
but a
I've seen people
22.
shot
That,
and you don't know where they're hit. Okay, so like for
Yes.
instance, battlefield wounds, right?
yes.
There's somebody gets shot, they're laying on the ground, you're not even going to see blood, but they're wearing a uniform. They have a vest on underneath that, right? You have to stick
Yeah.
your hands
But is that
and
not?
stick them underneath the vest, underneath them, and see if there's blood that comes out because it's not going to be all over the place, especially the entrance.
Does that
But
not?
you're going to find it.
But does that not like because those bullets are that big compared to a normal bullet? You know what I mean?
No,
like,
because
No.
More
an
powerful?
AK is 308, but a 5.57 that's a 22. That's the same caliber.
5.5
high velocity.
5.56 and 223 are the same.
Right.
okay, well, 22.
And-
you know,
an M16
bounces.
or an M4.
22 at 22 is a lot smaller than a 223.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what I'm
and it's a lower
saying.
velocity too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
Well,
but-
no, it's a faster velocity.
Yes, but why did they
Faster
shoot her?
Than a 223.
Exactly. They didn't need to shoot her. She had her throat slit. She
Why
been
did they-
stabbed.
Why they
Well,
cut her
so that-
hair? I didn't like her haircut,
Yeah.
but why'd they cut her hair? I
Right.
don't get that.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Kratz. Explain that. What
Well,
was
you
the
can't have your
purpose?
cake- You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say
No, we
that they're.
can.
Well, no. What I'm saying
Kratz can't.
with them, they
Yeah.
can't say that she was killed, murdered, and
Right,
raped
had her
and-
haircut, her throat
and-
slit.
yeah, everything flat.
Punch.
She was shot, burned up. I'm sorry. I don't think
Because,
she's
you know,
dead.
don't let the
Seriously,
kids
I don't
watch
think
this.
she's dead.
Because
This deconstructing, this is
Yeah.
what Beauty and Strange should have done
Yeah.
to the jury. They should
Yeah.
have gotten experts to refute all of the things that the prosecution was saying, like, oh, well, maybe she was shot without bleeding. And then you need to get experts to get
No,
up there and
that-
talk to the jury about that. Or,
Cam is the one who said that. I don't
well,
think that was.
okay,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, during the
Said
trial, that's what they should have been. Look at
But
the crime scene that they said that is there. Look
Yeah.
at the pictures. Get the experts out there.
They
Exactly.
did. If
Yes, D.
I'm not mistaken, they did.
Here's
They
the
did
thing.
that.
He had days to
When-
clean it up. That's why. That was their excuse. He had what 6 days or 4 days to clean it up. That
They
was
give them
why.
2 years to clean them up, and they wouldn't
No,
be able to
They're
clean it.
not gonna get blood
He
spattered.
can't even put a
teeny
band-aid on
Come on,
his
baby.
cut. He don't even put a band-aid
Yeah.
on his cut. How in the hell is he gonna
Yeah.
know how to clean up a crime scene? I'm sorry.
That's why they need
Yeah.
experts to check the crime scene and talk about if it has been cleaned. And if they
That's
say
right.
no, we can say definitely it hasn't been cleaned. Say why? Because
Well,
there's
they
guts on
wouldn't-
everything. Because there's whatever their
There's
They're
expert
sitting on,
analysis
weren't
is.
they in there sitting on the bed? I remember a video where they're in there sitting on the bed, writing things down.
mhm.
You
On
can
a
you can
notepad.
go and watch
yes.
all three
yeah.
parts of how you met day of. We found that the other day, didn't we?
Yeah, the
And they
search.
go out and they find his exoneration paper, and they laugh at it and say,
Yeah.
well, we'll be back for all his shoes.
I don't think he's
Mhm.
gonna make it.
Yeah, I remember that. They should have pulled those. They should
Yeah,
have pulled those guys,
bitch.
those officers, in
Exactly.
the court, and had them testify. What did the bedroom smell like?
Yeah. How about this, bitch? Why did you say that? What
Yeah.
burglaries are you talking about? What does it have to
Yeah.
do with a murder? Who gives a shit about burglaries? We're talking about a girl that's been murdered. I think that is more important. Take his shoes in case there's been any burglaries. Like, no,
Uh-huh.
you take his shoes in case he murdered somebody
That
wearing
just-
those
that
shoes and
just
see if there's
proves-
blood spatter.
That just proves what they thought of Stephen Avery.
Yeah.
That's their mentality
Bad
towards
dude.
him, and that would have done really well in court if they
Yeah.
were going to push for that whole corruption thing.
Exactly.
But here's a question.
Well, who?
I think they
But
took
so
the
they also
family.
didn't.
Hmm?
Go ahead. I was. Well,
Oh no, I was talking
Say
about
for the-
something else.
they hit-
Yeah.
I know. What I was saying about the corruption part of it, they weren't everything. Like they questioned everything. I'm sorry, they wanted everything, but they didn't half of what now that they should for. You know, they have access to that video. You don't find later on of you know the half of the things that they beauty them about that was like half of the stuff that they were supposed to cover. We could have definitely had a lot better case, but they kept a lot of stuff from us. But they didn't, didn't know that they had to turn over or whatever.
Nah, there's no, didn't
Or
know.
conveniently left out or whatever.
They
They
knew
knew.
damn well what they were doing. Yeah. Because
They knew what they were doing.
it's-
I'm just saying.
yeah.
From the minute he said, "Do we have Avery in
And that-
custody?" That was the end of it right there. But I had a question.
Mhm.
Does anybody recall the information concerning the Dassey family, Janet family, Taddick family, however you want to look at those people, Barb and her family were moved to a motel
Yes.
by the police,
Fox Hills
and
Resort.
they rented Kiss the Girls for them to watch while they were there.
Did
Because
they?
Brendan Dassey doesn't read books. He watches wrestling.
They rented it?
Yeah.
Where did
they
you
had
find
it
that
rented.
information? That's really, really
Yeah,
good
I don't
information.
remember. It's in a book that I got off Amazon. It's called, it's not the Wrecking Crew. It's a different one. But they said that the cops knew because it was their thing to put them in that. They wanted them off the property, and they
Yeah.
said, "Here, we're going to put you here."
Right.
And then they got them that movie. The cops got
That's
them
Marinette, isn't it?
Marionette. No, it's not. It's from Fox Hills, I guess.
But the
Probably.
thing
Right?
is that in court,
Manitowoc. It's in Manitowoc, sorry.
yeah, see, and in court, Brendan said, "Oh, he might have remembered that from a book he read. He doesn't read books. He watched the movie, and the movie was watched
What?
because the police put it
I
in their room."
I think
That's what
somebody
he read.
I think somebody proved that he didn't
what
didn't read the book, he watched the movie because something he was describing was not actually in the book, it was in the movie. So somebody
Yep.
proved that a while back, but I've never ever
What-
heard that they rented
what-
that movie
what
for
was-
them.
What was in the movie Kiss the Girls?
It
Wasn't that Ashley?
Yep. Ashley Judd
Was it Ashley Judd? And,
was a Morgan.
yeah, man, it's been forever since I saw that movie.
I never saw
Yeah,
it.
Morgan Freeman. The deal with. Yeah, I watched it, but I watched it when it first came out, and I don't remember anything about it at all. I just remember that it's going to be some kind of like lesbian show.
Huh? No.
I don't
No.
remember anything like that.
No.
being
No,
talked
I'm saying-
Was
about.
it on Netflix?
Would-
He
would it
kidnapped
come out of-
girls. He kidnapped girls and kept them. And Ashley Judd and Morgan
Okay.
Freeman were trying to get them out. It's a really old movie. But my point is this. Somebody told Brendan to say that he read the book. But he
Yes.
never read. He didn't read. He wasn't a reading person. He
That would have
observed.
been his attorneys that would have told him to say that, I'm guessing.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
What, the one that told him to draw
Who
a
was
picture?
trying to help him.
The one that told him to draw a picture of Teresa chained to the bed.
Oh, Kelly.
And he said, well, draw chain links. And Brendan said, so like circles? Because he doesn't understand. He's not capable of that kind of dastardly deed. It's just ridiculous.
Well, that was the whole thing. That, like, I was like, just for Candace Owens was, he knew, like, it just like, did you even? Because I mean, this was wasn't this Cam made like 4 years ago, and then they just put her parts in it.
Yeah, they started making it over 4 years ago. They were interviewing people back in
That's what I'm
2019.
saying, but I mean, what?
But was Candace Owens
But
out
what I'm
there?
saying
No,
is-
she wasn't involved in it.
2019?
Did they just
Yeah.
film her
No,
stuff
that's-
and insert it into
I
the
think
2019.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
to add
It was already-
celebrity
It was
face?
already were shot.
What? What?
Yeah, they did. Is they I think had the movie made already. And they were shopping it around, and Candace Owens. They somehow got Candace Owens in it,
Sure.
and they got because I mean, Daily Wire made a ton of money off of that. I guarantee it.
Probably, yeah.
But now she's on the outs with Ben Shapiro right now. Anyway, so I don't know how that's. I don't think kissed and made up yet, but
I don't know. Sounds like politics.
She,
No, thank
she
you.
may have been directed by her employer to work on that as part of a.
No, because Ben is usually pretty good about he endorses everything that he's part of. That was Ben Shapiro's as one of the ones that owns it,
Well, yeah.
and
when she was an
he's
employee
never said anything about it at all.
I don't know.
He's never said anything I know of. He's never said anything about
Oh,
it.
he
But,
talked about
but
it. He's
to
talked
me,
about
it's like
it.
how you. Oh, I'm sorry. So he has talked about the game.
He's talked about it on his. I've heard him talk about it on his radio show. He was talking about it when Making a Murder 2 came out, and he never believed that Steven was innocent. So he definitely he was definitely convinced, or at least that's what he said on his show.
Okay. So I don't
Here's my
know.
thing: is like.
I don't know how far back it goes. I know it goes back at least to 2019, because that's when they were doing interviews at the rally in 2019. But it could go. I'm sure it goes back further than that. It has to.
But they never watched Making a Murder. Like half the things that they talk about was answered in Making a Murder too.
They don't care.
Like, did you not even? Everything was for.
That's because any more information
what I'm
they
saying.
divulge to the public makes them even more guilty. They have nothing to add. What are they going to add?
This is Kratz's email. That's what this
What?
all is.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
Kratz's email that he sent to all the media outlets to try to get them to put a microphone in his fat face. So, this is what Making a Murderer left out,
And the one thing I want to ask is, what is the purpose of producing and publishing Camp? Is it to make some money?
It's
Or
supposed to
is
be
it
damage
to
control.
It's to make money.
Well,
Right,
It's
because
damage control.
Stephen and Brendan are
Yeah,
convicted
yeah.
and in jail, right?
yeah.
They're not trying to exonerate them. They're not
Right.
trying to change public opinion.
Right. So what they say, what Sean Reck told me at least, was like early on, was that his goal was to find the truth, because obviously they're convicted, but there's so many of us that think they weren't guilty, that they're not guilty. So his goal in the very beginning, he said, was
just to find the truth. What is the truth? Let's find it. Now, I don't know when he got mixed up with Brenda, but I think that might have changed after he got mixed up with Brenda. She seems to have some kind of magical powers with all of her binders and stuff to convince people of things that aren't true or is only part of a story without anybody questioning it. That claim that they've gone all over the documents. Well, if you had, you'd see that she's not including everything. It's very cherry-picked bits and pieces. It's not a whole... This is not all the information that there is, Brenda, and you're not including it. And when you do, that's not what it says. So, I don't know when that changed.
Get back up here.
Oh, I don't know when it changed,
Get
but
back up here.
it could have been.
And for me, the whole question of whether or not they're guilty or innocent, I haven't even been able to approach that yet, because the entire chain of evidence, the entire investigation is botched.
Right.
The evidence that they're giving me, I cannot even trust.
Right.
So what I would say to them is, go back out there and do it right, and bring me back something that I can actually consider.
Exactly. It's starting off, by the way, if you don't at least investigate the obvious person, which would be boyfriend, roommate. If you don't start off there, then you're already fucking it up. You're already missing something. So how am I supposed to make an educated, informed decision on whether they're guilty or not, or do we have enough evidence or not? Has everything been ruled out or not? How am I supposed to do that without at least the very basics done?
And what was Bobby's alibi for that night?
He was at work.
With who?
Right? Didn't he go to work at 9 or something like that?
Well, that's way after she went, she left
Right.
Steve's.
But for that night, he was at work.
Well, he went hunting. Remember?
No, that day he went hunting, but that night he went to work. So yeah, he went hunting, and then
So from the time she was last seen alive,
he was
which
hunting.
was wasn't that like around 5 p.m. or something?
The last time she was seen alive
3.
was right around
time was
3-ish or
Steve's?
before 3.
So 3-ish. What was he doing at that time?
He was taking a
Watching her
shower.
walk towards Steve.
Until he went to work at 9, because he's accounted
No.
for at 9, right?
No, he went
hunting.
hunting.
He went hunting for Teresa.
Yeah, he went.
Right. So he was out hunting.
That's where.
Don't say that,
And
That's
Millbilly.
where Scott.
I got something for you.
But this is my whole thing. When the detectives are looking at a possible suspect and they say what's their alibi between 3, they have an alibi at 9. We know she was seen at 3. So where was this person between 3 and 9? Well, he was out hunting, where nobody knows where he was at. So
Yeah,
okay,
and
that sounds good. Let's just move
well,
on to the next suspect.
he passed Scott, and Scott can vouch that they saw each other and waved at each other.
You're right. Other than that, there is no alibi. You're right. So nobody really knows where he actually went hunting or if he went hunting.
Yeah, but
he was involved.
But Blaine seen Bobby driving a vehicle that wasn't his just around 3:40
On the bus, on their way home, right?
on
Past
Jambo
them.
Creek.
Yeah, but we can't consider that because he was out hunting and Scott saw him, so it's not a problem.
Yeah.
This is my problem with the investigation. This is like every single
There wasn't a proper investigation done.
right.
They had
Every
their eye on
single
one
piece
person
of it
and one person only.
is like this.
Right.
Every single piece of
So
it.
here's my.
How
I
does
wanna
one
know
suspect
what-
corroborate another suspect's story? I don't understand that.
Because neither of them are suspects. Because
Yeah.
Stephen Avery is only a suspect.
Yeah.
Well,
They're not
here's my
really
other thing too.
suspects.
Is like, so what made you not look at Ryan right away? Like, what is? Because I mean, you got to have something. I mean, he was performing a concert, and 400 people saw him from 2 o'clock in the afternoon till 4 days later, it was a lock-in.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost what you have to have for not to be considered. I mean, they convicted
But
Lynn
he
with
didn't work.
13 with 13 alibis.
Yeah.
The first time. So
But Ryan
So
didn't
you're-
work. He didn't do shit. So he had all the time in the world to do all kinds of stuff
It-
to Teresa.
did Daddy give him money all the time? Is that what the deal was?
I don't know. I don't know about that. I know he was in college and there was he was on break or he was either on. I think he just graduated. He just graduated or something, and not by October.
I have a friend that knows Ryan Hilgis, went to school with him,
Wow, really?
and Teresa.
And your friend can't get him to, agree to talk about it and answer some questions that aren't.
Well, there
Did
you
you
go.
kill her?
But she tipped me off when he was working in Milwaukee
Like,
at Freuder.
for example, could she ask him, do you happen to remember what day it was when you last saw Teresa? And was she dressed like a cowgirl or was she just sitting at home? Like, what do you remember about that last day you saw her? See, that's not accusatory. What do you remember about the last day you saw her? Because that could tell us a lot of information. And what day was that? Was it Sunday or was?
Honestly,
Yeah.
if you ask him that question, if you start asking her or asking him questions, what he remembers about her the last time he saw her, the last day that he saw her, if you watch and study the way he answers, you'll find if he's being deceptive, if he's actually describing the last time he saw her or the last time he wants us to think that he saw her.
Mm-hmm. If
And
she's
those are the perfect questions to ask in this instance, because you're right, it's not accusatory. It allows him to set us up with an excuse, a story that we'll believe, but at the same time, he can give us all kinds of nonverbals,
Yeah.
whether or not he's being consistent or not.
exactly, and he could slip up and say something.
And
know,
and wasn't in Mam 2, didn't the detectives re-interview him? Did they go in and re-interview him at some time?
Oh,
And I remember them saying like, "Oh, we just got a few more questions. You're doing great so far." I think I remember something like that. Was that him, or maybe it was someone else? But
I know
they
they did
went in and re-interviewed some of the. I don't know if it was him or Bobby. I thought it was
Scott, the roommate. They did Scott.
Scott?
Hmm.
I think Ryan
I think right.
shut his mouth.
him. Hackers.
I think Ryan probably won't talk. What's that?
Scott talked to the Kirby's, but Ryan wouldn't.
Well, yeah, Scott was going to give an interview with the Kirbys, but changed his mind the day they were supposed to have the interview. Says, no, I've been told
With who?
not to do it. The Zellner's investigators. Kirby.
Okay.
If I was his lawyer, I wouldn't. Whether or not he did it or not, I wouldn't. I would advise him not to give an interview.
Of course, he
about it.
shouldn't. Why
Yeah.
would you?
Yeah.
Anybody knows. Don't talk to the police without a
Or
lawyer.
anybody, I
Just
wouldn't-
don't.
Oh,
I wouldn't
that-
have to talk to reporters or anything.
Why is it okay
Listen.
for Bobby Dassey to talk to the law enforcement again, but he won't talk to her investigators?
Right.
If he's got nothing to hide,
Because they're on his side.
what the harm?
They're his buddies. That's why. He's working with them
So,
like he has
somebody
been
forget-
all along.
The biggest piece
That's
of
how many law
evidence that
enforcement
I see in the
I'll
whole
tell you.
case.
What's that, D?
The biggest piece of evidence they have, I think, of the whole case is the blood near the ignition on the RAV4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
blood near there.
Why?
And-
Why?
To me,
Like,
to me, it looks like it's planted. It was stuck on there with a swab or something. It looked
Yeah,
absolutely
yeah, you're-
terrible.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
terrible piece of
that was-
evidence is the most compelling evidence that they have.
Damning.
It was his blood, and it's
Yeah.
in the RAV4, and he had a wound on his hand.
Hmm.
But
if you notice,
I think
it
could
was
be
on the
refuted.
opposite. It was
No,
on,
it's not. No,
it
it's
was
not.
on
No, it's not. It's on the right
the
hand.
side of. It's on the opposite side.
No, it's not.
No.
Just right.
It's on the
right
opposite.
Yeah, it's his right hand, but what I'm saying is the cut is on the
No, it's not.
side
No, it's not.
of
Middle finger.
the
No.
the cut is it's
Right off the
it's
knuckle.
on the middle finger on the right hand side or the left hand side.
It's on the outside of.
Right on the outside of his knuckle.
Yeah, it's on the outside. It's on the right.
Okay,
It's on the.
I
It's
thought
on the
it was
right.
inside. I thought
It's on the right position to have potentially
I
left
thought it
swipes.
was on the inside.
And
Yeah.
honestly, I
It
would
looks
He had
like
that
it.
cut.
It does
Yeah,
look
but
like
two
it.
Two people knew he had that cut, but only one person knew he was bleeding.
Yeah, that's Bobby.
I would go get like a couple hundred people, pay them all like $10 or something, put some red ink all over their hands, their right hand, and tell them to go in and start the car and do it in the dark so they gotta
Wait.
fumble, right?
I got something
And-
better for you, D. I did the test myself, and I tried to
Yeah.
hit the dash with my hands. And there's
Right,
no
that's what
way.
they need to do. They need to get just a bunch of volunteers that don't even know what they're there for and say, we want you to try to hit this with your hand while you're starting the car, and we want you to make it look like this, and show them a picture of it.
Well, they're not going to hit the
People
dash
just
with their
give it the shot.
fingers. They won't hit the dash
No,
with
I'm
their
just saying,
fingers.
There's no way.
I'm just saying, you just give
There's
200 people to do that, and then give 200 different people a cotton swab and say, hey, we want you
Yeah.
to try to make this pattern on it right by the key thing. Just try to do it in a couple of quick blocks and see if you
There's
do it. And then
no
compare the
way-
results.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
There's no way you're. It's just impossible for your finger to make that bold of a line without dripping blood. Number one. Number two, you're not going to get a straight, consistent line like that with a cut, and it'll be wider than that. Because I mean, it's penciled in. It's the size of a Q-tip.
I do
I
know
mean,
somebody who could do that. I know somebody who could do it just like that.
Kim Kratz.
Andy Colburn.
Yeah, that's probably
Anybody,
true.
like, anybody.
I think if Andy Colburn took a swab and stuck it in his hand with it sticking out by his knuckles, like somebody would have keys sticking out behind their
We
fingers,
also got a copy.
then
The
rubbed it in there while he turned, and he was turning the thing. I bet you get a pattern just like that.
But there's also
Do what
blood
now?
on the passenger door frame.
Hmm. I don't.
There's blood
Yeah,
on
like,
the key case.
I don't believe
And
it.
there's
It's
blood
weird
placed on the
places.
carpet.
It's weird places like don't that aren't in the way of like it's not like it's a if you're in an active case of bleeding, you're gonna have blood everywhere. Like not just in weird,
He wasn't
odd places.
actively bleeding on the 31st of October.
Yeah, Steven's already shown exactly what it looks like when that exact cut is bleeding and he's driving a vehicle. It's in his grand down. That's
his
what it
truck.
looks like. It's right there and all centered around the center console. There is none of that, zero of that in Teresa's car. Nothing. So, but I've already done the key test. It's, first of all, I'm taller. I'm bigger than Steven is. I'm taller, so I can't. And I also have pretty big hands, for whatever. So I cannot imagine that Steven's hands with fingers are longer than mine. Right? He's got short, stubby fingers. I've got kind of long fingers. But anyway, I tried with the mark right there. I tried to reach the center console, and you can't do it.
with a RAV4.
No, but I have hers is a 99. I have a 2000 Celica. We have the same exact console, the same dash and everything. So it's exactly the same. So I was able to do this test, and I'm telling you, you have to hold the key with two fingers. It's the only way to do it. That's the only way that you can touch your fingertip to the. I can't show it on here, but so you have to turn the key like that, because just doing it like this, you can't do it. It won't reach. You have to kind of hold it like this and turn it just to be able to reach it with your finger. And even when you do reach it it's more of the tip of the finger. It's not down here, and you sure as hell aren't going boop boop.
Yeah,
There is no
Okay.
movement that does
But
that.
if there was blood on his hand, how could it just be in one sear spot like that? How could it not be
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
all around there and even on the steering wheel, like behind it?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna, the turn signal, or not the turn signal, but the, like the wiper control or whatever is on the right side.
Yeah.
All that stuff. I mean, the only explanation would be that he cleaned everything except for that one big spot.
And there's no blood on the battery cables or battery.
Hood latch.
That's another thing that I don't understand. Was the battery? So explain to me. Was the battery was disconnected?
Yes.
Okay. So what was the purpose of disconnecting the battery on either side for either part of them?
Good question. The only explanation I can guess would be so that an alarm doesn't go off because the car's locked. That the alarm doesn't go off.
Keep
by somebody
any
trying to
lights
open
from
it.
turning on if you're opening the door,
Yeah.
anything like that.
Or if it's towed somewhere else, the odometer doesn't start reading the mileage change.
Anything.
Well, what was it? Was it unhooked or was it cut?
It was unhooked.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not okay. It was a top post. They didn't disconnect the leads from the actual battery. They disconnected the wires that connected to the leads.
That's what. Okay, that's what it was. And which Stephen would have.
It's weird.
Stephen definitely would have known how to undo that.
Sure, of course. And
I mean,
but why? Why would anybody do that? I don't understand why anybody would do that. Like, for example, if Steven was prepping it to crush and you want to take the battery out, why not take the damn battery out? Why leave it in, like unhook it and then leave it in there? Like, it makes no
Well,
sense.
if you're gonna crush it, you have to do a lot more than that.
Hell yeah,
Yeah,
you
Why
do.
would he go up
radiator
north?
out to do.
But that's the accusation by the prosecution, is that he was going to crush it. He just ran out of time. Well, bullshit, because crushed cars don't disappear. They just are flat. And to make it disappear, you have to go take it somewhere, sell it, and there's going to be a paper trail. You don't just
There's
poof
still
a car
VIN
out of
number on it.
existence.
They're still gonna have if you're taking an inventory of crushed cars over
Hmm.
the salvage to have them, they're gonna have the VIN numbers. They're gonna want the everything. If there's not a title, they're gonna want some kind of explanation for not having the title. And
Right.
they're gonna if they look inside there and all the shit's still inside of it, they're gonna give you less money for it, and they're gonna want to know, they're gonna be like, "What's up?" Because it's coming from a salvage yard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, there could be a reason for it. Maybe it was damaged in an accident,
It's
but
not. It legally can't be taken in if it's the radiators in there. All the fluid is drained out because it's a EPA thing.
yeah.
Well, it's like
So it can't
Earl
take
You'd have
a-
the oil
said-
from the engine, you'd have the oil from the differential, you'd have the brake fluid,
Yeah.
you'd have everything.
Earl said it's a hazard to crush with the gas in it. So you take the gas tank
yeah.
out. And
Yeah, but you can still crush a car with all that in it
you could.
if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think somebody
Yeah,
said that before. You could,
Yeah,
technically.
you
It would
could.
be
But here's,
dangerous. It would cause
here's the-
damage to everything.
Yeah.
yeah, 'cause
Yeah, but if you're trying to get rid of a victim's vehicle, you think you're going to abide by EPA regulations?
Oh, of
No,
course
but you
not.
still have
well,
to,
here
you still have to
you
get rid of the
crushed
crushed car.
Yeah, I mean the car's just not gonna go away, and nobody's gonna take it. You can't
Yeah,
take
but
it anymore.
Doesn't
like
matter.
Steven said, they used to crush cars inside of cars, so you could easily sandwich it in between two other cars.
Yeah. They still gotta
I
have the
think-
paperwork for it, though.
Yeah, where they take them to the recycle plant
Mhm.
can't take it if it's got the stuff that's in it. They used to crush cars and put them in other cars because it would fit in there and it would just make more. It would take up that void that's in there, but they still have to take everything out of both vehicles.
Well, if you look at the photos we have, there's rows and rows and rows of cars crushed, 3 or 4 into one, right next to the car crusher. There's
Yeah,
also a car in the car crusher.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is what they do is they take smaller cars and crush them with bigger cars,
just to platinum in that void there when in the passenger compartment, but they still take everything out of. They have to have record of that.
And plus, they're going to be removing stuff like anything that's large and easy to separate, like aluminum or something like that. They're going to pull that off of there. But
Yeah, you have to pull that stuff out.
you don't necessarily, like, even the interior stuff, like you got the fabric and crap like that, you're going to pull that out. It's just like, if you ever take wire over to a scrapyard, if you got the insulation on it, they're going to give you less for it.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, well, yeah, if you even take it.
You gotta remove it or burn it off or something, and then you get a better price. But they can take that whole car, even with the shit still on it, and they can melt it down. They can put it in a smelter. But the problem is that metal's gonna have so much slag and contamination. It's gonna be a mixture of, like, it's gonna be hard to separate, and it really lowers the value of it. So they don't want that shit in there, and it's gonna raise attention when they have cars like that. They're gonna get cars like that because you're gonna have cars that are smashed in a wreck and you can't get in there and rip it apart and get the stuff out of it. You know, it's gonna happen. But at the same time, they still need titles with VIN numbers and shit like that to make sure they're not getting stolen cars or something like that. And they're not always gonna have a title, but then they still have to file a what do they call it? Like a salvage, like a lost title or something. And it has to be documented. Like they have to report it, and then they have to wait so many days before the state gives them the title for it, makes a title for it. Otherwise, the yard that they take it to, I mean, they might, and you still take it to a salvage yard, and they'll take it, you know, under the table.
We have a dispatch call. Some guy calls in from a salvage yard because a guy came through with a bunch of vehicles, and when he asked for the paperwork, he took off.
Yeah. I mean, it could still happen, but you know, if you own the salvage yard that you're recycling cars or whatever material, if you start taking stuff like that under the table, you're setting yourself up for investigation and having your business destroyed. You go into prison and all that shit. So most people don't do that if they're running a legitimate business. Why risk it? That's a difficult thing. Now, but the question is also, I mean, a lot of criminals get caught doing shit like that because they don't really think about all that. Steven has some inside knowledge that, you know, that would all exist, but is he intelligent enough to think it through that far?
Well, you'd have to. There's a lot of things that don't like.
I mean, if you're dumb enough to kill somebody that just came on your property and you're the last person to see them, are you dumb enough to try to think like, could you just hide the car and get to it later? I mean, yeah, you could make that stretch that somebody's just that dumb, but at the same time, he's also a genius crime scene cleanup guy. Like,
well, yeah, and then he's a mastermind at you know, in love with his girlfriend still, and you know, goes and puts stuff on her books, talks to her, and Jody doesn't knows anything. It's out of the way. Well, at that time, does that. You change your store like 14 times like everybody else does. But, you know, and then we have the whole thing, too, of, you know, how long we've already talked about the whole time it takes to burn a body. So, you know, what if you just melt her in the back that, you know, just got her on
I mean, to go the Gilter route, I have to ignore most of what the state says happened. Like, I can't really go with their story. But at the same time, I have to think about, like, what I do know, what is known. How do I build a real case that involves something plausible? I'm just trying to get plausible. I'm not even getting the probable. You know, this is just like, is it reasonably possible? And I'm having a hard time even getting there because at one end, Steven has to be kind of dumb, and at the other end, he has to be a savant. And we all know he's not a savant, you know. So it just doesn't make any sense. And there is a lot of mystery here. I think a lot of it is I think somebody else did it I don't think the police really like. I don't think the police were like killing her and then trying to set him up. But I think it's possible that somebody involved in the lawsuit, or maybe even just somebody that really didn't like Steven, that really wanted to nail him to the wall, had the opportunity to. Maybe he came upon Teresa's after her demise, and decided this could be an opportunity. They may even believe that Steve did it, but they didn't have enough evidence to point to him, so they said, why don't we just give this a little push to help the case along, right? That to me is at least plausible. That's at least a plausible possibility to me. I don't know if it's a probability, but I think to me that's the most likely thing that would happen.
Yeah, and Manitowoc planted things, and Calumet found it.
Right, and there's too many instances where evidence came up at perfect times, and it's suspicious, and it doesn't really look genuine. It doesn't really appear the way it should appear, and there's, everything that's found on his, anything that points to him is just, it seems so spurious. It's like, why, what would the prosecution tell me? Don't believe your lying eyes. Steven did it. Don't believe your lying eyes. And I'm just not that foolish. And even like when Steven's being interrogated, even his interrogations, he would have to be a master practiced, world leaders that go through classes with body language experts being told how to talk and answer questions even when they're being deceptive so that they can say things without revealing things. People that go they might be CEOs for big corporations. They get tutored by experts and they watch themselves, to rehearse it. They don't do as well as Steven did during his interviews. Everything looks normal.
Has any body language expert looked at his and commented on it?
I think the body language panel did one.
Yes,
Yeah,
they did.
They analyzed his interview when he's standing outside the van when he did his interview with the news.
Yep.
Steven only gave one interview with. That's why I commented on their video. Y'all need to look at his interrogation video, not the stupid fucking news broadcast.
Yeah, but so nobody done on his interview? That's what you do it at, not the TV one.
Yeah, the police station interview.
Oh,
That's the only interrogation he's given. They only talked to him one time.
no, what I'm saying is you said that somebody that some whatever the body language people looked at his TV interview. Is that what you said? Or
Yeah, his interview he gave with NBC 26 on November 4th.
so, but they didn't look at his interrogation video.
No, they did not.
Why? That's the one you look at, not the. Why would you look at that one?
I think there are people that did also.
I'll bet they didn't make a video on it, but I'll bet they've all looked at it.
Of course, yeah. They're all saying like he seems to be honest. Like
I thought there was a lady that did one too. I don't remember who it was. It was before I watched
Majority
it.
of people that do talk about this think he's guilty.
who
Well, they didn't.
talks?
The body language people.
I haven't seen any body language people say he's guilty.
No, I said the majority of these YouTube channels
Oh.
that don't really follow this case, they don't know what they're talking about.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't care what they think.
Because they're going off the factual things that's in the police reports.
No, they
Like this one YouTuber, he used to be an ex-cop. I can't remember his name. He used to like go over all kinds of cases. He'd go over what he found and do like 2 videos, and then his last video he'd have a live stream discussing that. Well, he only did 1 video on this and never did the live stream. Completely acts like it didn't happen. We basically just took what Manitowoc and Calumet said happened as for the truth.
I think I understand that, Millbilly. You're saying that the majority of the YouTubers think he did do it, not didn't. Did. That he did do it. Yeah. I have only seen, like you said, just a few that are like that, where they pick a case this week and they look into it for a week. I'm sorry, but you can't look into this case for a week. You'll never even scratch the surface. There's way too much. So any of those people, I just ignore them because they can't possibly do anything that's going to give them information one way or the other. They couldn't. I'm sorry. What were you going to say, Aaron?
I call them spoon feeders.
There you
They're
go.
spoon-fed information, and they eat that,
Yeah.
and they regurgitate that, and they don't ask questions. I mean, anybody that's trying to get away with something really enjoys people that don't question them.
Yes. Right.
So
They sure do. I've noticed that guys don't like dating me. That's why I'm single. I'll catch your ass. I will.
Interested in seeing is a statement analysis where they actually just analyze the transcript, and
I have a hard time analyzing transcripts because you don't get body emotions, you don't get.
Yeah, but watch the words. Pay attention to the words they use. Like for example, Colburn's email. It's very specific.
My ADHD it's just too boring for me.
Well,
it's
like Colburn's statement in that email was very specific, and that's very much. Nobody ever thought that you pulled Teresa over on a stop. Nobody ever thought that. Nobody's ever accused you of that I'm aware of. Other than just random, maybe a couple of people might have thought, well, maybe it's a possibility. Nobody has ever actually accused you of that, you know.
We've been talking about this for 4 hours and we still haven't finished the email.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, that's okay. We'll get there.
Because I can't remember what he said for his.
Good morning, Sherry. Okay, well, let's go to the next. Let's see if I can find it. Where I'm at. Never investigated case. I barely knew who he was. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Here it is. Number 6 again. No, we already read that one. Oh, we stopped in the same exact place twice.
yeah.
I'm not gonna read it for a third time because we'll probably. Okay. On the night she was reported missing to me by Casso, I requested her vehicle description as well as registration plate number. I had no way of running the information given to me by Casso from my patrol car, so I had to call in to dispatch to have them run Teresa's registration plate through Wisconsin DOT to ensure I had copied down the plate number correctly. Woo!
But he wasn't in his patrol car when he got that call from Uyghur. He was at the sheriff's office.
Yeah, okay, but he didn't call in the plate until after he was after he'd already gone and talked to Steven, until after he had gotten all the way to Zippers, supposedly, 9:22 on the 3rd, he's sitting in front of Zippers waiting for everybody else, and then he decides to call it in. Why?
Okay.
Why does he wait?
Is he doing between the time he talked to Steven
Exactly.
and with the Zipper?
What's he doing?
There's like a 2.5 hour gap.
It's a big gap. And he was...
He didn't go to the Zippers first because when he drove past them, there was no lights on at the house, so he assumed nobody was home.
Well, he said after he was leaving Stevens, he was going to swing by the Zipperers.
Yeah,
because
but he would have drove past the Zipperers going to Stevens.
Yeah, but they didn't. They asked him to go to Stevens first, and so after he was already at Stevens, they asked him to go by Zipperers.
Okay.
And then he's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll swing by there." And he's like, "Oh,
why is everybody contacted via phone but Steven?" They call zippers. Dietrich is going over there because he hung up on him. You hear in dispatch, Craig Sipple calling because Mark Wiegert went over by, what was his name? Selling her first stop.
It's S. Sullivan? It's Sullivan. Starts with a freaking
Well,
S.
anyway,
Anyway.
they were selling a car with Craig Sipple. Craig Sipple calls the Calumet County Sheriff's Office just before 6 p.m.
Hmm.
So when did Colburn actually get this phone call from Uyghur?
I don't know. And
And
how
then
how is
we know
he?
that
How do we know?
we know Colburn. We
where it
know
was.
Colburn called Link because Link is paging Remaker and Jacobs to come in. Jacobs is at the sheriff's department. He's the one that has them enter all their information in the CAD system.
Okay. So are we sure that Holborn got the call from Uyghur at the sheriff's department?
That's what
Yes,
I was
because
about to ask. Like,
The sheriff. Okay, Uyghur calls the sheriff's department, talks to the dispatcher.
Lynn.
She transfers him to the shift commander.
But yeah, but he was in his
And
car.
instead of
Yes, he wasn't at the sheriff's office.
Yeah, he was in his car. They transferred him through there, through dispatch. He said he was driving down the road, and that's what he wrote.
He was driving and he had to ride it on his leg.
Wrote his knee.
Yeah.
Did he use his own phone?
Yes.
yeah,
Well, it
Yeah.
was a. He says that it was a
Somebody
phone
issued-
given. Yeah.
every
by the sheriff's
single
office.
squad car in the Manitowoc and Calumet County fleet had a cell phone that was designated to each car.
Yeah, which is the same as my ex. They gave him a phone. It wasn't like it stayed in the car or anything. He carried it around all the time in case he was paged to come in. But, you know, yeah, like he had a phone from the sheriff's office. But why not use we know he had a radio, you know, on his shoulder.
Well, he calls in. He uses his radio to do the zippers plates,
I don't
which is
understand.
after he runs 5A2.
There you go. So why is he calling it in?
I think it's because it's a direct
verify.
line to whoever it is he's trying to get a hold of.
Lynn.
as
Well,
opposed
he got
to-
a hold of dispatch directly. Lynn answered,
Yep.
and they have that whole exchange.
And you also hear Dieterich ask Colborn if he has a cell phone. So they're communicating through cell phone the whole time.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't understand why he doesn't use his radio. And like Clear said earlier, maybe it's to not cloud up dispatch, whatever. Okay, that could be. But why he uses it for all the other things? Everything except for calling in the plates. It just seems
Because it,
really
well, he's calling it
strange.
plate. He's calling it plate at Zipper, but it's not registered for anything. So you're calling it in as being that. He's just trying to figure out if he wrote down the thing right. I fully believe that he would do that because it makes sense when you've been on radio before.
No,
Because-
I've heard that traffic, and you know, it is really hard to understand. Like when you're watching a cop show on TV, it's really hard for me to understand the radio traffic back and forth. If it didn't have the subtitles at the bottom, I wouldn't know what the hell they were saying.
Yeah,
But it's not that though.
He's calling for confirmation instead of just going. He could have just. I just think it was a thing that like, hey, I've got this tag. Make sure I got my writing right.
Yeah, but then why not do that before you go to the Avery property to talk to B. Yonda? Why do you wait until after you've already done that, and then they
What was
send
the
you over
timeline?
to Zip?
What tag? Her tag?
Yeah,
Teresa Hallback RAV4 tag where he says exactly what car it is.
yeah,
So he knows all those things.
right. So
Yeah, 'cause he was told that. So that's the reason why he said it was 2009 or whatever.
99 Toyota. That's what he said. 99 Toyota. Yeah, that's it. Okay. But like I said, he got some of that information, and obviously he got some of that information correct. But why is he not
right
calling
after
in
that-
the plates to confirm
Yeah.
they're right before he goes to Avery property?
Why right after that we have Remaker asking Colburn, "Do you have any? Did you find out what them plates came back to?" Negative.
Yeah, see, like that also doesn't make any damn sense.
Because he's looking
What-
for updates.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's like Colburn and Remaker were keeping Dieterine occupied while Jacobs and Link were doing whatever they were doing.
Because they got held up for a while. Why did
None of them were
Colburn? They were all there at the sheriff's office together. Why did Colburn leave before they did to go out to the zippers, where he's sitting there for God knows how long before they end up showing up in another vehicle? That's
And none of
also
them were
strange.
together. Remaker is driving in his vehicle. Link, who's God knows where. Jacobs is at the office because he calls dispatch asking if they got in by Zipper. So none of them are together.
Are they?
Here's another thing that boggles my mind. I don't understand. What's the purpose of taking the plates off?
I don't fucking know. That's so weird to me.
Usually to put on another vehicle.
No, but they were stuffed into a. They were put in a car that was right by the blue trailer that got demolished. I think it was a station wagon, wasn't it?
Oh, in the new chapter of the book Wrecking Crew,
Mm-hmm.
Steven thinks that Teresa Hallmark was murdered inside that blue trailer.
Yeah, Solid said that shit.
Who said that?
Steven said
Steven.
that.
He also said that he thinks Brennan seen something
Yeah.
and knows something.
Brendan did all the things he said he did. It just was not with Steven. It was with Bobby instead. That's what Steven is saying now. And I can imagine why she wants him to say that.
Yeah.
Why I can imagine why too, because she wants him to show that he is in full agreement with her
Yeah.
doing that before they go to trial, because they're gonna
Yeah.
eventually, and also publicly, so people will shut the f up, getting on her ass. Maybe, not that she probably doesn't really care, but get off of her for doing it and blame Steven as well. But I think he's burned his bridges with some of the family members anyway already. It doesn't matter. That's just a shame because he allowed this to be go on to begin with, but that's a totally different topic. I still think it's so weird. Okay, call in the plates, confirm that you got them written down right, but why not do it before you go to the Avery property? If that's
And why don't you file a report about going to the Avery property?
Yeah, but if that's the last place, or if that's the only place that you've been asked to go to, because she's been there, why wouldn't you want to make sure you've got the plates written down right in case you see the vehicle? That does not make any sense to me. Why wait until you've been given another place to stop at, and then go drive by there? You still don't go. You still don't call in the plates. You go up to the sheriff's office. You meet with everybody, and then you make your plan about going to Zipperers. You leave the sheriff's office where you could have verified the plates. Then you leave the sheriff's office and go out to the Zipperers way ahead of everybody else, and then you finally call in the plates. That doesn't make any damn sense to me. Makes no sense.
That's 3 hours after the all points bulletin has already been
There you
issued
go.
with her plate number included.
There you go.
I really think that Andy Colburn's all the way back into the 80s has been designated by LE the village idiot. Like he's the one that has always caught. That's his thing.
Every time he applied to become a sheriff, he was denied until after that 95 phone call. Then they asked him to become a sheriff.
Oh, work for the sheriff's office, like as a cop.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Right. A
Say
deputy.
that again now?
It's a deputy. Deputy.
Oh, he was the jailer.
No. He was saying
and
that.
he was working for the jail division, and he was applying to become a deputy sheriff for the Manitowoc Sheriff's Department 3 years in a row, and every year he was denied. And then this phone call happens, and then they ask him if he wants to become a sheriff now. He didn't apply. They offered
deputy.
him a job.
Deputy.
Well, we'll tell you from experience on the sheriff's department. I never worked for the sheriff's department, but most sheriff's departments require you to spend a certain amount of time in the jail, and then as positions come open, they'll either have you apply for it or they'll ask you for it. That's happened numerous times.
Well,
So
with my ex who worked for the sheriff's department, he was a reserve, and he worked full time for the reserves for at least 6 months, basically until a position opened up, and then they chose someone from the academy that was the best candidate, and he was the one chosen. When a position opens up, they'll go to those people, and so I can see, or going to the jail if someone is applying that's in the jail. But if you've got to weigh this, this guy who's been doing the job already for the last 6 months and is doing a great job, or this guy who just works in the jail answering the fucking phone. Yeah, he wins. Sorry, jailer guy. So I could see jailer guy being maybe denied all the way up until it was, 85, like Mobility said, and he does the call. Or not 85, but 2000. 95, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Right, 95.
Aaron, you posted something at 1:15. Brian Helgus, why'd you say this? And then something about, would e-discovery have identified the correct murderer making murder? What was that?
Oh, what was that? Let me see.
Let me see here. I don't even remember.
I didn't click on. I clicked on it.
Wait a minute.
Oh gosh, she linked a bunch of stuff.
Let's see.
So,
This is just about Ryan Hilligus for anybody who didn't know. This is just little things that I put in for you guys. You can take them down. I mean, if it's
No,
just
no,
stuff
no.
that
No,
is
that's great.
relative. Because you have a lot of people, like you were saying, that, they show up years and years and years later, and they're just spoon-fed. Like, this didn't happen, this was said, that he did this, that happened, because we made a movie about it, it must be real. Whatever it is. And I wanted to offer some of the older information that we're talking about so that other people can relate to it. That's why I put it up there. And I think that one was about Ryan Hilgas and who that is. Now, I don't know anybody that knows him personally, so I can't get into that, but this is just about what has been said and how it relates to the cases of Stephen and Brendan. And I do know one of the Dassies, and he says that, I don't go into it because it's his business, but he says that the mom is very unhappy most of the time.
Yeah, she's a druggie.
No. Stop.
But she's very, I'm not talking about her habits, good or bad. What I'm saying is, she's very unhappy, and it causes problems in the family with trying to keep spirits up. And I met him because he put up I forget where in the world it was, but he put up a thing saying, we're going to go visit Brendan. Does anybody want us to say anything? And I thought, oh my God, this is wonderful. So I sent a little message, and I started talking to him, and and he doesn't want to talk about it because I think because it's just so convoluted, what's their part in it, what isn't their part in it, but clearly he doesn't believe that his brother is responsible. And no, it's not Bobby. So, no. But the thing is it's just sad that all of these people had to be involved in this awfulness, including any of the Hallbacks who, aren't terrible people.
Yeah.
I don't know any of these people. I just know I've watched their responses and things like that, and I can say I don't believe that they have followed through with what you would follow through with in such a case. The grief is missing entirely.
Well,
It just looks like they're best friends with Ken Kratz and the gang,
Hmm.
and it's like, what in the world is
And
wrong
Mike
with people?
Hallbach's talking like she's already dead, but she's still a missing person.
Right, on the 4th.
well, the thing I don't understand with them is, I was going somewhere with it, and I lost train of thought. I looked at something else. The police, every time, like, especially when Colburn was talking about, first thing he says is, this is opening back another wound for the Hallbach family, and they don't get closure. And I'm like, okay, well, like, so they don't have to read anything. I'm like, what's that have to do with Bryce being China?
Well, I'm sure you've got millions of people asking them, that don't realize that they have basically said, if you think that these are the wrong people in prison, we won't, we'll cut you off, They'll cut you out of the loop, out of the circle. The circle,
Yeah.
I think, is the way it was worded. The circle, you'll be cut out of it. And that goes for her friends, their friends, co-workers, whoever, anybody that thinks that they're innocent, or that they may be innocent, is cut out. Or if you even watch Making a Murderer, they will not watch it.
The other thing too is why would you not want to know, like, just because you have the trial, and there's a lot of to me, if I had a loved one that died, and there was a lot of controversy around the trial, I would have doubts in my mind do we have the right person?
I don't think. Look, think about it from their perspective at the time, and I think most of the locals at the time, there was no question. These guys did it. Ken Kratz went on the news and gave that very public, press conference, and they didn't have Making a Murder or anything like that to, show us another possibility. They had a confession. They were convicted. So everybody believes they're guilty.
Who told them they had a confession?
Ken Kratz did.
Ken Kratz had a public press conference following Brendan's coerced confession, and then he elaborated with the most ridiculous crap, and there was his uncle all sweaty in the doorway, breathing and breathing. It's like, what in the heck are you talking about? That never happened. Why are you saying this? But those things actually coincide with what Ken Kratz is known to have said to victims of violence, women that he was in charge of. He was supposed to be an advocate for abused women, and he was charged with sort of kind of stalking them. And I think he got his hand slapped for that. Did he get spanked for that? I can't remember.
Yeah.
But
he didn't get disbarred, which
no, he didn't.
There is no bar.
They can't disbar him, or he'll tell everybody what really happened, because you
never
understand.
Yeah, exactly. Never barred.
Yeah.
He graduated from a law school in Wisconsin, so he was automatically given a license.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
They don't have to take the bar.
Dude, what now? Hold on, what now?
Wisconsin. They don't have to take a bar.
If you pass an accredited university in Wisconsin, you don't have, get a law degree. You don't have to take the bar in Wisconsin.
That is right.
Oh wow, I'm headed there. I'll take him on.
Right?
I got a law degree. I'll take him on. I don't care.
You guys might know the answer to this. There's a this is from back in 2006 during the trial process. Avery's team submitted a list of possible witnesses to the court, and apparently someone on that list was charged with attempted first-degree murder.
Yeah, Andres Martinez.
Who was that? I'm sorry.
Andres Martinez.
Andres
Martinez, yes. Tried to kill his wife with an axe. Right after leaving the Avery salvage yard on the 31st.
That's right.
Yeah.
So he was a what now?
He was a customer at the Avery salvage yard on the 31st. He went home and tried to kill his wife with an axe.
Well, I mean, you're gonna have that on the big dogs.
And that was on the 5th of September, November, right? That they charged him. And his defense lawyer was Brendan's lawyer.
The first one?
That's right.
Yeah, Ken. Or not. Or Len Kaczynski, right? Yeah.
Kaczynski? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know who his lawyer was. That's funny. Whatever happened to him? Did he get convicted and all that? I imagine.
I don't think so.
He didn't get convicted?
Oh, he got convicted. He was in prison with Brendan for a short time.
Okay. That's what I thought. Because he fucked her up. Yeah. I mean, he hurt her pretty bad.
Barb claims that when she was visiting Brendan one time, Martinez was in the visiting room with them.
Was that him?
He came up to her and said that Steven and Brendan had nothing to do with this, and he knows that.
Yeah, I didn't know that was him that said that.
On October 20th, he was charged with battery by Manitowoc County. On the 31st is when Teresa was last seen there. On the 5th, in the morning, he was at the salvage yard when the vehicle was discovered. On the 5th in the afternoon, he took an axe to his wife, children, and dog after returning home from Avery salvage.
On the 5th?
On the 5th. At 1:30
Oh, I thought it was on the 31st. Okay, yeah. That's what I meant. I'm sorry. You're right.
On the 7th, he was arrested.
That's awesome. I forget about shit like that. And the German.
Did you know that one of the places they went to go look for Martinez was 3302 Xander Road?
No, they didn't. Really?
Under questioning, Martinez made a notable statement. He said that if the Avery family was saying that he killed Miss Halbach, he would take the blame for it because he was going to spend the rest of his life in prison anyway. And while in court, he stated that he was suffering from blackouts at the time when he had the axe murder. And then, of course, on the 8th is when Mike finds Teresa's key.
Oh my God.
Hey, what's the deal about the German? What's that about?
Oh my God.
Oh Lord, that is a whole ass thing.
I can't figure out if she's making that up or if that's real.
She's got to be.
I think I think it's real. I think it's real. The
You
only
know
thing is
why?
she took it
Because of
back.
The can or something because
The cherry
she talks
Pepsi?
about her husband. Yeah, that right there. That's what sold me that she was telling the truth.
Me too. The wild cherry Pepsi can.
But she's a little bit crazy.
And
She's just a little bit weird.
And the panties. Like,
Oh yeah.
you know, there's panties all over the Avery salvage yard that was found, like all over the place. Random ass trailers sitting out in the salvage yard. There's panties found in there. Like, what's happening in here?
Yeah.
Do we?
Bullets, panties, everything.
You should probably get to the bottom of this because Mama Avery and Jody and Barb are the only females that are there. So whose panties are those?
My guess is going to be probably when Chuck and Jody were doing stuff, probably.
No. This was all found way before, during the investigation when they were searching the property. Oh, okay.
I was being funny.
Okay, sorry. But there was lots of panties found. Like, what's that?
If anybody can't figure out that Chuck and Jody were doing something, whew.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they were or not, but whatever. Who cares? Even if they were. Steven probably told him to begin with, and then he got jealous.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that changed my mind for anything. I'm just saying I was like, oh, well,
Gosh, let's go over the
Good.
German. You want to? Because a lot of people haven't heard about this shit. What do you remember about the German? I remember some stuff, but probably not as much as you guys do.
Oh my god. I don't remember anything except the
Okay.
can, the panties, the stairs.
What
And
about?
she's a little. That. She said, oh god. She was sitting on the stairs, I think, of her house when he came home. And he was mad about something. And he went in the house. And he wouldn't let her follow him. And then she went something about the car and a cherry Pepsi. And there was also a CD.
Oh yeah.
I think there was a CD.
Yeah,
Some music
yes. Was it Dave Matthews Band?
that was not
Not Dave
her
Matthews.
husband's. Well, I don't remember. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't remember. But yeah. So I remember he was supposed to be there working on their new property that they had bought, and so she went over there to check on him, and he wasn't there. So she's sitting on the steps, and she notices, hey, there's like a case of Wild Cherry Pepsi
That's it.
here sitting on the steps. And then she goes looking around, like, you know, when she's looking for him, she goes looking around, and she finds some women's yellow, I believe, panties.
Yeah.
And wasn't there a porn video? Oh, I might be wrong about that. I don't want to say that.
No, there were magazines.
Magazines? Okay.
Yeah.
She finds all this weird shit, and then she finds like a burn pile in the back with what was in there? A bunch of clothes, and was there clothes and
I think there was a sweater and
well,
I don't remember.
she found a burn pile in the backyard or something, and
I think everybody burns everything around there.
yeah, so it's not super suspicious, but just the fact that there's a Wild Cherry Pepsi can, which is not super common, found in Teresa's RAV. There's panties every fucking where. But also just the way that he acted. So they went to a gas station, they saw her, or a restaurant, and they saw her missing persons flyer, and he said, oh, she's dead.
Yeah.
And that was before she, you know, like they had found even the car, you know, so they didn't know, like nothing was known at that time other than she was missing. But he says, oh, she's dead. You know, so there was some other suspicious behavior. Dee, do you remember anything about what else we're missing here? There was a lot going on. No, okay. But anyway, so she contacted, I guess, Christine. I didn't know that, but she contacted, I guess, Christine on the family Facebook group and told her all this crazy information. Christine, the one that turned guilty after convicting a murderer.
Oh, okay.
She used to mod on the family Facebook group.
Right.
But anyway, she turned all this information over to Kathleen Zellner, and then she decided, the woman, his wife, decided that she didn't want to pursue this, so she denied everything. Now, Christine obviously has the screenshots to prove that she said all this shit. Now, she could either be making shit up or there's something to it, but I believe he ended up leaving and going back to Germany. But she was scared to death of him. She was very scared of him. I know she said that. She was very scared of him, even though he went back to Germany. So I don't think he could be touched in Germany, but
Extradition would be difficult.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
This whole report is weird about Martinez.
what are you finding?
Or did it attempted murder?
No.
This is like this whole story. This is all of Martinez's accounts while he was in jail, and there's some of it is referred to in the Castle report. I don't know. Do you want me to copy and paste this so you guys can read it? Or
Yes,
can I read it
please.
out?
Please stick it in chat. But yeah, so if he, that's what's curious to me about him coming up to Barb when she, and I didn't know that that was him. I totally forgot that it was him. I knew that someone in prison with him did that, but anyway, that's what's interesting about him coming up to Barb and saying, "I know they didn't do it." Because he was very adamant. I know they did not do this. Maybe, yeah, I mean, anything's possible. Brendan and Steven didn't freaking do it, so somebody did. The only problem that I have with Bobby, Scott Taddick, the German, Andres Martinez, fucking Ed Edwards. The only problem I have with all these people is the day planner. The day planner is still not accounted for unless you are talking about Ryan and Scott, period. There's no explanation, and I still can't get past that. And I'll tell you, I am that close, and I mean it. I might do it like literally right now. I'm that close to trying to find and contact Brenda to tell me again, because this will be the second time that I would have talked to her about this, to tell me again, explain the day planner. If you can explain the day planner, then I'll listen to everything else you have to say. But if you can't, then nothing you say matters, because that's the only piece that's missing in every other scenario, Steven and everyone.
So why did they not burn it with the phone and everything else that they had?
Well, my opinion is because whoever made the call to Steve Speckman that was on the day planner thought that that was Stephen Avery. And we know that because they called Steve Speckman and said, you know, we know that you're, that she went out to your property that day, and we know that you had something to do with her disappearance. So they're calling him and accusing him of having something to do with her disappearance, which he doesn't appreciate. So he calls Auto Trader and tells them what happened. And Auto Trader tells him, give us the phone number that called you and call us back. So he's going to go get the phone number, call them back, and give the phone number that called him. Apparently it comes back to Scott, though I've not seen any proof of that. But apparently, supposedly, it comes back to Scott. And like I said, I've never seen any proof of that. The only proof is that the person that called Steve Speckman said that this is Teresa's roommate, which would have been Scott. But and that might be why people are saying, you know, that the number came back to Scott. Like I said, I've never seen any proof. So up until 4 years ago, there was no proof out there, or I would have seen it. There is no proof that Scott's number came back, because there is no report following up to that at all. There's no report on it, so how do we know? But anyway, that's
all right. Well, I'm gonna go to bed here in just a little bit, so get to the key real quick.
Okay. No way had. Let's see. I had to have this information verified in case I located her vehicle at either of the two locations. I was requested to check in Manitowoc County.
Okay, so he's saying that he wanted the information before he went to both the properties.
That's what he says, but he wasn't asked to go to Zipperer yet. Otherwise, he would have stopped at Zipperer on the way, but he didn't. He stopped at Zipperer on the way back to the sheriff's office, and by then it was dark and they didn't answer or whatever, or it was dark and he didn't knock.
The way, don't hold me to this. The way I remember him telling it in neighborhood, but he was
he had wrote it down, and then before he went to Zipper, he got the phone call from him, wrote it down, and then just before he was waiting on them for as zippers, he called because he got to where he was stopped and he was waiting for them, and that's when he called to see if he had the plate number right.
Yeah.
Was before he went to zippers, waiting for them
Yes.
waiting for them at the church there.
Right. So that would have been his second trip to the zippers that night. The first
Yeah.
time he went by, the first time he went by was on his way back to the sheriff's office. He went back to the sheriff's office, met with them. They decided they were all going to go out to zippers together because I don't think Colburn knocked. I think he just drove by. He said the place was dark, so he figured they were in bed or whatever. So he came back to the sheriff's office because
But
he
he's
was
saying
supposed
that-
to get off work. He was ready to get off work, right? He ended up
Yeah,
working
that's-
overtime that night to go back with them to the zippers, but for whatever
Yeah,
reason,
that's something that's always that's
So-
bothering me too. If you said that he
Yeah.
went out there before he did the plates before, I call the plates in before.
Mhm.
All right, go ahead.
So yeah, he
Zipper.
went to Avery's, he drove by the zippers, he went back to the sheriff's office. None of those times he chose to verify the plates he had written down, scribbled on his leg. He waited until he went back to the zippers again while he was sitting there to make sure he wrote it down right. I don't believe that for a second because there's just no. Why would you do that? What's the point of doing it at that point? Because don't you want to, if you see the vehicle sometime between the time they're giving it to you and, whenever, don't you want to make sure you have the right plates written down and, verify that or something as
I'm just
soon
saying
as you possibly can?
What he said in that one there was that he was trying to do it before he went out to ball them. But I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't.
Yeah, he did it but while he was sitting at the zippers. Okay.
Was there something about Zipper's dog being vicious or something?
Yeah, Zipper threatened that. I think it was to Auto Trader.
Somebody's theorizing that Zipper's dog
Ate
attacked
her?
and killed Teresa,
And
That's what I've heard before.
and
and
ate
then
her.
Zipper cremated her, and like in the quarry, and that they needed better remains or something, so they had Martinez kill Carmen Bootman on
Boutwell?
the 4th,
What?
and
She had
to
a
use
drug-
her remains to put in
Gross.
Avery's pit. And when Martinez's girlfriend found out, that's when he killed her. Although I don't know
Wow.
why he would kill the kid and the dog. But
Wait.
this
Martinez,
is quite a theory.
Andres Martinez killed his girlfriend and kid and dog?
Well, attempted to kill her.
Okay, because I
Uh,
thought he just
I guess
attacked
he hit
her.
her in the neck with the axe or something.
Okay, yeah, it was
But he-
definitely attempted
it-
murder.
It says his sentence was vacated in 2008.
The fuck?
So
Want some explanation for that?
Totally.
Okay. That makes no sense. Hold on, down here. I made contact at both locations that Casso requested I check for Teresa. He spelled her name wrong. Not just at Avery Salvage Yard. 8. No evidence was planted at any time by any law enforcement officer during the course of the investigation. This investigation. The key to Teresa's vehicle was not discovered laying next to a pair of shoes in the open, but was instead located cleverly hidden behind a bookcase in Stephen Avery's bedroom. It should also be noted that during a court preparation at Casso, a Casso deputy informed me, Jim Link, Ken Kratz, Mark Wiegert, and Tom Fassbender that during a movement of Stephen Avery at Casso, Avery had
stated to this CASO deputy, mockingly to this CASO deputy, I can't believe it took you guys 8 times to find that key, end quote. I am unaware if that statement was used at Avery's trial, and if not, why. At no time have I ever had access to any container of Stephen Avery's blood, sweat, and other bodily fluid connected with Stephen Avery. 10. At no time did any of the aforementioned law enforcement agencies, along with the FBI, enter into any sort of conspiracy to frame Stephen Avery of this homicide.
Well, he's pretty sure of this. So just because he's...
Nobody said that the FBI was involved, except for some people. Some people are like, oh yeah, that LeBeau, talking about the fucking EDTA tests. I don't think so. MTSO was not involved in the interview of Brendan Dassey that he spelled wrong, and nobody said that they were. Stephen Avery has now claimed during his appeals that his brothers Charles Chuck Avery and Earl Avery killed Teresa and set him up, quote, in order to deny Stephen a portion of the salvage business. 13. I would be willing to sign any release to allow access to both my military service records and or my personnel file at Manitowoc County, as I have never been the target of suspicion, and I feel my service to both my country and Manitowoc County has always been performed to the best of my ability. Lieutenant Andrew Colburn. January 13th, 2016. But yeah, I just keep going through here, and a lot of what
you know what I find more believable?
What?
Dear Penthouse letters.
I remember those. Did you used to have them like maybe in the 80s? Have you ever had those?
Oh, I'm not a serial killer. I don't watch. I've never seen
No, the Penthouse. I think it was Penthouse. It was either Penthouse or it was Playboy. I don't remember which.
It was Penthouse. The Dear Penthouse letters.
Oh, okay. Because in one of those nudie magazines,
I've heard of them before, but I'm not a serial killer. So.
Okay, I'm not a serial killer either. I was I was a kid, but I used to draw.
I've never heard of it.
I used to draw the girl that was in there. It was always a drawing of this girl, and it was I can't even explain it. But anyway, I used to draw her.
The cartoon figure.
Kind of is. It was always like just.
It was this big boob, dumb blonde.
No.
That was always the.
Okay, no, definitely not.
Are you talking about there was a caricature that was always in the.
I'll tell you what it looked like, and this is why I used to draw it. It looked a lot like Duran Duran's Rio. That drawing of Rio.
Oh, okay. No, this was a cartoon.
It looked a lot like that. It was some drawing, and I think she had a name, and I used to draw her all the time, because of course my dad had all of the magazines, so I've seen all kinds of shit. My parents are weird, but anyway.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just interested in drawing that girl. She wasn't nude or anything crazy like that. It was usually just her face, but if I can remember right, it was usually just her face.
Well, I
don't
like
Stephen Bowie or not David Bowie.
Yeah, it was always like some, I don't even know the right word, abstract or some kind of cool art.
Honestly, I'm shocked that I don't remember what it is because I only saw the
big boob
Penthouse
blonde.
The Penthouses. I only got it for the articles. So.
Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah. You would. You might not have known because it might have been Playboy. And
I'm pretty sure that was Penthouse that did just the article. Maybe it was just Playboy.
Yeah, Playboy did articles too. I actually read them because I'd flip through. I'd always flip through looking for that girl, and sometimes I'd get bored because I'd already
drawn the girl, and so I would like just read the stupid articles because I have anything better to do.
Listen, that's why the whole reason I looked at
That's what you did too. I know.
Was just looking for the girl. So
Looking for that girl. And she had a freaking name. She had a name. You know, it wasn't like Rio, but it was something. You know, something
did any
cool.
of them have names? I didn't get that
Dude,
far.
no, the girl I drew, the drawing. I drew a drawing of a drawing.
Saying, did any of the girls in there? Because I don't remember any of the girls' names. But.
I know. No, because they're what Miss September and shit. I don't know.
I don't remember.
Yeah, they have names and they have favorite movies and stuff, right?
I think so.
They tell you their favorite
maybe
stuff.
Playmate thing. I don't remember.
I could not. Oh shit!
I can't remember the last time I seen one.
I totally forgot about chat. I'm so sorry. I totally forgot chat. This is a great wake-up coffee talk. Zipper, where there was a 2-hour standoff. I know, Sherry, that is so fucking funny. I'm sorry. That's so funny. I love the standoff where I think it's Mrs. Zipper sticking her head out the window, like talking to the cops, because Mr. Zipper will not open the door. And they're just like, blah, blah, blah. She's like, no.
And then later on, it was found out that he liked to imbibe a little bit, and
he liked what?
May not to imbibe a little.
Drink.
Yes.
Oh.
Imbibe, drink.
What's up,
That was the
Zipper?
reason why he acted like he did.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he seemed like a weird drunk.
Yeah, he said that he had been drinking and he didn't take anything seriously because he didn't. I don't know.
Joking.
Something to do with he was been drinking.
Yeah, he's just joking.
He just joked. He just.
He just
I've been
playing.
doing an interview. I've been drinking all night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just joking.
I cannot drink because I've been driving too much.
I'll call you when I sober up next month.
Yeah.
So, if we were to go back to the second case, the original defense case for Stephen, does anybody remember Special Prosecutor Ken Kratz saying, "These bones in the quarry, I'm going to take 20 seconds to talk about because the best anybody can say is that they are possible human."
Yes.
These are the same ones that were given to the Hallback family.
Yes.
You know, because if my daughter were killed, I'd certainly want a box of bones that weren't human.
Right?
So, anybody got any thoughts on that? Like,
I have so many thoughts on that.
Listen, Aaron, you're not thinking this through. You're not thinking this through. It's for closure for the family because we need to give them closure, and we don't need to talk about this anymore because we're disrupting
Only
the
20
whole box.
seconds.
well, what about the Avery family and they're having closure?
No, ma'am, you're not listening to me. This is all about the Hallbox
Oh,
and
yes.
their closure,
Yes.
and they've been through enough, and you
Yeah.
keep bringing it out, and like, listen, they're just about to have closure, and then one of y'all post something up on Discord, and then here it is again. They can't do it. They can't have closure. So
Yeah.
Well, too
it's.
bad, so sad.
And
I mean, that's pretty much that's what I was paraphrasing a little bit there, but that's pretty much what Coburn was saying.
Yeah, he's using their grief to cover his ass.
And first thing off the bat, I'd like to start off with saying, the Hallbach family cannot get closure because of this, and this is injustice to them. And I don't even know why we're even talking about it, but while we're talking about it, let me make a 14-point bulletin.
right,
of
because
why
he
I'm-
spends a
why I'm-
lot more than
why
20
it is-
seconds.
And hold a
Listen,
press conference and then have a great big series on it. Everybody can
Yeah.
pay.
Listen, I've seen resumes that didn't put as much detail as he did on this thing.
Yeah, okay, so he doesn't want to spend more than 20 seconds on it because they're only possibly human.
But the
No,
majority.
no, no. It doesn't say possibly. It says possible, and that's important.
Possible.
There's another way where he's worded it specifically.
Oh yeah, you're right. Possible human. That's the way Eisenberg labeled it, so that makes sense. Possible human.
You don't want to think of Ken Kratz. I think of a wordsmith. I think it's
He
what
is. He's great,
Right.
actually.
He's sweaty.
He's very.
But
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, think about the coroner who was told she's going to get fired if she tried to step foot on Avery property.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Deborah
yeah,
Kakich.
because you're not
Kakich.
supposed to. The coroner only gets called for confirmed death, and they didn't have a body, so there was no need to call her because human remains are a body. So
Okay, but they called, Calumet.
ma'am, sure,
Meh.
you're
I know.
making this. That's-
Am I
that-
making too much sense here? I'm sorry.
Listen, you are not giving the hall box the closure that they need.
Yeah. Well, guess
And-
what? I would love to give the hall box closure, but Mr. Kratz needs to make up his mind. And I'm sorry, I want to say it like this. Mr. Kratz needs to make up his fucking mind. Are they
Well,
possible
let me-
human or are they not? Because if they're Teresa, then Teresa somehow at some point left the Avery property because the majority of the bones that were given to the hall box were found in the quarry. Even
What
though
it was is Stephen was too busy trying to have sex with her. He lit her on fire while he was trying to have sex, and she was running away, and that's why we have all the ashes in different places.
Sir, are
That
you
makes
drinking?
listen.
But Brendan cut her hair. So
Yeah, well,
Right.
Brendan was
She didn't like her
ambushed her.
freaking haircut. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
ambushed her, and then
That's what happened.
so I mean, honestly, that makes about as much sense as this whole case.
God, I
It-
feel
the
so
whole-
wrong.
Doesn't make sense.
I'm
They're
saying
just waiting for
my-
him to die.
my
I'm sorry.
They
Yeah.
are, yeah. They
my
are.
theory makes about as much sense as the prosecution does.
I think anybody, literally anybody's explanation would make more sense than the prosecution's because at least we're not stupid enough to try to say that she was killed in any way where there's literally negative evidence of it and that
She's attacked at the back of her rap. We know that for a
yeah,
fact.
right.
Yeah.
I believe that, especially
Well,
now that
Ken
we've got
Kratz
that other, the
Ken
the
Kratz
blunt
doesn't-
weapon.
Well, Kate Kratz doesn't like to talk about it. And
You know
because-
why? Because
Well,
you
I
don't
mean-
let facts get in the way.
Well,
you know,
I'm
like
saying
muddy
you're-
up a good story.
Listen, what's happening is if I hope no children are on here because
They shouldn't be.
he's going to he's about to say some of the most things that make even a serial killer cringe, and he but yet he wants to give the family closure. Okay, that makes sense.
No, it doesn't. Well, by the
You
way,
don't-
that was illegal. So it
Yeah.
was illegal for him to give the bones back because there's still,
Yeah.
it totally.
And one of
was
the people
illegal.
that was aware of that was the person that put that statute into law. Like they were part of making sure that that became part of
was
Wisconsin law.
Fallon. Fallon.
Yeah.
He was standing right there with them doing it. It was Tom Fallon.
Yes.
It's amazing. And you know what I learned? I think Tom Fallon actually has a little bit of a conscience or some morals or something like that because there was, oh God, I can't remember what it was. It had something to do with Zellner getting her evidence, maybe. He wanted to give her evidence because he wanted, like, we got nothing to hide. We believe this is right. And if you can disprove it, here you go. Go ahead. But
I thought it was like a wrong, like a butt dial or something, and they accidentally called her back and said something about, "Don't let her know that we gave it away."
yeah, something silly. I have that somewhere. It's so
It's
funny.
hilarious. She thought
Yeah.
that was hilarious too.
Yeah. But it just felt like he had some, and I wish I could remember what it was, but it was like he said, yes, you can have this evidence, and then somebody else came back and was like, no, don't
We gave it away.
hand over the damn
Well, listen,
Rav.
how the Hallback's going to give closure if we don't give back the possible non-human, humanish
Possible human bones.
bones? Because the
Dinosaur
Hallbacks
bones.
need closure, and
Well,
we're all about giving them closure because of
Well,
this tragic
also, Kratz was like, he said that she can't be identified 100%. Like, that is but then they're human, but they're not.
But
At the same time, he has
Part
to
of the
say,
reason her wanting to get the bones back is because she wanted to compare the cut marks in the bones they found in Michael's to the bones on the pelvic bone to see if the cut marks were the same. And to see if she could get DNA from the bones because of the new testing they had after the California fire and all them people got for their trip.
right, that's what it was. And of course, when she tries to get them back and they're like, yeah, okay. Oh, by the way, that might have been what it was, Billy. You're right. That that Fallon was like, yes, you can have some bones to do that test on. And then all of a sudden, oh, we can't give them to you because we gave them to the Hall box. Literally every bone.
Because they might be human bone. We don't know,
Right.
but they might.
They made Zellner believe she was going to be able to test these things.
Yes.
And then Judge Sikowicz denied her motion.
Oh, that's it.
Well,
Yeah.
Here's my question, and Aaron, you might be able to answer this. So, if they have another trial, can the judge sequester or
Subpoenaed?
subpoena her bones back?
I would
No.
I would think that the people involved in the appellate trial would be able to, but the judge can't.
But no,
Well, don't forget,
it's gonna
when
be.
when they gave Zellner the case report, they didn't give her the last 3 pages.
Well, it's going to be a broken chain of custody because the Hallbox were given the bones.
Oh wow, just like the stuff on the computer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So they can't use it, even if it comes back, positive. We can't prove that those are the bones that we gave them because the chain of custody is broken when they gave them to them.
Yeah, there's a reason they put that into effect. There's a reason that's a law.
Yeah.
It's to protect the people involved in the case on both sides.
As long as anyone is in prison for that crime, you cannot give back biological evidence.
Unless
can't
the
get rid of
person in
it.
prison says okay. They're
Yeah.
allowed to if they sign off on it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're not allowed.
Right.
But both sides have to say okay.
That's right.
I
And
don't
of
want that anymore.
course, Steven's side would never agree to that because you're always waiting on new testing to come out and prove that I didn't do this somehow. So, of course, he would never have agreed to that. Not that they were given the opportunity because they weren't.
But he was there at the trial. First thing he would have said was, well, Kratz says they weren't her bones anyway, so why in
Exactly.
the world would the family want the things
Exactly.
in the first place?
And that's what I'm saying with Kratz needs to make up his effing mind. Are
Yep.
they her bones or not? Because, you act like you've done nothing wrong by giving them bones that they're not even worth 20 seconds to talk about. But you're giving them to the Hall box, and are you seriously giving them chicken bones? Like, do you really think you're giving them chicken bones? You know damn well you're not. You know damn well, and so does Eisenberg. Those possible human those are Teresa. Those are Teresa. They're not any other person's bones.
I have an assumption that if they're not Teresa's, they may be Lori Deppis.
Who?
Lori Deppis, she disappeared in 1992. Never seen again.
And see, that's another problem. If they are possible human, quote unquote, why doesn't anybody spend more than 20 seconds on them? Regardless of whether they're Teresa's or Santa Claus, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Look at the Deborah Sakawati case. She was found deceased in the Manitowoc quarry.
That's
The guy-
Teresa's
and the guy
aunt.
And when the guy they arrested for Mott claims his innocence too.
Yeah, supposedly a Redant did that, but got away with it. But that's Teresa's aunt, right? Do you remember? I believe it was her aunt. It might have been a great aunt, but either way, it was some kind of aunt. Yes, she was found murdered in the quarry.
That's just too weird.
Yeah, well,
There's so much you do not know about this.
this takes years. So someone that spends 1 week on it to make their video, don't care. I have no interest in what they have to say. I don't even bother watching because it's impossible.
That was for me.
It's not physically possible.
To making videos, I had no intention on doing any of this. I was fine with just researching.
Yeah,
and
same.
Looking for answers on my own.
Same. But then you have so much to say, and you see so many people like getting information wrong. You're like, oh, I have to say something, right? You're like, I gotta say something. Yeah.
Man, it's 4:30. I gotta go to bed.
Oh,
here's the jury questionnaire.
I'll talk to you later.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
Thanks
All
for
right,
coming.
Good
Bye.
Well,
Yeah. Just
Hmm.
I can't watch the what's it called?
Continuing a narrative.
Convincing a murderer. What?
Oh,
What's it
convicting.
called?
Convicting.
Continuing a narrative.
Yeah. Continuing a false narrative. Yeah. Honestly, and this, I'm just being honest. This is going to sound like I'm trying to be funny, but seriously, I spent too much money on my TV. And if I watch it, I'm going to end up throwing something big, hard, and heavy at my television.
How are you gonna break it?
Because I'm going to get I'm just that person. It's like, it hurts me physically to know that these people are suffering at the hands of these horrible human beings who have all this power over a huge group of people. And we're just expected to eat it up, spoonful after spoonful. And I don't live in Wisconsin. I don't live anywhere near Wisconsin. But I'm going to tell you right now, there's people all over the world that are disgusted with the way that Wisconsin's people are treated by these people in power. I mean, there's other places that this crap goes on too, but we're talking about this right now. And quite frankly, I am so fed up with there not being closure for these two families.
Yes.
I don't care if Stephen Avery's IQ is -1. I don't care if Brendan Dassey, I don't care about any of that. They are not worthy of this kind of disruption and sadness and hateful intent. It's disgusting.
Girl,
Just
I
disgusting.
Love you.
And that's why I'm here.
Woo.
I love
Amen. 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 I
you. And
love
I also
that.
like your hair. Your hair's so pretty.
You like my, oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Can you tell
It's real cool.
that it's burgundy?
Yeah, I can kind of tell. Yeah.
Okay, good. It's really dark burgundy, but okay, good. Because to me it looks black or something. Not quite black, but whatever. Anyway,
No,
it
that's
drives me
lights.
insane. This nonsense because I always have it up. Always.
Oh, me too. Oh my god. Oh, my.
So yeah, when it's down for videos and I'm all like, ooh, no, it's driving me crazy. That's why everybody's like, God, Allie, you got something wrong with your hair. No, it's touching me. I freaking hate it. I hate my hair touching me. But thank you. That's very nice.
You're welcome. I'll try to get some of my friends to come and visit. You would be surprised how many people are completely ignorant of this situation. And I feel obligated to educate people.
Yes. Good.
About things that matter. There's things in this world that do not matter. You know?
Right.
Like the fact that I went to Burger King and I got one of those melts. Excuse me, you're supposed to put some cheese on that, for God's sakes. That's a problem. But I'm not going to talk about it in grand detail. It's not important. But
You're
this
right.
is really important. This sets a precedence. If we allow this to go on without saying anything, what does that mean? We're saying, that's okay, whatever you say. Do whatever you want to,
Right.
whoever you want, whenever you want.
Keep doing it. Keep doing
Yeah.
it. It's obviously okay. We're not going to
Yeah.
do nothing about it. We
Yeah.
don't care. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do
We
what you
have
want.
to be the conscientious
Well,
objectors.
Yeah.
they never thought a documentary would be made about this case and they'd be blown open like it was.
They sure as hell didn't think a little
That's why
documentary
they-
was going to
that's
make
why
anybody
they
care.
That's why they gave the bones back.
Yeah.
It's right
That
after
makes
Stevie did his
sense.
last. It's right after Stevie did his last appeal.
Yeah.
Okay.
They
Right.
had no
Makes sense.
idea. They had no idea Kathy Zoner was going to come in and take his case.
Right. Right. His last appeal. Like, as if that was the end of his fucking case.
Well, when you stop
No.
and look at when all this took place in 2005, you have to look at the difference in technology. Technology has made communication so much faster, so much more relevant to discussions. People can share all this information that they didn't used to be able to share faster, easier, and more authentically than ever.
Yeah, but the thing is, a lot of information is starting to disappear that was out there.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Like after my computer got hacked for the second time, I couldn't find. Like the other day, I was going to look up for something and I can't find it anymore.
Hey. What? Now look, I'm not even going to try to say nothing, but I'm going to say something anyway. I'm not kidding. Some shit like that happened to me too. I didn't know that happened to you. I swear
I clicked on a document in Discord and it put a virus on my computer.
Oh, okay. That's not
That
what
was
happened to
the
me,
second
but
time. The first time, I was about to go to sleep. It said my computer needed an update. I clicked update and it shut down. And the next day I woke up, went to turn my computer on, and it was a brick.
okay,
Now,
okay.
hold on. You clicked on a document in Discord.
Not this Discord.
No, I don't mean that.
I was doing an interview with a individual from Manitowoc at the time. I still have the video, and I clicked on a Chris Avery Manitowoc Police Department document that somebody that I trust till to this day, she was working on another case, and somebody attached a whole bunch of virus to every single document in her Discord.
See, I'm telling you.
I think she was working on the Madeline McCann case.
Okay, I have a question really quick. So I'm pretty sure, other than Aaron, who I just met tonight, I think that I know everybody that has joined Discord with us tonight except 2 people, and one of them is going by N, and the other one by S. ... Both of them, N ... or N S ... Is anybody, either of these people, still here? Can you tell me who you are? Because I'm very curious. I don't know why some of these names are. Okay, maybe they're not N or S, because I know Jerome is not J. So what is this bullshit that's happening right now? See, look at that. Matthew is M. Jinx is... Wait. Why is Jinx M?
It's all spelled out for me.
Is it? The hell is wrong with mine? See, my shit's broken. I'm telling you. Look. And, hey, if you're out there trying to hack my shit, I don't have anything anymore. Don't worry about me. I've got a brand new computer. What's that?
Let me know.
I got a private server with all the information that I've gained.
Yeah, who's...
You let me know if you have any problems with anybody. I got friends.
Okay. Sweet.
No, I'm not kidding. I'm serious.
Woo! Are they those kind of friends? Yeah.
They're great people, but they do know how to make sure that you're not able to do anything to any of their friends.
Right.
So
Well,
if
I
you're my
love
friend,
that.
then you become their friends.
I love
if
that.
you're ever bored, I could always tell you about my ex-wife. So
Uh oh.
Can somebody no. Can somebody tell me how to fix this so I don't see ... like K ... J ...
Is this on Discord or on the YouTube chat?
Yeah, on Discord, because that's all I'm
okay.
saying. Millbilly is M ... This doesn't make sense to me.
it sounds like
But
the
Scooby,
panel that's got everybody's name might be too small to show their whole name.
yeah,
But
Millbilly is
I
shorter
don't know
than
why.
Elena, K, and Scooby.
Can you click the member list at the top next to the search? At the top of the member list?
This one,
Can you
I
click the
can't get
little
mine
people?
and get small.
You see the little people?
yeah, this hide member list. Or it says,
Yeah, click that and see if it drops out and comes back the way it's supposed to.
no, hold on. No, it doesn't. Amber is I don't
Which
know.
channel are you looking at right now
Which mine? My Discord channel.
in Discord? Which one?
Ma'am fam?
Yeah, Fam.
I mean, not that's the
Oh.
or the Discord, but I mean, like
I'm
there's text channels, voice channels.
I'm
yeah.
looking at. So I have highlighted Ma'am Chat, but I'm looking at the members list over on the side.
Yeah,
So
on the right.
it's the channel ma'am chat.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
looking
know
at
why
Works
it's
for
them.
doing that.
me.
At the members list over on the side, like Millbilly is the only content creator online right now that I know
Yeah.
of, and he's showing up for me as M ... and you can see it on YouTube. Can you see it? Oh, you probably can't. Hold on.
Yep.
Let me share my screen with you, and then you can see it with me. Which one is it? Yeah, this one, I think. Can I do that? Did I do it? Okay. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Oh,
I can't make that
you
go
need to
away.
download, you need to update. See that little guy right there? Oh, you can't
This
see what I'm doing.
update.
Yeah, right there.
Oh my God. Uh-oh. Whoops. Am I still here? I'm not. Okay. Hello? Hello? Oh, Lord. Okay.
Game. Welcome back.
There we
How's it?
go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry. I didn't think clicking that. I didn't even think about it. I just clicked. Oh, yay. But no, let me hold on. Oops. Let me turn my camera back on, but then let's share my screen and go back here. So yeah, I'm still seeing Millbilly as M ...
Oh, damn.
and Amber is A ...
What's your screen resolution?
24 something by 19 something, I think.
What?
Where can I see that?
Go to your
Voice and
an
video.
empty spot on your desktop and right click it.
Okay, hold on. Go where?
Just right click on an
Desktop.
empty place of your desktop.
Okay. Display settings.
And and look for display resolution. should be under scale and layout.
Oh, there it is. 2560 by 1440.
1440.
No, it's a lot bigger than mine, so.
Well, my computer is very good. My monitor's pretty darn good. It's not very good, but it's pretty darn good.
So go to settings, go to app settings, and go to appearance.
Settings, app settings, appearance. Okay.
Now see if there's anything in there that looks bizarre to you.
Cozy modern message display, contact. No. Chat font scaling, space perimeter, zoom level. No.
I don't
Text
know.
and images.
Is your zoom level at 100?
Is what?
Zoom level?
Zoom level. Where's
Under app settings in Discord.
under app settings?
Scroll all the way down to the bottom.
Oh. I don't see it.
There'll be chant font scaling, and then the last slider should be zoom level.
Wait, where? On appearance?
Yes.
Oh, chat font scaling, space between messages, zoom level. Is it what?
It should be 100.
Yeah, it is. You know what? It was something. Oh Lord. It was something that I thought I did. But I can't, I remember it saying something about that it would shorten the name. And I thought that, but still, it's going to shorten the name if the whole name doesn't fit on the members list. If it's a really long name or whatever, and it would shorten it. What was that?
Truncate or something.
Yes, that's the word it used.
Truncate, yeah.
Yeah, and I remember that it said that, but I figured at least if I click on it, it's not gonna truncate or whatever.
That's it. That's the word.
Yeah, in their profile or whatever. So if I click on Millbilly, for example, he's just M. Like, it doesn't say when I click on him, it doesn't say anything. It says M. That's it. And it doesn't say it's Millbilly. So if I was to click, say Amber, she's A. Nobody would know who the hell that was if they didn't know Amber. Everybody can tell it's Millbilly because it says Millbilly on his profile picture, but not everybody knows that A is Amber, for example.
It's probably because you're live streaming.
Yeah, go to privacy features and mode settings.
Okay, why can't I freaking hear privacy settings and
Streamer mode settings?
It's probably because you're streaming.
Oh.
It's probably a default.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes, I know I saw that somewhere. Okay, privacy settings and here.
Go to streamer mode settings.
Once you stop streaming, it'll go back to normal.
Yeah.
Here, stream.
So under app settings, there should be streamer mode.
I don't. You mean apps as in stream? I got stream.
No, in Discord.
Oh, I'm in
Go to
OBS.
Or
Wait.
go to
App settings, go where? To stream. Oh, streamer mode. Okay. Oh, enable streamer mode or disable it? No, I want to enable it. Hide personal information.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Fuck
That's
that.
what it is.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to hide that. I mean, I don't mind if it shortens it in the list, but I don't want to shorten it because then those two people that just joined tonight, I don't know who they are. I can't say hi so and so.
Once you stop streaming, it'll go back to normal.
Okay. Okay,
It's
so
like
I want to
it's
see who
protect
they
people's
are.
privacy in the server.
Oh no. Wait, Nan's Life joined twice, so Nan's Life was one of the ends. What was the other one? It was shit. What was the other one? Oh no. I thought it was an S, but there's no S except for Sapper Cop and Sharon, and they were already here. I don't know. Whoever the other one was might have just left. I don't know. Sorry. I wasn't trying to call you out or anything like that. It was just I was just
There
trying
should be a
to
notification when somebody joins though. One of the channels.
I gotta figure this shit out because everybody all of a sudden, since I got kicked, got really quiet. Hold on. Let me turn everybody back up.
Well, your audio is echoing too.
It is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Not for me.
I'm hearing everybody and myself twice.
There's me.
Uh-oh. Okay, what the hell have I done now?
And I got the YouTube muted.
Yeah,
It's not that.
Yep, I just checked. I do too. So
I don't even have YouTube open, and I got earbuds in.
what have I done now? I broke it.
Well,
I'm
I don't
sorry.
hear you twice. I hear everybody else,
Oh,
including myself.
Jesus. Desktop audio is very loud on there. Let me turn this shit back down. Okay. Is that better at all? Or am I too low? What's that?
It's fine for me. I don't hear echo or nothing.
Okay. For everybody else, am I did that help at all?
No.
No? Oh, damn it. I don't know what I did. Except for, like, when I logged out. Maybe I should log out and try to log back in and see if that helps. I don't know. I broke something. I'm so sorry, everybody.
I shared screen and then it goes away.
Wait, you did what?
I closed the share screen.
Oh, there you go.
And then also the stream, and it was feeding back into itself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now it's normal.
Okay, because I couldn't hear it at all. Thank goodness. I thought I broke something. Okay.
Maybe that's all it was.
Yeah.
I think it's okay now.
I stopped sharing my screen too, so I am really sorry if whether it was my fault or someone else's, it doesn't even matter. I'm sorry that everybody had to experience that nonsense because I know it sucks. Who are we missing? Oh, the other, okay. Yeah. I thought we were missing someone. So there's 13 people watching. I'm just curious if everybody has joined Discord. I know I haven't said much about it, but so let me tell you, I was Dark Side of the Moon suggested maybe earlier or maybe last week or earlier this week, whichever, suggested that I start my own Discord because we were talking about back in the day when Amber did the hangouts for everybody so we could go and gather and chat after Eric Cozy's lives, and then we got so full that we had to find somewhere with more member slots. So I and Denise's son made a Discord for Eric Cozy. Anyway, after Eric Cozy's Discord was deleted, and we couldn't get it back, everybody kind of scattered. And so I was hoping to, since I'm back, I might as well do something. So I'm going to do some live streams, and I was thinking about, making a Discord. But when Dark Side of the Moon suggested it, it was like, that's it. I got to do this. So because Darkside suggested it, I made her an honorary mod. There are no mods here. There's nobody that's gonna police you. So come in and don't be a dick is the only rule, really. It's not even a rule. It's an unspoken don't be a dick rule. And everybody is is equal, you know. No mods, no bosses, no censorship. Whatever you want to talk about. Guilters can join. I don't care. And if you have a problem with the guilter saying something, then don't read it. Don't get involved in the conversation. But anyway, so as far as I'm concerned, everybody's welcome here. And I'm going to tell you right now, I want to talk to Brenda again. So, you know, having discussions with somebody that doesn't have the same opinion with you is fine. It doesn't mean that you are going to change your mind if they say the right word. I hope everybody here knows that I'm not going to fall for that. But, you know, someone like Christine who doesn't know the case as well might. Because I can at least debate with her. I can argue with her. I've done it before. So it's not like she's going to just say the right thing and woo, magic's going to happen. It's not going to work. But I want to have her answer my question, which is explain the day planner, and then we'll talk. But what was my point? Oh, if you're not already in Discord, please join us. It would be sweet if you joined us. I would love it. That's where everybody's kind of hanging out here. I'm trying to gather as many people back as we can that we lost when Ericose's Discord was deleted. So if anybody wants to join us, please do. Thanks. Okay, bye. End of commercial. Shit, I need to make another drink. Damn, I'm drinking too fast. Now, oh, hold on. Now I gotta turn you back up again. There we go. Yes, because something changed everybody's sound. Like, I had to turn everybody way down. I had to turn everybody way down because everybody got so loud, and then now everybody's so quiet.
No, I'm not quiet. You know what's really unfortunate about the Teresa Hallback case?
What's that?
Her car. Why couldn't she have driven a red car or a white car or she drove a car that is actually very hard to say what color it is if you see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some people say it's green, some people say it's blue, and some people say it's turquoise, and some people say it's sea green. I mean,
Mystic teal mica.
yes, that's what color it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And you would never know that off the top of your head unless, you know.
That's not a color in the crayon box. So
No.
people, when somebody says, well, what color was it? It was blue.
Yeah.
And they all look at blue things, and then they go, wait a minute. No, it was green.
Yeah.
That's why I say it's a shame it wasn't just a basic color.
A basic color, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, isn't that what, that's what Pam Sturm said on the call to Poggle, where she was like, we're supposed to, I thought it was green, but this one's more blue, you know, like, what?
Oh, there's a whole theory about it not being the same vehicle.
Yeah. And I think,
Weird.
I think it's just really strange because there's not anything to suggest that. Like as far as I am aware, there's nothing.
Can it be verified with the VIN number?
Yeah, and it says Mystic Teal Mica.
The VIN number, maybe it was something that Pam couldn't read when she found the car.
Yeah, she couldn't read the whole
Thank
thing. She
God
got the last.
Ryan Hilligas and Mike Hallback were kind enough to give her the only available camera.
Right.
In the off chance that in the next 20 minutes, they find the vehicle.
And the direct personal number.
And the direct personal number.
And map. And map. And I would like, where'd the map go? I want to see the map. What does the map look like? Is it a map of the salvage yard?
Or is it a map of like a MapQuest map of like roads and streets and stuff like that with, you know, a little square for a house or something for the address? Like not a detailed map like you can look at. Where's the map? Because how did she know to go the way she did to get to the RAV4? Someone told her, 100% who told her.
But after her and her daughter found the RAV4, and she was hanging out there waiting for the police to get there, she testified that she started to get scared for her safety and told her daughter to kind of hide. And she was looking up at the hill where the RAV4 was at, and that's when she saw a person.
Uh-huh.
And she was questioned in cross-examination about who the person was, everything they couldn't think of about her, and she couldn't tell who it was or anything. But the theory is that that's Martinez.
I'm just, yeah. Well,
he was out in the yard that day. And then immediately after leaving the yard is when he went back home to ask his family.
I can't think of any way that he could, if she's standing by the crusher, he definitely didn't go up the path that's right there next to her to go up there. He could have gone on the other side, but I don't see a way that he could have gotten to that other path to go up there without her seeing him coming. I don't believe that for a second, that's the hill she's talking about. I mean, like, it can't be. Where did that person come from? I'll tell you 100%, the berm that drops into the quarry is a drop off. It's not something you can climb up, you know, from the other side.
Kratz asked Pam, she says, now tell us what happened then. This was after she pushed Nicole behind vehicles because she saw a man standing on the hill above the ridge where the RAV4 was located.
Mm-hmm.
And said, well, we waited about 20 to 25 minutes before someone arrived. Before they arrived, we saw a man go up on the ridge by the buildings up here. There's a ridge, and I got a little concerned. So like I said, I put Nikki behind a car so nothing would happen to her.
Okay. So up by the buildings.
Questioning Pam and says, and you mentioned a man up on the ridge, or on a ridge, but up on the hill, kind of back towards the buildings when you were sitting there waiting for 20 minutes, correct?
That's up by the office.
Stephen Avery wasn't the man, was he? And she says, I don't know for sure. It was too far to see.
Mm-hmm.
And then Beauty says it wasn't Earl, was it? And she says, I don't know. Like I said, it was too far.
She's describing up by the office, though.
Well, she said she saw him walk up. First, she said she saw a man standing on the hill, and then questioning from Kratz, she said before they arrived, we saw a man up on the ridge by the buildings up here.
Mm-hmm.
And she was pointing at the chart or whatever, the map.
Yeah. Where's she pointing to?
She's pointing at the ridge.
Where the RAV was? There's no buildings up there. What an idiot.
And then...
nobody caught that?
Yeah. So...
there's no buildings there.
But Martinez, he was out on the property that day. That was confirmed by Earl.
Right. Sure. Whoever it was couldn't have been up there by where the RAV was. Couldn't have been. It sounds to me like she's describing...
After she left it, right? After she walked back down to the crusher?
Yeah. After she walked back down to the crusher, she's describing looking up on, you know, it would... I don't know if it would kind of look like anyway, up where the buildings are. the only buildings are up there where the office and all those garages and stuff are. There's no other buildings there. There sure as hell aren't any buildings in the pit where she was. So that's the only place I could think of. And in the pit is a pit, you know, it's definitely lower up where the the garages and the office is way up here, and you go way down into this pit down here to where the cars are, and then you have to go up on a ridge up here to where the RAV was. So it's sort of like a U in a way, you know, a U that goes like this, you know. You know, the office buildings, the ridge. Down here is the pit and the little pond and the cars. So there's no way if you're standing at the crusher that there couldn't have been anybody up there on the ridge where the car was. So it sounds to me like some, and that's the way I always pictured it in my head. Hi, Millbilly. What happened to you? Oh, you're on your way home. Okay. That's the way I always pictured it, was that she was up by the or they were up by the office, standing there watching her, which is weird. You know, why are people standing up there looking down and watching them, looking for cars or looking for her car? Like, who are these people? Like, who are they? It's just Earl there, so it would have to be, if there's multiple people, it would have to be at least one customer, if not more, you know. Interesting. I don't know.
Well, and there's all those accounts of Inez flip-flopping the story. First he says he rarely goes out there, and then he said he goes out there all the time. First he says he doesn't know Steve, and he says he's really good friends with Steve. Then he says he doesn't know him again, you know, and he's probably making some of that shit up, trying to get a deal in his case. Like,
yeah,
if he gives them some information about knowing Steve, and then maybe they'll lower his, you know, reduce his case. But I think he got a 60-year sentence.
Jeez. Well, somehow he got whatever happened that he got out.
Like, about him being vacated in 2008, but then now I'm seeing something else from 2016 saying that he's still serving his sentence. So I don't. Maybe it was a different charge that was vacated. I don't know.
Okay. Good, because those are pretty serious charges.
And not to mention, Martinez has a history of sexual abuse and criminal burglary, way worse than, you know, the entire Avery family has ever done.
Wow.
He's spent most of his life in prison. I mean, he tried to kill
right.
Tried to kill his wife with an axe.
And
dog tried to defend her, so he axed the dog, killing it, and then
poor
kids got in
dog.
their way too.
Can't believe that.
Get out of the house and get across the street to the tattoo parlor before and call the cop before he was able to kill her. She nearly died from the wound in her neck.
Ah, could you imagine being hit with a freaking axe in the neck? Oh my god.
Did somebody do that?
What?
Take that axe from me?
What'd you say?
I said if somebody tried to do that to me, I'd kill him.
Oh, you probably could. I couldn't. I would just be like, oh shit, I just got axed in the neck. Ooh, what do I do? Man, I couldn't imagine that. Having a wound like that. Like, holy shit.
Well, if you ever get hit in the neck like that, you just put a tourniquet around it.
Yeah? How do you do that without? Okay, okay.
That's good.
You're okay. You
can't
almost
put-
got me.
You can't put pressure on it though.
Yeah, I would. That's what I would do. I would just push it as hard as I
Oh,
could.
yeah.
You know.
You got arteries and veins on
Yeah.
both sides of your neck, so you'll still get enough blood to your brain, but you'll bleed out. So you just put pressure on
Hmm.
directly on the artery. So.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Good information to have. So, Aaron, how long have you been around and involved in the cases, researching and stuff?
I got involved in when Making a Murderer came out. I wanted to watch it, and it made me really angry that it just didn't have a happy ending. I was actually expecting it to have a happy ending.
I did too. Yeah.
It didn't make sense that it ended the way that it did, and then yet being fed all this information that coincided with my understanding of corruption among authority figures, I never expected there to be a 2. And I followed it as much as I could since it first became available as a series. Before that, I knew absolutely nada. Not a thing.
Same. Yeah.
It's very depressing. And I pride myself on staying away from things that are depressing that I can't do a damn thing about. You know, like the news. And yet, there's something obligatory about it. There's something about it that keeps me coming back for more information. I think I'm still waiting for that happy ending, you know?
Yeah. I think there will be eventually.
Oh, God. Wouldn't that be great?
Yes.
But then they're going to own Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
It would
If
be.
Avery's owned Wisconsin.
Yeah.
That'd be so fun.
They need to, and I hope I was hoping that it would happen before Mama passed, but I hope it happens before Papa passed now. You know.
Doris.
Yeah, that sucks that she never got to see him.
So much. She did so much for him.
She did.
Every time they go to visit, it just took forever to get there. He always put him far, far away from his family. And that's all he cared about, family.
Yeah. And then they don't give a shit about the family. It's just, oh, we're going to make Steven suffer. You know, you're making his family suffer, and that's not cool. I mean, he's suffering anyway, but there's just needless suffering when you bring them into it. Or now she's got to go through all these hardships just to be able to get there. And
she kept everything for him.
And she just kept going. So he kept going as long as she could.
Just like his dad. He looks just like his dad.
Yeah, he does. And she was always at the rally, you know, like I love that. She was at the rallies and she would participate when we would come over. Like she was great.
I never met any of them except the one Dassey brother. And that was just online. But it's just ridiculously sad. It's one of the saddest contemporary stories I've ever had the fortune and misfortune to be in this much a part of. Just, I've written to Kathleen before and told her, I don't even know if she reads it, you know, but
somebody does.
Being the rock star she is, I've always said, if you ever need any help doing research or anything,
Me too.
get in touch with me, you know?
Right? I can't. I wonder how many people have offered to work for her for free. I have.
I know. That's probably why I don't think she never wrote back or anything. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
The
But
only
I
reason.
would do anything to do the right thing for those people.
Yeah. I only know that somebody reads those right away, because almost not every time, but most of the time when I would send something in, tips or whatever, someone would contact me like within a day or two. Then it was never actually her herself, but she had her investigator at least twice contact me.
Wow.
Yeah. She asked, and that's what he said. Miss Zellner would like for me to ask you to do this thing, blah blah blah, and then like make a video asking, try to get more people in that saw Ryan harassing her, etc. Unfortunately, nobody else ever did. I only had the one person that ever did.
I would have done anything. No one ever came back to me about it. Never got back to me. Of course, by the time she was taking over everything, it was right before COVID. And then after that, I didn't want to do anything at all. I didn't know what to do anything. COVID just did me in. I just didn't want to go anywhere, do anything. And I felt so. I've thought about him too. Him and Brendan, I thought, what are they doing in there for the people that are in there? Are they protecting them? Are they going to be okay? Because institutionalized people were like captive individuals to anything. And I was just so worried about them. So I think about them all the time.
Yeah.
I always wish I knew them personally, just so I could say, I know you didn't do any of this. None of this is your fault. But I know they got everybody else, but I wanted to hear it from me.
Yeah. I think if you were to, and I never have personally, but I think every person that's ever met or talked to, hi Billy, every person that's ever met or talked to Brendan feels that way. Not everybody that's met Steven or talked to Steven has felt that way. Like, obviously, like Lynn Hartman, for example, changed her mind completely. Jody completely changed her mind. Oh, he didn't do nothing to... Yeah, he did it. I think he did it. I'm sure there's other supporters. Oh, yeah. Blaine...
Lynn, if they got to her, I don't think so.
I think I was talking to Lynn at the time that she did the Dr. Phil interview or whatever, and she told me that he really got into her head. Like, he really made her open her eyes and question what the hell she was doing. Basically told her, you are way too good for this. What are you doing? You really want to go off in the woods and live with this man? Really? You sure about that? And she's like, no, I really don't want to go live in the woods. I really don't want to go live in the woods with him either. And no, I'm not sure about that, And so she started questioning everything. And then that was when she decided that they were going to break up. She just wrote him that one little quick letter, and then that was that. And then she disappeared. She disappeared shortly after and blocked everybody, including me. She blocked me for no reason. I was nice to her.
I wonder if someone made her do that. I don't know. It's weird.
I don't think so. She only talked about Dr. Phil, but I know Blaine, Barb, Kayla, Brendan, obviously, whoever, whatever. I know that at least those people have admitted that the cops threatened them.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure that they also
All you gotta do
threatened.
is listen to Earl's interview.
Whoa! Whoop! Let me turn you back down. Sorry. Earl's interview.
Yeah, I threatened him the whole time.
I'm sure they did kind. I saw where they also kind of were poking at Bobby, you know, and they said that Steven is about to blame you for this, you know, and so Bobby immediately responds with, "Yeah, he'd stab you in the back if he could, or whatever," you know, and then continues on to talk about him, but you know how untrustworthy he is and all that shit. But so you hear that little bit in Bobby's interview, but you don't actually see threats. But I've heard threats like Kayla talking about they said that they'd throw her in a dungeon if she didn't say what they wanted her to say. I've heard about Brendan and Blaine talking about how they were banging their fists and screaming and slamming doors because they couldn't get Brendan to say what they wanted him to say and repeat things, you know, whatever. Like all these people are threatened. So why not Bobby? You know, why wouldn't Bobby be threatened? Why wouldn't Scott Taddock be threatened? Also, you know, do what we want you to do. Say what we want you to say, which is the fire was this big instead of, you know, that big.
Well, if the
Or
fire were
whatever.
that big, it would have melted the doors on that building. I mean, the height and heat of that fire would have taken out some buildings.
It definitely would have probably caught the very old aging plywood that was falling apart. Probably
One
caught
thing
it.
for certain, a couple of tires isn't going to be enough fuel.
Yeah, couple
And
tires. I'm gonna make it hot enough. Open
You
fire.
would either need to burn the fire at a moderate heat, you know, moderately high heat, for a very long time, days, or you'd have to have a very large, very hot fire for hours.
Hmm.
And that kind of smoke, you'd see it everywhere. Like people would think a house was on fire.
I still don't think it would be enough.
It would smell. Don't you think it would smell?
100%.
People would smell burning bodies.
100%. I've been by a house fire.
Wasn't there some reports? Didn't people report some smell or something like that?
Yeah, a foul smell, I think is the way they said it. A foul smell from some farmer. It said it scared his cows.
Well, that's Mr. Metz.
Yep. Yeah.
But Fast Brandon and them lie and say something that didn't happen.
I just don't think it could have been done there at that burn pit. It's too close to the other buildings.
Yeah, that's what
It'd be way too obvious. Everybody would know there'd be a huge bonfire. I mean, it would be like a house burning down. In
Yep.
fact, look at the houses that have burned down with people inside of them, and look at the bodies that they pull out of there.
Yeah.
Completely, pretty much intact.
They're
because
like
even
charcoal.
That isn't nearly enough.
Yeah. They look like charcoal, and they're. You could tell that was a person, and you can tell that it isn't totally in the shape of a person, and that
Yeah,
if
the
you were
organs
to
are all
just
still in there, everything.
like a marshmallow, yeah, like when you burn a marshmallow in a fire, you could just pinch that skin right off, and the inside's gonna be there still,
Yeah.
you know,
And
just like
when
that.
you burn something, the charred outside, the carbon that's left over, acts as an insulator. And that's why it's so difficult. You have to, I mean, even if you're just burning trash, you have to go out there and stir it around and try to get it all to burn completely.
Yeah. Oh.
You know,
What
you
just
have to,
happened?
if you're burning logs, you have to stoke a fire, you know, you have to stoke it to get to the inside wood. It's not easy to do. That's why they use, like in a crematorium, they use jets of fuel and it's from all angles, and it has to be really hot. And I think there's agitators in there,
Mm-hmm.
so that they get everything, off the ashes to drop through. You have to burn away. You have to boil off all the water that's in the body.
Yes.
70% water. So
Boil it.
all the you need heat to remove all the water before everything else gets burn. I mean, that's just physics.
Yeah. Yep. What you got there, Millbilly?
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Alright, listen.
This is the jail booking for 43-year-old Matthew Newman, owner of Spot Free Cleaning. Friend, police have not yet connected him to the burn pit where he remains was found, but News Channel 12 found a trailer belonging to his company on the property, and this is 12 News' exclusive video of authorities towing that trailer from the scene shortly after Newman's arrest. A search of Newman's social media accounts turned up an image of this Nazi SS symbol, which the Anti-Defamation League says is used as a symbol of white supremacy.
Shit.
Also,
Oh,
an image
stop.
of a Confederate flag. Police say a Milwaukee arson case. The search for two missing people led them to this rural burn pit.
There we go.
His neighbors here thought.
Sorry, y'all. The echo.
As rural as we are, it's an easy place to get rid of somebody if you wanted to.
Police say the suspect has been leasing the vacant property from the out-of-state owners to use for hunting. Authorities wrapped up their search of the property over the weekend.
Shit's crazy.
Charges up first.
Sorry about the echo, everybody. That sucked.
Both of his employees
Mm.
and tried burning their bodies over 3 days. They got him going to the Home Depot, buying lumber just to do that, and they still were more bones present than there was with Teresa. And there was two bodies.
Yeah. Has everybody seen Ripper's video where he burns the llama in 2 different bonfires? And the second one, he used a leaf blower to keep it hot. And they still didn't cremate the bones. And these bonfires were huge. But the bones still were not cremated. So, and 2 giant bonfires. So yeah, there's
Even when you process a corpse in a crematorium, it's often not completely it's not completely turned to ashes. There's usually a lot of bone fragments and things like that. They have to crush up and grind up.
the grinder. Yeah, it's funny. A lot of people actually don't know that process. I remember I was surprised to learn that, and I learned that because of this case, that they don't come out like ashes. It's fragments, and they put it in a grinder and grind it for quite a while.
In my dad's urn, and there was a big bone sticking right on top.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Ew, that's rude. I know Carmen Boutwell's brother said he knows for sure that those bones were his sisters. Well, the ashes were his sisters because they were.
Does he know they were all there?
I don't know that he could know that, but they were ashes, and who knows if they're all hers, but he did say that her belly ring was in there. So he knew that, at least something in there was her,
I don't buy that theory whatsoever.
Which, Carmen.
Her remains as Teresa. I don't buy that.
I don't either. I don't see why they would. Why would they need to? If they have Teresa. And of course they.
More plausible.
Yeah.
Moved her with the ambulance, took her to the crematory, brought her back in the box.
Yeah.
And that tweet that you guys pointed out with Crank Crash, he admits that they found her bones on the 9th.
Yeah.
But everybody else is saying they found it on the 8th. But Bear's not removed to the 9th, so how are they searching a burn pit on the 8th with a vicious dog there?
Yeah.
And the time
Hi,
that
baby.
the animal hospital was there, they're only there 5-10 minutes. So if he was such a vicious dog, you'd think it would have took a little bit longer. And the only reason they removed him from the property is because they wanted to search his feces. Because they had the idea that maybe Bear ate her.
What's doing? My puppy. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Well. All right. Does anybody else have anything else they want to talk about or go over?
No. I'm trying to find the thing about the family being at Fox Hills and watching Kiss the Girls, because it always bothered me that Brendan would say, "Oh, it must have been a book I read."
Yeah.
Number one, why would he read that book? And number two, why would he read? He doesn't read. He watches things. That's what he likes to do. He likes to watch wrestling. He doesn't read. And so he didn't read the book. Watch it.
If you find that, will you let me know?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, or just post it in Discord, because I'm sure everybody would like to see that. I've never seen it, and you know, I've been gone for 4 years, so there's a lot of newer stuff that I haven't seen. I don't think older stuff, not that I'm aware of. I think I've seen everything of the older stuff. Okay, Arrow, for fuck's sake, get out of there. Sorry. But yeah, that's something I haven't seen, so that would be interesting.
I think it's in a book that I picked up on Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's... I can't remember, honestly. I got 3 books about the case.
Stop it.
I can't remember which one it's
Hmm.
in the Kindle.
Interesting, because let's see, there's Kratz and there's Greaseback. Who else has written a book?
One chapter of Kratz book, and I've one chapter of Wrecking Crew now.
You what?
I've read 1 chapter of Kratz book, now it's about Cuss Road.
Ah.
One chapter of Wrecking Crew, and that was the latest edition.
Nice. Nice.
Other than that, I base my opinion of all the documents I've gone over and the audio I have listened to.
Who else has written a book about?
The John Barrett Wrecking Crew, Unmaking a Murderer.
Michael Griesbach, he wrote a book.
Yeah, that's the only. Oh, Farak, Greaseback, and Kratz. Okay, duh. Oh my God, duh. Wow.
And Brenda helped Kratz and Griesbach with both their books.
Yeah.
And Colborn's lawsuit that should have never been taken out.
Yeah. What was that?
That shit's funny when Griesbach gets called out by the judge. That's on my channel. That shit's hilarious. Right after that hearing, Griesbach backed out of the case. And he had a clause in place that at any time he wanted to back out, he was able to.
Good. Good. What were you saying, Aaron?
I had the Wrecking Crew, Unmaking the Murder, and Making a Theory.
Making a Theory. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, who wrote that?
Who wrote that one?
I know, right? I'm trying to find out. Wait a minute.
Making.
About Ken Kelly's book too.
Oh.
He wrote 2 books. Beyond Avery Road.
Oh, just
Right.
gross. Okay, no. Beyond Avery Road, no.
Making a Theory is by Magus, Magus, Beals, Beales. It was done in, copywritten in 2018.
Wow. I've never heard of this.
Making a Theory, the real killer in making a murderer.
I wonder.
And I haven't figured out if that's a Gilter book or if that's, I just picked it up because it was like, I have a subscription, so I just like picked up the book in case it disappeared. Because a lot of times when you're looking for the truth about things and it involves authorities, shit disappears. So I try to get a hold of it before it disappears.
What was the last name? It was Magus or whatever.
Beals, B as in boy, E-A-L-E-S.
Ah, here we
Oh,
go.
that looks like Bobby right there in that picture they've got.
The real killer.
That looks like Bobby.
It is Bobby. Yep, that's Bobby.
So maybe they think it's Bobby.
Yep.
Well, that's not as exciting as I thought.
So, 2018. So I wonder if this was a. Well, let's read what it says.
Just for the record, I pinned Bobby and Mike from my very first YouTube video I did. And that was back in 2017.
I've never believed it, and I will go on the record and say that I've never believed it. I've said that Zellner has a great theory, but I don't believe it.
Great minds think alike.
It is a great theory. It is a good one. It's just missing one little piece. It's a pretty big deal. Okay, millions of people want to know what really happened to Teresa Halbach on Halloween 2005. Who killed Teresa Halbach? How was it done? Where was she murdered? Why was she killed? Was evidence planted by the Manitowoc police? Was evidence planted by the real killer? Would someone confess to a crime they didn't commit? What is true and what is a lie? I answer all of these questions. Oh, really? I present the footage, the evidence, and the reasoning so that you can ask yourself the illuminating questions and come to your own answers. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to open yourself to the possibility that you can discover the truth. Making a Theory is based exclusively on the information provided in the Netflix documentary Making a Murderer. This book is the ultimate show and tell. As convoluted as people have managed to make this case, it's surprisingly simple once you understand two truths. The wait is finally over.
How old was Bobby in 2005?
18.
18? 19?
Who?
Yeah, Bobby.
Bobby.
Oh, wow, I don't know.
Magus.
He's older than Brendan, and Brendan was 16 when they took him the first time. So it's probably 18, 19.
So there's some evidence on the door, on the inside door of the rack, that Teresa was bludgeoned or struck with something. There's right, and then there's cast off blood on the back of the rack door, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the inside of the back door, and there's damage to the RAV4.
Light,
yeah, light damage on the front headlight, reflector, and bumper. But it's just slight damage. It's like just.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is something I found going through photos. Check this out.
If somebody had pulled her out of the car in the front and gave her a first blow there, and the car wasn't in park, you know, it might move forward and go off and hit something.
Mm-hmm. Like a post.
Yeah. And then they might drag her to the back and go to work there, you know.
Yeah.
I think they lost that light driving it back onto Avery's property.
I do too. I think so.
Because they had to go in between. The only way that they could have gotten it in without everybody knowing immediately was through those few cars that were kind of parked like a roadblock kind of thing on that one side road, you know, to get into the Avery property.
Yeah.
But it
It's
would have
not
been
there
back
anymore.
up that hill, right? And I had to go in there backwards.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah.
would have had to
There's two
squeeze the
ways
trip.
up. You can go on one side or the other, you know.
Oh, so then maybe they came up the other way.
They could have, yeah.
This would explain why they took out the battery. It was to try to make people stop thinking that someone drove it in there.
Hmm.
It still seems like a very risky place to be moving a vehicle when you're trying to be secretive. It seems like it's a place
Yeah.
that would be in view of the house and everything.
But you have to remember these people
Wait.
are very smart in the police department as far as I'm concerned.
What's that? It's in view of it. It wouldn't be in view of the house. Is that what you said?
Yeah, like isn't the house and the main office and stuff? I mean, isn't that visible from the hill up there?
You can't. Okay.
Stop.
Unless it was wooded or something, you couldn't really see if something was going on back there.
Yeah. It's really far. I mean, think about how far you can walk in 9 minutes. It's that far away, and you'd have to be like right on the edge to, you know, right there overlooking. But if you were up by the office or something, you couldn't see it because there is trees blocking that. But yeah, if you want to see, what were you gonna show us, Millbilly? You got a picture there or something?
Photos of the burn, the dig site.
Oh, you did?
Oh.
Well, let's see it.
This is by Cuss Road.
Yeah.
Can you?
Where the dog alerted.
Okay, let me see if I can do this without it echoing again. Ah, this could be, yeah. That looks like it, huh?
And what was their dismissal of what this was? They said it was something
These
else.
are the
Peat moss.
Trooper Reed photos, which follow the same route that Fosk took. And these are the last photos of that roll. They start at Avery's trailer and they go all the way along the burn. And I've looked everywhere.
That's it. That's got to be it. What else could it be? Right? It looks awfully small, though, doesn't it? But it's definitely disturbed. But who would bury a bag of peat moss? That's so stupid.
Where's the bag of peat moss?
Right.
I don't see it.
Let's just say it's under that dirt. Who would bury a bag of it, you know? Like, why would you do that? Why would anybody do that out in the middle of nowhere? It's not on somebody's, like, front yard or something. You know?
Office, there's no way they see Steven's house from the office. Or Dolores' house. Or if you're standing in the goddamn cul-de-sac. Unless you got binoculars. There's no way to see anything from here all the way down here.
No, the other way. You can't stand up there on the ridge and see shit either. You might be able to look down by the crusher and see somebody standing, a couple dots, you know. But it's like, it's far. I don't know how long or how far it is, but if the mailbox to Barb's is like 3/4 of a mile.
It's a half a mile.
A half a mile? Yeah, okay. This is
Mile from the Avery's mailboxes to Cuss Road.
a mile. Okay. So this has got to be probably close to half a mile too. 40 fucking acres. I don't know. I mean, it's it's far. It's far. It takes 9 minutes to walk that path. I don't know. You know how, because I know if you're standing by the mailboxes and you're looking down towards Barb's, you can't tell what anything is that far away. You can't tell. And even when you're halfway up the road, you can't tell if that's a male or a female. You can tell there's people standing, but you can't tell if they're male or female. You sure as hell still can't tell if they're holding a camera and taking pictures. So there's that. But so I just don't think that anybody could see from that far away, even standing up at the office and looking over towards the RAB. They would never see it there. They'd never ever see it there because there is trees blocking it. There's no way. Sorry, somebody's like, there's no way you're still alive. Yeah, there is. You don't know me. This is what I do. And I have a damn doctor's appointment today, so this is silliness. It's verging on silliness.
I have to be dead too. But I saw you guys on here and you were talking, and it was the first time I seen a discussion about BAM and, you know, Stephen Avery and all this that I could actually get on board with, because usually it's some people that are just like spoon feeders. And they're just
Don't know what they're talking about.
Exactly.
You ask them why they think what they think, and they say
they're just all defensive.
nothing.
And
Because there's bones in the burn pit. That's why. It's just the stupid. That's why you think he's guilty, because there was bones in the burn pit. I can go dump some bones in your burn pit. Does that mean you killed somebody?
it's just,
Shit. Next time I kill somebody, I'll be sure to dump them in your burn pit. And watch you confess, right? You're gonna confess, because that means you killed somebody, right? Yeah, I mean, just dumb. Next time, I've never killed anybody. No, I shouldn't joke about that. That's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
yeah, but then again, you're talking about something that's horrendous. It's almost beyond belief. It's almost like talking about a war. And you've been witness to it, you know? And you don't have a lot of choices. You can either talk about the facts, you can talk about the fiction, or you can make a couple jokes and try to make
Yeah.
light of it so that you can move on with your life.
Yeah.
You know? Come back to it later with some new ideas and
Mm-hmm.
inspirations.
It's.
But I enjoyed your group. It was so much fun. I had to go.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I think I'm probably about to go. I'm starving. I never did eat dinner. But yeah, you're welcome anytime. Anytime. It was
Thanks.
great to have you.
How much bigger Bobby is to Mike and difference?
Okay.
There you go. Mike's a lot bigger than Bobby.
Oh. Okay.
He's like fish face.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And there's the puppy that Bobby got in 2005.
Oh, the puppy.
But yeah,
That's the one that's supposed to have scratched you.
Yeah.
legend.
His new puppy. Yep. Well, yeah, it was great to meet you and everything, and I'm so happy to meet you. Actually, it's always nice.
I'll
Thank
come
you.
back. I'll try to bring some friends. I have a lot
Sweet.
of people that they base their opinion of society on this. Talk about false narratives. The idea that we're all here to be offended. That's our job. Our job is to be offended. We don't ask questions, we just be offended, because that makes us somebody. And I need to get these people on board with the idea of let's get our facts straight, you know? Let's make
Yeah.
some friends with some intelligent people that want to change the world.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
Discord is full of those people. Just awesome, wonderful researchers. Millbilly's like definitely one of the best. He's got all kinds of information. Just
I've really enjoyed myself.
You have no idea.
yeah, I know, coming out his ears is so much, right? And Brenda thinks she's the only one. Well, yeah, right? No. I used to have that. Denise had that. Millbilly's got that. Ericosi had that. Lots of people had. Travis had that. I mean, as far as the legal stuff, he did. But yeah, we have had lots and lots of people.
I like hanging with the vets.
That's awesome. So I just started this Discord, so a lot of people still haven't seen it or joined yet. So hopefully they'll be eventually coming in and stuff. But yeah, you're welcome to bring your friends, and I think you can. Do you know how to do an invite yourself to the server?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
And what's the best channel to invite them like the chat, the
Oh,
map chat channel.
yeah. The ma'am chat. Yeah, everybody. This is a super simple, super basic server. I wanted everybody to have one place to hang out and talk, even if there's, multiple discussions going on at the same time. Of course, you can always take shit private or drop down into a voice chat, but I wanted to have plenty of places for people to voice chat with in groups. Because that's what we used to do back in the day.
You want more emails? I got a whole bunch.
Dude, yeah, you could send...
I can just invite you to my Discord server, so I don't have to send you...
Oh my god, you have a Discord server too. Everybody has a damn Discord server now, huh?
Mine is private, and I only let people in that I trust.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. Hell yeah.
I used to have like 20 people in there, and now I'm down to 8.
Oh,
It is pretty private.
yeah. Yeah.
T1, Jamie's in there, Big Jeff, and 3 people you probably wouldn't even know.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to join. Did you send me an invite? Or...
I'm about to. When you go in there, it's gonna look like it's empty. I gotta give you permission first.
Okay.
All right,
Sweet.
you guys have a great morning. I'll come back later.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Have a good morning. Have a good day. You too. Bye-bye. Can you guys tell how long we've been live in this video? It's like 6-7 hours almost. Or am I seeing shit? Because I can't tell. Looks like 6 hours and 46 something minutes. I don't know. I didn't think it had been that long, honestly. I really didn't feel like it. What?
Time flies.
I thought we started around 11, right?
I know, right? Yeah, that's probably right, D. Because it took me a while to figure out how to do it on, with another way. Well, it took me a little while waiting for Georgia in case she wanted to try to find another way to go live. But no, me and Becca both offered.
Yeah, 6 hours and 50 minutes about.
Okay, cool. But she said she didn't want to. She's just going to reschedule for tomorrow. So I was like, well, I'll go live, give people who made time, showed up, and, something to do, somewhere to go. But as soon as I tried, it was like, nope, you're over your limit. You've done enough this month already. Shit. Okay.
I gotta get my kids up and ready for school.
Oh. Uh-oh. What just happened?
My daughter's alarm went off.
Oh. Oh.
It's just like...
Whoops.
Right,
Okay.
Now you should be able to see everything.
Okay, I don't want to, I'll wait until I get off here, because whatever I'm showing on my Discord is showing on the live, so I'll look at it later. Thank you. Sweet. All right, I'm going to go have some food and have a cigarette and maybe go to bed. But thank you guys for hanging out with me and talking. I would love to do this more often. Not 12 hours like a crazy person, but something a little smaller like this where we just get together and have a conversation. Like hell, yesterday that conversation went all day and all night, so that would be cool to do something like this, like what we did yesterday, more often, and share it with other people, because you never know who's going to be in the chat. Like like Erin, that's cool, because even though she's been around since the beginning, I've never met her. I mean, she's completely new to me. So that's cool to meet a new person after being around for, forever. Minus the break, but okay. Anyway, yeah, food and cigarette. Thank you everybody for being here with us, and thank you guys for being here with me this whole time. I really appreciate it. Great conversation. All right.
It was fun.
Sweet. Now I have to figure out how to stop streaming. Hold on. Hold on. Stop streaming. I had to click the button to stop streaming, but I had to find it first.